This week we're expecting the unexpected in the northeast.
I didn't see that coming, but I'm running to catch up.
I've never actually seen Tony like this before.
With young first-timers who are keeping us on our toes.
Do you know when you can't see yourself in somewhere?
I'm not too sure.
Yattering onto each other.
And where, even with our experience, there's a first for everything.
You've never let me into your trailer before, Mr. Spencer.
This week we're in the Tees Valley, helping two couples desperate to fly the nest and find homes of their own.
But in a stagnant market, finding fresh new properties is a tall order.
Our two sets of first-time buyers are looking to put down roots in the Tees Valley, a vibrant melting pot of industry, city life, countryside and the coast.
House prices here are around 28% below the national average, making it one of the more affordable areas to buy in the UK.
But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
Nicola Moore and Tony Curry are looking for a family home where they can bring up son Lucas. And I'm offering a helping hand.
And I'm with jewellery entrepreneur Emily Latham and graphic designer boyfriend Danny Jones, who want their own space and fast. For 3 months, they've been living with Emily's mum, waiting to find their perfect pad.
We are sharing a room and there's nowhere, like, all of Danny's stuff's in storage, so you don't have anything to hand
really,
at all.
I
He's like living out of a bag.
Space or anywhere to put my things.
It's about time we became a bit more independent, you know.
At the tender age of 20, Emily runs her own accessories business with her sister Jess, and its success has helped her save a 25% deposit. But with the lease on the current business premises about to expire, Emily's company will be moving much closer to home.
I think the most important part of this house is to have enough space to house the office. So I think that does make me a lot more picky than you when we choose the house. And I get the feeling that you're happy if I'm happy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Finding a home big enough for an office is going to be tricky. And just to add to my problems, Emily wants to be as close as possible to her sister Jess, who's expecting her first baby.
This is my favourite. It's so small.
It's tiny.
As if that wasn't enough, they have a puppy who'd like a garden to play in. This is one busy search.
Keeps you out of trouble.
Talk to me about area. Where do you want to live?
I am a home bird, and I want to stay close to home, close to my mum and close to my sister.
Of course, your sister's being business partner, she's going to need to get into the office every day.
Yes, with a baby probably.
With a child, yeah.
So the closer is, the harder she's going to work and the more successful the business will be.
Exactly right.
I know where you're coming from. So aside from the office space, how much space do you guys need to live in?
That can be compromised on, really, can't it? Like, as long as we have that office space, we don't... 1-2 bedrooms.
So Danny, you're perfectly happy that the office space will lead the search, then?
Yeah.
Both of you work in creative industries. Are you happy to use your creative flair on the property? You're going to decorate? You're going to do any work?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to put our little art style on things.
Yeah,
really. Yeah,
definitely. It's quite exciting, the thought of having to do some work to a property. I think the thought's probably nicer than actually doing it. But,
Often the way,
yeah.
I do appreciate all of the different things that you're trying to achieve. The office needs to be at home, it needs to be accessible to your sister, it's got to suit a puppy, and you've got to live in the home and enjoy living in the home together, and it needs to, feel like it can be home for a long time. So there was a lot going on.
Clearly, these trendies need help from an old-timer, like you.
Thank you, Kirstie. Emily and Danny have a budget of £153,000 for their first home, which must have space for Emily's office.
It needs to be close to sister Jess and have outside space for their puppy.
And they wouldn't mind doing work to a place to put their stamp on it. Emily wants to be within walking distance of her family, and the real epicentre of the search is where her sister Jess lives, which means I'll be looking in the villagey suburbs of Stockton-on-Tees.
While I'm searching along the Tees Valley coastline with Tony Curry and Nicola Moore. Tony is half French and met partner Nicola while she was studying in France. But they've moved back to her homeland to buy their first family property. And their search has not got off to a flying start.
We didn't expect our search to take too long. We were thinking a month or so we decided to move in with my parents just for the first month.
4 months down the line, we still haven't found anything, and it's been a right struggle.
Yeah. They've viewed a few houses already, but it would seem Tony is a hard man to please.
Out of the 10 that I've seen, I probably would have bought 4 out of that 10. So I don't think I'm the one with the problem.
Yeah, I'm a bit more picky. I usually know as soon as I put a foot through the door whether I like the property or not. I like to think I'm not that difficult, but maybe I am. I must be if we're here.
With busy lives and a young son, Tony and Nicola want a family home with the wow factor that they can walk straight into.
We wouldn't be able to do any work to it, mainly because of budget. We're spending all that we've got on the property, and also we're not very good at DIY or anything like that.
I have 2 left hands, apparently.
Sounds like a challenge, Kirstie.
We're perfectly prepared to move into a property that just needs...
A bit of paint or...
Or even if the kitchen isn't new or, I mean...
It's amazing what you can achieve with a bit of paint and a drill. No, there are properties which don't need any work doing to them, but you do pay a premium for that.
Yeah.
What would be your ideal location?
The number 1 place we'd like to live would be Saltburn.
It just ticks all the boxes. There's all sorts to do within walking distance. There's parks, there's the beach.
Tony, if you could say what is the thing that you want to walk in the house and see?
Ideally, a separate dining room and a nice garden.
OK. Dining rooms are great, but they are for Christmas and Easter and Sunday.
Are they? May I say? When we were renting, we had a separate dining room, which we ate in every evening.
Every evening?
Every evening.
Totally, 100%. You have the most immaculate life. But if that's the truth, which I think it is, then you're fine. You're allowed a dining room. I think that's the 3 conflicting things. There's size, there's location, and there's condition.
Yeah.
And it's really finding the property which has the least amount of compromise.
Sure.
Right, we better get on with it. Drink up.
OK.
Come on then.
My search for Nicola and Tony needs to be close to her family for childcare, so I'll be looking around the coastal towns in the east of the region. For £120,000, Nicola and Tony are after a 3-bedroom family home in good condition.
They need to be close to Nicola's family.
And it should have plenty of living space, including that all-important dining room.
You'd love Emily and Danny. Emily's 20 years old. She's saved up a huge deposit. Business, all organised, ready to go.
Cool.
I'm looking forward to it because I'm looking forward to helping them out.
Yeah.
I do think they need quite a lot of help. However, there's a lot of elements to sort out.
You'll be fine, Phil.
How about you?
No, it's fine. I'm cool. I think Tony has some quite grand ideas.
Yeah.
And, get this, you'll never believe this, they eat a sit-down dinner in their dining room every night.
Good for them.
Quite impressive, isn't it?
them.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
quite impressed.
yeah.
Because first of all, I said dining room, forget it. And then
Okay.
they said, yeah, we use it every day.
You allowed a dining room? You feeling all right, Kirstie? On average, it takes more than 3 years for first-time buyers to save a 10% deposit. And in today's recovering market, some mortgages require more than that.
The housing market in the northeast has been relatively stagnant this year, and in some places falling slightly. But this doesn't make it any easier for our first-time buyers, and we're going to have to pull out all the stops to help them.
Our couples have saved hard for their deposits, and with affordable property in the Tees Valley as well as a strong sense of community, it's easy to see why they want to buy here.
Is it a friendly place?
Very friendly. I mean, the Northerners are known to be friendly, and it's a true statement.
When you consider how much it is to own a property these days, it's still within the realm of people being able to be a first-time buyer, and I think that's so important.
You could be walking down the street and people will talk to you. I
Talk to you on the street?
Yes.
I live in London. I'm not comfortable with that at all.
I do think that's a very unique thing about this area, that people are very, very friendly.
You must have one of those faces, Phil.
Cheeky. The first property I want to show Emily and Danny is in their favourite area of Fairfield, a popular village with a pub and local shops. And I'm hoping Emily will be pleased with just how close I've got them to Sister Jess.
5 minutes from Jess's house?
Yeah, it's literally just round the corner, isn't it? Yeah.
How about that then? It's got to score points from a location perspective.
Definitely, yeah.
It looks lovely.
It's only been on the market a week.
Really?
Brilliant.
But come on in.
Let's have a look.
This 1950s three-bed semi is on the market at $155,000, which is at the top of their budget, but it delivers on every level. And I'm particularly excited about what they could do with this 28-foot open-plan living space.
£500 will put this wall back in. And what I had in my mind's eye was that's the office space and that's the living room. Just, you know, scope out how much space that you need and where the desks might be.
It's quite a decent space, isn't
I think
it?
it is. It's bigger than some of the houses we've seen of the same style.
Well, Danny, you tell me if this is about right for the living room.
Yeah, this is a nice, cosy space, isn't it? Yeah.
That's a pretty simple and easy to imagine option. Stick the wall up. If you've still got your space.
Okay.
Let's have a look out the back.
Well, they're saying all the right things, Phil, but they're not jumping for joy. Hope the garden gives them something to get excited about.
It's about double the size I was expecting, really, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
And what we need, really, which is nice.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about it? How am I doing?
Yeah, it's impressing me.
The garden's impressive. The amount of space you get in for your money, really, yeah.
Well, help yourself. Have a wander upstairs.
Okay.
3 bedrooms and a bathroom. You can't get too lost. Give me a shout if you need me.
Will do.
Well, it all seems to be going remarkably well, but experience suggests it's never quite as easy as I think it might be.
That's the wisdom of a man who's been doing this for a long time.
This is the master bedroom, then.
Yeah, it's a good sized room.
What do you think?
It's not like the perfect looking house. It doesn't have all the old features that we like, but I don't think we're going to get that with the size.
It's not a new build.
No, and it's still a pretty house.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty house, yeah.
How'd you get on up there?
Yeah, just what we expected, really, isn't it?
Pretty much.
The only thing it's lacking is a bit of character, and we do love like old period properties with character, but it offers so much more.
In terms of the space, the price and the location...
You can't really fault it.
No.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you, Danny. We're going to be friends.
It loses some points on character, but it's still in the running. So that's property 1 in the bag.
Cracking start, Phil.
This week, I'm in the Tees Valley with Nicola and Tony, desperate to find a family home of their own away from Mum and Dad.
And I'm with Emily and Danny, the trendy twosome, who need a home and an office.
How old is she? 20?
20.
She needs an office age 20?
Pretty grown up.
Amazing.
And the first property I showed them went down a treat. The solution for the office got the thumbs up, as did the distance to Sister Jess.
I'm hoping my first-time buyers will be just as pleased with my lineup. The search for their 3-bed family home in moving condition begins in Mask by the Sea.
It's a popular spot, and 3-bed properties go for around $151,000, 31 grand more than their top budget. So if they want to live here, there will have to be a compromise.
The compromise with this property is size. This immaculately done Victorian terrace house is on the market at £106,950 in budget, but it only has 2 bedrooms. They told me they wanted a place in this area and in moving condition, but will they take a hit on the floor space?
Straight into the living room.
Yep. Lovely.
Good size. It is a good size. Have a look round the corner here. We've got the dining room.
Dining room.
See, which is properly separate.
Oh, yeah.
And the kitchen. Just put your head round there.
Okay.
Yep. Just absolutely say what you're thinking. Do not hold back.
Kitchen's a bit small.
Kitchen's a bit small.
Too small.
Does that count it out for you?
I think so, yeah.
Hang on, I thought it was Tony who was hard to please.
Let's see the rest. Let's have a look. Let's not... I mean, it's all very clean and modern.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It is very clean and very modern. It's head and shoulders in better condition than most other things.
Yeah.
And I don't see why you couldn't recreate this somewhere else.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Zut alors! This is a disaster!
Tony said he'd know instantly if he liked a property, and despite the modern finish, they're underwhelmed by the size. Could upstairs change their minds?
Oh, wow. I know.
Gorgeous.
It's the sort of bathroom you buy a house for, to be honest.
It definitely has the wow factor. most definitely.
Which is what you wanted,
Yeah.
you know. But it's still a no.
No, definite no.
Yeah,
Sorry,
definitely.
but-
No, don't apologise. But I felt that we had to put this condition thing in a box and say,
Absolutely.
we know what can be achieved.
Yeah, okay. And it gives us an idea of what can be done.
Yeah.
Leaving so soon, Kirstie?
No point hanging around when they think it's too small. Onwards and upwards. I will find a house to make them smile.
Back with Emily and Danny, and my mega search for a home with an office and close to sister Jess got off to a good start in Fairfield. But for this super stylish couple, it lacked some character, so I'm stepping it up. I brought them 1.5 miles down the road to the neighbouring suburb of Hartburn to see a bigger property, which means they could get more crib for their cash.
Oh, are they thinking babies already?
How do you feel about being 1.5 miles from Jess?
It's still only a shortcut
Short
journey, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's have a look.
£3,000 under budget at £150,000. This large Victorian semi-detached house has 3 bedrooms, 2 sitting rooms, and plenty of period features.
The whole house needs updating, but they are keen to inject their style on a place and could do it gradually.
Neither of you look particularly enamoured with it. It's not a problem.
I'm not blown away yet. But
No, like, the house is really pretty from outside.
Yeah.
But I think it just scares me that there's quite a bit to do to it. Do you know when you can't see yourself in somewhere?
I do know that feeling. Not so confident now, Phil. I hope you've got something up your sleeve to win them over.
Now, up here on the top level, I thought might make a very nice office.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think.
I just don't know whether being upstairs will be particularly practical.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you want to have a degree of separation between work life and office life.
But you don't want it
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're saying this is almost a bit too separate.
Yeah, I do want to love it, you know, I do want to.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, we've asked for an old house as well, and it is an old house.
How many times have we heard this before?
It's fascinating. On paper, it absolutely was the house that they're looking for. It's old, it's spacious, it's interesting, it's characterful. But when faced with it, just hasn't done it for them.
The spark just wasn't there when we walked through the door. I think we instantly disliked it for some reason.
I think it's too big and too much work to do to it.
On to the next one.
Yeah.
I think that says it all, Phil.
Emily and Danny were prepared to put their stamp on a place, but this was a step too far.
Hopefully I'll have more luck, though I'm searching with 30 grand less in budget than you, Phil. We may only be 19 miles from Emily and Danny, but it means I'm showing Nicola and Tony properties over 400 square foot smaller.
And property 1 was no good because it was too small. The odds are stacked against you.
Which is why you're coming to help. The next property is bigger and in a great location. They'll have to use their imagination.
All I want you to do when you go into this house is think about the space.
Okay.
Yep. Not the decor.
Yeah, taking the first property into consideration, I'm going into this house with
An open mind.
With an open mind and being
Often easier said than done, but let's see if we can do it. Come on.
I was hoping Tony would say that. Phil, I think you could be my lucky charm.
We found this great house in their dream location of Saltburn. It's a charming seaside town that's popular with young families because of good schools and an active community.
It's no surprise then that property here is around 40 grand more expensive than where we were in Marsk, making it harder to find them the space they want for their money.
But this 3-bed ex-local authority house is right on budget at £122,500.
So, front room, which is really large, and all you need to do is strip out that wallpaper. It's a really big separate
Simple
room.
job for you, Tony.
Simple job. Simple job.
Yeah.
But this house sings when you see the family kitchen. So come avec moi.
Come avec moi.
Oh, wow. It's a family-friendly kitchen.
Yes.
And it's at the heart of a big house. And you know what? Okay, so it has a blue floor, wooden cupboards, blue surface, rainbow tiles.
But coming in and seeing massive hallway, living room, proper family kitchen.
It is quite a size, isn't it?
It's got the size and the location,
Yeah.
but it's missing that third one, which is condition.
For me, it hasn't got that. I'm not too sure.
What hasn't it got?
I don't know.
It's not the most charming or architecturally interesting of houses, but it delivers on the space and on the town and on the budget.
Yeah.
This house could be their pot of gold at the end of the rainbow tiles, but neither of them are looking convinced.
Come on, Tony, we'll leave the girls in there.
Yeah.
Yattering onto each other. It's a decent garden out the back, yeah?
It is. It has got a good size. And the fact that we'd be able to see Lucas from the kitchen is a plus. It does tick all the boxes, but I'm just not too sure.
What do you think's the clincher?
Just decor and things, and I know you're telling me now we can see past that, but I don't think Tony will. I mean, I'm finding it hard to see past it. Perfect size, perfect location. It's just the condition.
OK, maybe Phil has worked some magic with Tony.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure, Kirstie. Tony's definitely struggling on this one.
I know you've come close, or perhaps I should say Nicola's come close.
She has.
And you've been a little bit hesitant. How has that been between the two of you?
We do tend to argue quite a bit. I've got these barriers put up and...
We've got to knock them down.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we could still be having this conversation in another 3 months.
Sure.
And that's just not doable, is it?
We can't carry on.
No.
They just can't see the potential here. Time for crisis talks. Where's Phil?
Come and join me in my caravan.
You've never let me into your trailer before, Mr. Spencer. What
If only.
an honour.
This is good, isn't it?
It's really good. Do you think this is for sale? Because I'd buy it.
This is perfect.
I'd also buy the house.
It's a fantastic house.
It's
but
a fantastic house.
they're not seeing it.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with young people today?
Oh, don't be like that.
No, but it's true. I mean,
They just don't have any vision.
It is a good size, but I just don't think we can take on, you know, all the cosmetic work there is to be done.
If this is where they want to be, that is the right house for them, and they will work that out themselves.
do you think?
There's no need of you telling them till you're blue in the face, because they won't take it right now. If you tell them by the end of tomorrow,
So
they
deep
would have got
breath.
used to you and
Deep breath.
taken it.
Cheeky so-and-so.
It's just too much. It's too much.
I agree.
Oh, there they are. Hiya.
Hey up.
Hi.
Right then.
So what's it to be?
I don't think we can take it on, honestly. It's like stepping into a time warp, I think. And I don't think we can bring it to the future. I think it's too much for us.
Sorry, Kirstie.
You can't even make it just a maybe.
Do you therefore accept you can't live in Saltburn?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
It's got to be more than...
Yeah, well, yes then. Yeah.
Are you sure?
If this is the best money can buy within our budgets, then yes, we're willing to forget about Saltburn.
Fine.
Come on, you lot, we've got other properties to see.
We're making progress, Kirstie.
Can't make progress if you're going backwards.
This week, I'm with jewellery entrepreneur Emily and her graphic designer boyfriend Danny. They're looking for space and suburban style.
And I'm with Nicola and Tony, who want to walk straight into the perfect pad. Don't we all?
And this picky pair are proving hard to please. I've had straight no's from them at both the properties I've shown them so far.
And I'm finding it just as difficult to combine Emily and Danny's requirements to find a home that pleases everyone. Here's hoping my next offering gets me back in the game. So far, I've stuck close to sister Jess, who runs the jewellery business with Emily, and who needs to get to work easily with a new baby. But I want to show Emily and Danny what's on offer elsewhere, so I'm bringing them north to the suburb of Norton.
This pretty village could offer Danny and Emily a vibrant lifestyle within walking distance.
It's only 4 miles from Emily's sister, but I'm already sensing some unease.
You're holding back, Emily.
No, I'm not sure. I think it's just in the wrong direction for Jess to come to her. But the house could change my mind completely.
Yeah. Well, here we are, Victorian Terrace.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful street. 150 years old, stack full of character.
It's just what we would go for.
After you. This is going to be interesting. It's a good one.
This Victorian terrace is bursting with period features, and the decor is more up-to-date than Property 2, so no major work required.
On the market at £155,000, it has 3 bedrooms, a large kitchen, and with a little TLC, a garden fit for a puppy.
And I think the dining room would be perfect for Emily's office.
Now, what do you think you might be able to do in here?
It's actually loads
quite a
bigger
large
than I
space, isn't
expected.
it?
Yeah.
And the fireplace is beautiful.
Fireplace is beautiful. There's a hatch through there to the kitchen. If this was...
Feed me my dinner.
Yeah, except, well, if this could be an office.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can already see how much storage there can be.
Let's carry on. OK. Keep seeing some more.
By travelling just 4 miles further from Fairfield, Danny and Emily's budget would buy them almost 300 square feet more living space than at Property 1.
You're getting a bigger house with a lot more character and I think greater quality for the same price.
And Norton is a nice area in parts, isn't it?
Yeah, it just still worries me a little bit to move that much further away, but
It's
I'm
only
going to have
down
to
the
get
road.
over that, aren't I?
Yeah.
Well, someone's got to get over it. Either you've got to deal with it and Jess has to travel 3.5 miles to come to work in the morning. Or, you know, we go back where we came from.
Yeah. Some compromises are going to have to be made, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would quite like to see the rest of it before we make a decision.
You've heard enough from me. Help yourself upstairs.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting the impression Danny rather likes this, but Emily's definitely struggling with the concept of being that much further away from her sister. It's tough. I'm glad it's not my decision.
The house is absolutely gorgeous, but does it make up for the fact that it's further away from Jess?
Is that distance too much, do you think, or...?
Yeah, and it's still not quite perfect, is it?
It's a shame because it's a really nice house.
It is.
It's obvious who's in charge here, but I'm not sure Emily's got her priorities right, and I don't want her to rule out this great house for the wrong reasons.
Across the laneway here is a little secret garden. The only thing that I'd kind of just caution you with, if you like, is putting too much emphasis on your sister and her commute.
Of course, yeah. I think we forget that sometimes. I think my problem is I'm coming into each house and looking at it as an office first before a house and a home. And it's probably the wrong thing to do, really.
I think Emily's beginning to realise the complexities of her search and what's really important.
Does the office work for you next door?
I think it could work, but it's not perfect.
No.
Does it work better in the house that we first went to?
Yeah, that first house, the space was really light and airy, but I like this house better.
So you prefer this house, but the office works better in house number 1?
Yes.
Yeah. Where would you prefer to live in terms of position?
We'd prefer to be in Fairfield, I think.
We would, yeah.
But we won't get a house as pretty or as old or for this price in Fairfield or Hartford.
OK, it's not easy, but we're getting there. We're learning as we go.
OK.
You've really confused them with this one, Phil.
3 properties down, and I think I need to take them back to where they know. Being close to Jess is the most important thing, and I've got an exciting prospect for them.
Well, you know where we are, don't you?
Yeah. Jess's house?
Jess's house! So this is the epicentre of our search, if you like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to get as close to her as possible. Have either of you got a stopwatch?
I have, yeah. Me too.
OK. Well, start your watches, because we've got a house nice and close. Ready?
Go.
Go. This way. What's the time?
1 minute 50.
1 minute 50,
1 minute
so
50, start.
under 2 minutes walk.
Yeah.
You could get this house. You look as though you don't believe it. Are you sure?
There's the proof.
No, I don't think we could ask for much closer, could we?
And with any luck, there's a friend of mine waiting for us inside. Come on in and see if Kirstie is here. Welcome, welcome.
I've hit the jackpot with this semi-detached on the same road as Jess, with 3 bedrooms, a good potential space for the office and a large garden. It's just come onto my radar as it's being sold at auction. And with a starting bid of just under 120 grand, Emily and Danny could bag a bargain.
Thousands of properties are sold at auction each year. It can be a fast and efficient process. So for vendors looking for a quick sale, this is the perfect option.
It is tired and it needs a lick of paint. But in terms of space and location...
It ticks the boxes, yeah.
Yeah. To me, I'm thinking, unless you got it for 130, 135, because there's...
You need that extra money to modernise it a little bit.
I mean, that's the thing with these things. You might be able to get it for that.
When buying at auction, it is important to view the property and to do your research prior to the sale. Decide on your top figure and stick with it.
Emily and Danny would have to keep back part of their budget to cover additional costs, like the reservation fee, which is paid to the auction house, and in this case is 5% of the final price.
The thing about this house is that it has enormous potential. You've got the office space, it's off the kitchen, your sitting room is a separate room.
Yep. The only thing that puts me off is the amount of work to do to it.
It does need work, there's no doubt about that. How hands-on is Danny on the DIY front?
I don't think I've really seen him do much handy stuff. I hope he's good. It's always a positive trait in a man, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You need a man who can do DIY.
Emily has undoubtedly led the search for this young couple's first home, but I'm very aware Danny's got to be happy too.
We're here because of Jess, basically, across the way. Is there such a thing as too close?
I think as long as Emily's happy, I'm happy.
You really mean that?
Yeah, I really do, yeah.
OK, good man. Well, we better see if Emily's happy.
That girl's got her head screwed on so tight.
She's a sensible girl, isn't she?
She is a sensible girl.
Yeah.
She wants to have Jess at work as much as possible, and she reckons this house is the best way to do it.
This house?
Yeah, she thinks it needs a lot of work and that she's slightly perturbed by that, but she can get it for the right price.
Yeah.
She'll do the work. It's as simple as that. But it's fine.
It is daunting for them, and I'm determined to help them make the right decision, but just at the moment, I'm just not learning anything from Danny. He struggles to look at me, and he's not telling me anything. I'm not getting anywhere.
Well, I struggle to look at anything apart from his earlobes, so I know the feeling. Bless Danny. But really, is he the decision maker in all of this?
No, he's not.
Yeah, so don't worry. We never worry what the husbands think anyway.
Why am I not surprised?
It's perfect. I think, in terms of location and size, it's absolutely perfect.
So...
Smiling.
Smiling.
Definitely smiles here.
Yeah, I think we like it.
Yeah, I think we do, yeah.
I think the fact it's just down the road from Jess.
The amount of space
it's huge.
does it for me.
And I think the fact that there's a possibility we might get it for cheap is like...
There's things need doing to it.
But it's exciting. You can do it over a period of time. There's tons of space to play with. It can be an office house, a party house, you know...
Don't say baby. Don't go there.
I'm not going to say baby. Jess is the one having the baby.
I did that one. I was
Jess is the one having the baby.
I can see that coming.
No. I haven't said it. Have I said anything about babies? No.
She's been very restrained.
Now I need to be anything but restrained. With one last go at finding Tony and Nicola their instant family home, I'm taking a risk and bringing them 4 miles up the coast from Saltburn to Redcar, an area they've had reservations about.
Morning.
Morning.
Lovely weather for ducks. I'm sheltering under the porch.
Can't blame you.
Redcar. What's your feelings about Redcar?
Was not on our top places where we wanted to live.
No, absolutely not. But we've got our 3 things, haven't we? We've got size, condition and location.
Okay.
Yesterday we had location and size. Today we've got condition and size.
Right, yep.
Okay.
Just come in and see what you think of the house.
You're a brave woman taking a gamble like this on the last house. I just hope it pays off.
Leave it to me. This semi-detached house is on at £124,950. That's nearly £5,000 over budget, but I think there's a deal to be done. It has 3 bedrooms, a good-sized sitting room, and the pièce de résistance.
Now, first things first. I know what your priorities are, Tony, and I listen to you.
I love it.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow. Dining room table, and big space actually.
Wow, I'm impressed. It's lovely.
Yeah.
I like it, Kirstie. It's really nice.
Oh, Tony. Oh, look, he's smiling like a Cheshire cat.
They're both looking pretty excited about this one. Well done, Kirstie.
Now, this house was on the market at 170,000. It's a real indication of how things have taken a hit.
Wow.
It's now on at 124,950. They would take 120. So it's at the top of your budget.
Yeah.
But
It's worth it.
Good job.
Yeah. Oh.
Look at him, he's cheered up no end.
I know, I can't believe it.
I know. Okay, fingers crossed for the kitchen.
Smiles all round here.
Bit of a galley kitchen, but much better than last time.
Oh, yeah.
The only real thing against it is that you don't have your friends and family nearby, or so nearby.
Yeah, no, that's not... Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now it's not so much of an issue, is it?
You are a changed man, Tony.
I've never actually seen Tony like this before.
Really?
Yeah.
Go and have a look upstairs.
Okay.
I hope that I will not hear squeals of horror when you get upstairs.
Okay.
Thank you.
With the way this is going, that seems unlikely.
Tony's looking so happy, and Nicola's looking so happy that Tony's looking happy.
I love the dining room, the living room.
Wow.
Just neutral colours, you know.
We haven't cracked it so spectacularly as that for ages.
So, what do you think of upstairs?
I like it very much.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I want
absolutely.
it.
No, you're kidding me.
Yeah, I do.
Perfect, that's it.
Yeah.
Sorted.
That's it, sorted.
Done.
house,
Done.
yeah.
Usually, we say to people it's important to do a second viewing because of X
Yeah.
and Y and Z, but I'm slightly struggling at this point
Yeah.
because you have come out and you've just said, right,
Yeah.
No, yeah.
I want it.
No,
We're good to go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're good to go, and I'm thinking, right, no time like the present.
Yeah, no. I mean, we just need to get things rolling now. We like the house. We think.
Do it before it gets put off.
Yeah, and if you could get it within our budget, we'd just be so happy and really chuffed.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled to bits. We can't actually make an offer standing in the conservatory of said house, so we need to go somewhere where we can make an offer.
Brilliant. Let's
So-
do this. Okay.
At Pray 2.
Après tout.
Do you mind the 2? Is that 2? No. Where did Tony the Tiger come from? That is a turnaround and a half. I didn't see that coming, but I'm running to catch up.
A new day in Stockton, and Emily and Danny have thought hard about which property offers them the best home office combo. They've opted to revisit the last property on the same road as Sister Jess.
And as a significant part of this search, they've brought her along for a second opinion, especially as the girls' jewellery business will be based here.
Let's just think what you need in the office in terms of your furniture and kind of position it where you put the desks, and how would you make it work?
I think it'd be lovely to have our main working area in the conservatory. There's so much natural light. It's like perfect.
And then use this part as storage and
like with all the alcoves, there's loads of potential for it to all be built in and stuff, isn't there? So yeah, it's ideal, isn't it?
it's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Take some time, wander upstairs, and really think about how you live in it and what you would need to do in the short term. There's loads that you do in the longer term. What would you do on moving in, and then we can work out what it'll cost.
Okay.
Yeah. Help yourself. Go for your life. It's really nice to meet Jess, finally. I feel like she's been in the background the whole time, and her opinion's seriously going to count. So what happens up there now matters.
Do you like it as much now we've come back?
Yeah, I think I do. I'm glad we've come back for a second viewing. Sometimes it's not what it was the first time.
Exactly, yeah.
But no, I still feel
Had
like...
time overnight to really take it in and assess the situation, haven't we?
Yeah. But no, I still like it. Yeah, I'm quite excited.
Good find.
Yes.
Can they get it for the right money? Can they afford to buy it and do the work? Will they go to auction? Will they try and do a deal before the auction? I don't know. It's still all to play for.
Well done, Phil. This house is perfect for them, and Jess seems happy too.
But it's not champagne and party poppers just yet.
And as fast as you could say 3-bed semi in Redcar, it's down to me to get Tony and Nicola the house they fell in love with at first sight.
You strode out of that house with a purpose the like of which I've never seen. You want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, to secure it, we probably would have to go in at the maximum of your budget, which is 120.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. We think it's worth every penny.
This is the speediest thing I've ever known. Oh, hello, it's Kirstie. I have a very excited client who's very keen on the house. In fact, I've never seen anyone so enthusiastic so fast about a house ever. Their top budget is 120. Okie doke, thanks so much. Okay, brilliant, bye.
Nicola and Tony have offered everything they have for this house. They've come so far, I just hope it's enough.
And in Stockton, Emily and Danny have a big decision ahead. The property in Fairfield's to be sold at auction, which brings with it the risk of being outbid. I really want to help them get the house, so I've hatched a plan.
I want to try and play a little game on your behalf. If I was to ring the auctioneer and say, look, you're good buyers, you're happy to make a bid, but equally you're just as happy to turn up to the auction. If I can encourage him to give you a figure that he would sell it at pre-auction, I can put it to you and you'll decide whether you want to pay it or not.
Okay, yeah.
I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
Interesting.
What would it take to do a deal before the auction?
Excited.
Appreciate your help. Thanks, Ben. Cheers. Bye-bye. Well...
How'd that go?
We've got a figure. It's 137,800. If you can come up with that, put your reservation fee down, it'll take it off the market. It won't go to auction and nobody else will see it. It's yours.
You happy with that?
Amazing. Can we squeeze any more out of that or not?
I don't think we should try. I think
don't
he
think we
really
should.
has done the decent thing.
I think that's a more than fair price, really. I think it's worth every penny of that, isn't it?
It is, for the amount of space that's in that house.
Your gamble now is you take that figure or you tip up with the auction and hope you might get it for less.
While Emily and Danny think through their next move, the wait is almost over for Nicola and Tony.
Hello. Andrew, thank you so much for calling me back. That was quite swift. Wow. That is really good news. That is such good news. Thank you so much, Andrew. I might be forced to have a drink. Okay. That's it. Offer accepted. 120,000. It's yours.
I can't believe that Tony has actually decided on a property.
I know, Tony the Tiger. No.
Sure, yeah.
So this is to fast decision making. Many congratulations.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you ever so much.
Great result, Kirstie. As for Emily and Danny, they've reached an important decision.
Would you like to go to the auction or would you like to do a deal?
I think we should just
I
go
think we
ahead.
should take it at that, snap his hand off at that.
Because we need a house and we need to be at that office in 2 months, 2.5 months' time.
Should have it at that, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
Happy?
Yeah.
Do a deal?
Yeah.
Well done!
137,800 is a good price, and it leaves money in the pot to do it up.
Ben, it's Phil Spencer again. All right, yeah, good, thank you. We've just had lengthy chats at this end, and although it is seriously squeezing the pips in terms of what they would be prepared to pay for the house and affordability as well, we think it's a fair figure and they'll pay it. So, deal done, please. Fantastic. Very happy at this end. Thanks for your help. Cheers, Ben. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Well done, you guys.
Thanks a lot.
He's going to email you the reservation form right now. Nobody else will see it. It won't go to auction.
That's amazing.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
I tell you, that has turned out far better than I ever thought. We're going to have to fill these up, aren't we?
Yeah.
Cheers.
All this successful house buying is thirsty work.
Unfortunately, Emily and Danny can't crack open the champagne yet, as a few days after their offer was accepted, the owner of the house decided not to sell after all. But now they know what their money can get them, and so close to Sister Jess, I'm quite sure these two will be settled soon. Over at Redcar, things are looking sunnier for Nicola and Tony.
It was just amazing getting the keys, turning the door, coming in. It's lovely to own our first home together.
Lucas owns the house straight away, running around. There's so much space, it's going to be great for him.
These two now have a wonderful family home, and they're starting to realise the location wasn't that much of a compromise, even though it initially made someone particularly nervous.
I was quite happy to look, to see what was going on. Tony, on the other hand, did not want to get out the car. He sat at the top of the road and said, I just want to go home. There's no point, I don't want to be in Redcar.
I always say it's not a viewing if you're online or in the car.
One of the key features I wanted in the house was a separate dining room, which Kirstie didn't quite understand at first.
Hands up, I can admit when I'm wrong. This house has a dining room and everything else they wanted.
I just remember seeing Kirstie at the front door there, and she welcomed us, and I could just see over her shoulder, and I was like, oh my God, this is a winner, I think. And it just turned out to be the perfect house. It was what you call in France a coup de cœur. You just fall in love with it straight away.
We have seen a few that I would have bought, and I'm glad that Tony did put me off them in the end, and we chose this one.
Just looking forward to
getting on with it.
Getting on with it, yeah. It's going to be great.
I'm so glad to see Nicola and Tony finally in a home of their own. Next time was searching for miracles.
I just don't feel that I'm in love with it.
This does not work for me.
And turning into psychics.
I know what's going through your minds right now, and I don't want to hear it.
We're in the wrong house.
Hopefully with a bit of teamwork.
If I say something, just agree with me, OK, and back me up.
We can work a little magic.
This week, it's all about great expectations.
Where do we park the cars? It hasn't got my heart.
The garden is a big issue.
I think the amount of work is putting me off.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Take your shirt off, bit of muscle, that's what lots of people would like to see.
But luckily, two great minds think alike.
You probably need a sensible, feminine attitude to this search.
Yeah, do you know anyone? This week it's all about balance, with a single mum juggling a whole host of different requirements.
And an active couple wanting storage for their kayaks, bikes, etc. And a garden, and parking, and a house.
And a house as well.
I know.
What do they think we are?
House hunters?
We're in the East Midlands, and it's a tale of two cities. Cosmopolitan Nottingham's links with textile production left this legacy of beautiful buildings.
And just 15 miles west is its smaller but equally charming neighbour, Derby.
This week, we're with two sets of renters hoping to get a new home.
I'm scouring the streets of Derby with John and Liz, who are looking for a property that fits their busy lives.
And I'm in Nottingham with single mum Jo, who's desperate to find a forever home for her and her two kids, 11-year-old Caitlin and 10-year-old Xander. Since her marriage ended, Jo's had 3 houses in the last 4 years. Now her current landlady's keen to sell, Jo's decided it's time to leave their rented house and get a home of their own.
We're ready to buy a house together. The kids are desperate to move into a family house.
And this location has one rather special draw.
Their dad passes through this area every evening after work. So he does actually get to pop in and see them every evening. So that is quite nice for them, because even though we've split up, they get to see their dad nearly every day.
Joe's craving a fresh start for all three of them. And with the kids keen to stay close to friends and their dad in Nottingham, but Joe's social circle being 15 miles away in Derby, there's a lot to consider.
I realise that whatever I do, the main consideration, they have to come first, because once they're sorted, then I can sort myself out.
Either city could work for this family, but the house has got to be right.
Caitlin says she quite fancies having a conservatory. One thing Xander really likes, he really quite fancies having an attic bedroom. And then it went a bit mad after that, and I've got a swimming pool and jacuzzi and, failing that, a pond.
Yikes, that's some wish list. Last time I looked, I was a property finder, not a fairy godmother.
I don't know, Phil. If anyone can pull off the sparkly wand and tutu look, it's surely you.
Joe, I understand where you're currently renting. Xander has a very, very small bedroom, and that's a key motivation, if you like.
Yes, his bedroom isn't actually a bedroom. It was marketed as a study, the room he's in at the moment. It's absolutely tiny, and he's rapidly growing now. He's really thoroughly fed up with the situation.
And with her rental home about to go on the market, there's no time for us to beat about the bush.
The budget's 160,000, I understand.
Yes.
And what are the issues you're trying to balance out? I mean, I know you work in Nottingham.
I do, yes.
Your ex is in Nottingham.
Yeah. The other side I'm looking at is the fact that most of my friends in the Midlands do actually live in Derby, which is about 30 minutes bus ride away from the centre of Nottingham.
So does that leave you considering Derby as well as Nottingham?
For my own personal happiness, I think I'd be happier in Derby, but for the children's happiness, I think they'd be happy with the routine they've got now. There is a lot to consider, I do realise that.
Well, we're not going to find it sat here in the rather beautiful spot having a cup of coffee, so we should make a start.
We should.
Joe has a top budget of 160 grand. She's hankering after a family home that will make all three of them happy. It's got to have 3 decent-sized bedrooms, a garden, and be in Nottingham or Derby. Joe's tired of being pushed from pillar to post, but demand among renters has never been greater. In Nottingham, there's been around a 20 to 25% increase in rentals in the last 2 years, which means a lot less movement in housing stock. So I'm going to have to pull out all the stops to find the cream of the crop here and in Derby.
While Phil's searching across 2 cities, I'll be focused on delightful Derby. Teaching assistant John and his IT manager wife Liz are adrenaline junkies with a passion for the outdoors. This couple have kayaks, canoes and 6 bikes to their name, so it's no surprise that their old house was bursting at the seams. They sold up 18 months ago and have been renting while they search for their dream home.
We cycle, we walk a lot, we've done some high-grade trekking in the mountains. I run a lot. John will come with me occasionally, won't you, dear? But not as a rule.
And a long-time hobby of mine, kayaking in its various guises, whether river, sea or surf.
All that talk of sporting prowess and the sight of that garage stuffed to the rafters is making my head spin. So it's nice to know that Liz's love of the outdoors includes a few gentler activities closer to home.
Well, I love gardening so much that essentially we're looking for a garden with a house in it. I used to hate gardening when I was a child, because as a child it meant weeding and doing as you were told. But once I got a house of my own and I could actually potter out there and do what I wanted to do, I really got a love for it.
And I've taken on the role of weeding and doing as I'm told.
These two are desperate to live the good life, but living in rented accommodation means they're limited in what they can do. It's time for me to find out why such a proactive pair still haven't found their perfect pad.
Why 18 months down the line do you think it hasn't happened?
We've walked away from 3 or 4 otherwise excellent houses because of the road noise.
Obsession with road noise is my thing too. We've got the desire for a large garden, the need for the storage, and we've got the road noise. Is that our sort of triangle of desire, as it were?
I think that's the starting essentials,
yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, John, that makes my heart sink. That's the starting essentials.
The storage doesn't have to be there. is there's room for us to build it. So we're not scared of renovation or building work. It's what we want to end up with what we've defined. We don't have to find it all to start with.
A dynamic duo undeterred by demolition work. I think you may have met your perfect match, Kirstie.
Why am I not feeling quite as optimistic as you, Phil? Liz and John could stretch their budget upwards if they find the perfect property. But ideally, they want to spend £360,000, and for that, they want a huge garden, preferably south or west facing, and a detached property in Derby with at least 3 double bedrooms, tons of storage space, and absolutely no road noise. How does my challenge compare with yours, Phil?
Well, I've got a situation I've certainly never dealt with before. Single mum.
Yeah.
Would like a fresh start herself, probably in Derby, but actually the children's life is in Nottingham. She works in Nottingham, her ex is in Nottingham. I don't know which way it's going to go.
Well, you have to remember that the kids will eventually leave home.
Well, they're only 10 and 11. I think they want to stay in Nottingham and she wants to live in Derby.
Oh, okay.
Where does that leave me? Stretched. How about you?
I am quite pessimistic. It seems to me that the garden is her thing, the storage is his thing.
Okay.
It's working out the dynamic between them that is going to be the difficult thing.
Good luck.
Thanks, Phil. Well, we can't sit around in nice coffee shops all day. We've both got extremely tough searches ahead.
My house hunter Jo currently lives in Nottingham, and although it's not her dream area, this cosmopolitan location has got lots to offer.
I think the schools are good here. We think the shops are fantastic.
Good transport with the trams that's going out further.
There's so many young people and it's a great place to be.
And it's also affordable. The average price for a house in Nottingham is just under £90,000, a whopping 46% lower than the national average. But with house hunters with such specific wish lists, there's no way we can rest on our laurels.
For my first house, we're going 4 miles northeast of Nottingham to Gedling. The kids will love this location, and I think the house has got the space to seduce Jo to stick with Nottingham.
Well, I thought we'd start with this one, Jo, because it's in Gedling where you currently live. What do you make of that?
I am pleasantly surprised. I've never actually visited this part of Gedling before, I'll be honest with you. But it's got beautiful views from here.
Yeah.
A lot of green space to look at, so it's nice.
Good. And you're happy enough with the look of the place?
Yeah, I'd like to see inside.
Good. Let's do exactly that.
This 70s property has got 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, so squabbles over space will be a thing of the past. It's almost 10 grand over Jo's 160,000 budget, but it's come down in price, so if she's tempted to go for Gedling, I'm confident I can clinch a deal to bring it in on target.
So we've got living room here, stairs up the side, quite a generous room, I thought.
Yeah.
But it leads through into here, where we've got kitchen, separate utility room, dining room and a conservatory.
Conservatory, my daughter will be happy.
What are your thoughts on the living space?
Yeah, I like the front room. It's got a really nice feel as you come into the front room. The kitchen area is nice. I like the fact it's got a utility room as well, because it is nice to have your washing machine and everything out of the way.
Downstairs has the thumbs up, and I think it should stay positive upstairs.
Well, this is where the house excels, because we've got 2 bathrooms.
Wow, that's a nice size.
Yeah. Not only you can get 2 bathrooms, you get 4 bedrooms.
Crikey.
This is the 4th.
I wasn't expecting a 4th bedroom, to be honest with you.
Well, cracking size and location, but at almost £170,000, it is 10 grand over Jo's budget.
It's been on for 7 months.
Yeah.
There's definitely a deal to be done.
I don't really want to stretch myself. My budget is my budget. I don't really want to go much higher than that.
Yeah.
As a forever family home, this house has loads to offer. In spite of its lack of swimming pool and jacuzzi, the kids will be smitten by the space. But first, it has to convince Jo.
You've had a bit of time in it now. Does it excite you?
It's not made me feel really, really excited. I can see how it would work very well, though, as a family home for the 3 of us. But it hasn't got my heart, I would say that.
So it seems nothing short of falling in love will do. Not much for a girl to ask. Over to you, Phil.
I'm in Nottingham with Jo Beck, a hard-working mum of 2. She longs to give her children the stability of a family home. But with Jo wanting one thing and the kids another, I'm in for a challenge.
And I'm in Derby with John and Liz. He wants a huge garage for the equipment that goes with his hobbies, and she longs for a peaceful garden. But where are they actually going to live?
The first house I showed Jo gave her everything she asked for, but the style didn't make her heart sing. So I hope my next number strikes a better note.
We're starting just outside Derby, which has rolling countryside right on its doorstep. So it's easy to see why my active pair love this location. In my quest to find John and Liz a garden with a house in it, I'm stretching our search. We're heading to Kilburn, 9 miles north of the city. And just in case they have a paddy about the postcode, my right-hand man is here to help.
Ooh, I know. Ooh, I like the look of it too. There's something really attractive about this house.
It's a nice window.
It's a very nice window. It's a very nice garage.
What do you both think of the look of the place?
It's a very pleasing appearance.
Yeah, certainly very pretty.
How do you feel about distance from Derby? It's probably a 45-minute bike ride.
I think I just have to have a look at a map and see just where we are. It's sometimes not so much the distance, but how you cover it, what the roads are like.
How safe it is.
If they're prepared to give this location a go, I think this quirky house offers everything they're after. It's got 3 bedrooms, a double garage, and a massive 10,000 square foot garden. It's on at £310,000, which is 50 grand under budget, leaving them plenty in the pot to give the inside a bit of a makeover.
Initial feelings coming in?
It's so completely different from anything I'd imagined.
Exactly.
It is big.
It's big. It's a generous, sociable house.
Well, I like milling about space. Somewhere you can stand and chat with a drink. There's lots of room for that.
Tell me now, which bit are you curious to see next?
The garden.
You want? Okay, well, I will take John to see the bedrooms.
And I'll leave the easy stuff to you, Phil, like showing off the beautiful garden.
If you wanted a garden with a house in it, Liz, this could be
yes,
it, couldn't
absolutely.
it? Yeah.
I've got room for my vegetable patch and my swing and my raspberry canes and all the things I've always said I want.
Okay.
Fingers crossed the inside has everything John's after too.
What is your feeling at this stage?
The size of the place will meet the bill. Bedrooms are fine, downstairs space is also good.
Well, I'd like to deliver.
Yeah, but yes, in fact, it's such a difference from what we've already seen. I've still got this.
Are you struggling to get your head around it?
Yes.
So far, so good.
How do you feel coming a bit further out of Derby?
The distance from Derby may be an issue. John works in Derby and he loves to cycle to work, and I love him to cycle to work because he's so much nicer to be with when he's on his bike every day.
So the location is proving a challenge, but hopefully the garage will clinch it.
Oh, power door. All mod cons.
Yeah.
I think a chap's heart could desire.
And bags of space for all their stuff.
Bikes, boats.
North facing, so the wine cellar stays cooler.
Perfect.
I just hope it's big enough to help them get over the location.
You've done very well with this. It's a great start.
I think it's a very good start. I think it could really suit them.
310, well in budget. Job's a good one.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Early lunch.
No, there's still work to be done, Phil. I need to find out if the garage gets John's seal of approval.
Is it big enough?
Yes, it is.
It
yes,
is.
Yes.
Few. The hesitations are the distance to Derby and...
I've been listening very carefully to noise.
Yeah.
I think it's manageable.
I think so.
Been a good start.
Yes. It's on the short list. It should stay on the short list.
Wow.
Well, it's a very short list at the moment. It's only got one on it.
So it was the right space, but can my couple learn to love the location?
My house hunter Jo failed to fall for my first Nottingham number, so I'm hoping my next period house in Nottingham's Netherfield has all the charm she desires.
We have got a busy road.
Yes.
But in return for the busy road, we could get you a Victorian house. You live on a busy road at the moment, don't
I do live on a busy road at the moment. It's not really been too much of an issue, to be honest with you.
And I noticed it has got double glazing.
Yes. Come on in.
What House 1 lacked in character, this Victorian terrace has got it in spades. There are 3 decent-sized bedrooms, one of which is an attractive attic room. It's priced at 130 grand, which is 30 under Jo's budget. But will it give her that special feeling?
How do you feel being in a much older place?
I feel happier in this house than I did the last one. If it's got a much nicer feel about it.
Well done, Phil. You're back on track.
And I'm hoping the room at the top will please Jo's 10-year-old son, Xander.
Surely a dream room. There's a little desk round the corner, so it goes on.
It goes on forever, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of room up here, actually, isn't there?
Why does he like attic rooms?
I think it's because he's got the chance to escape from his mum and his sister and the cat. That is also female. He's the only male in the house. Poor chap.
I totally get Xander's need to escape the strong women in his life, but I feel for Jo too.
It's very difficult for Jo because she's got so much going on. She's trying to make sure that the kids are happy. She's trying to be happy herself. She's trying to do the right thing. I'm desperate to try and help, but at the moment I'm not sure whether I am. I hope I'm doing the right thing. What's going through your mind now?
I can see the 3 of us living here. I can see where items of my furniture would fit in this house.
And does it do anything for you in the heart?
This one does, actually.
Oh, good.
It does. It feels
Good.
a lot more exciting in my soul than the previous one did.
A little bit of soul goes a long way. Sounds like you're in the right groove now, Phil.
I think this house has got the best reaction Nottingham's going to get from Jo. So that's 1 in the running. And it now remains to be seen what Derby can deliver in comparison.
John and Liz loved the space in my peaceful property number 1, but the location was out of their comfort zone. So for my next house, we're sticking closer to home. We're in Littleover, a popular Derby suburb they know and love. Now, this little cottage is completely private. It doesn't currently have a garage, but there's obviously a huge amount of potential in that area.
Yeah.
Location?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Good part of town, yes.
Yeah. Yes, wow. I think on perfect and a great part of town, we will move into the house.
Excellent.
I'm not asking for more than perfect.
Crikey, I can see I'm going to have to raise my game to match that kind of reaction.
You will indeed, Pip, because this detached house is bursting with potential, inside and out. The driveway and carport at the front could become a boy's domain. The house itself has 4 decent-sized bedrooms, 3 reception rooms, and out at the back there's a west-facing garden that Liz will love. It's on the market at offers over £299,000, leaving the money to build the bespoke garage of John's dreams. And I've got ideas for making the most of the inside. At the moment, there's quite a wee kitchen. So I think you'd want to bring the kitchen out here more, and because this is really lovely.
Yes.
Was that a sigh of happiness? It's nice, isn't it? Positive?
Very.
Very, OK. Liz looks really cheery.
And emotional too. Have you just found Liz's dream home?
The potential for a good-sized kitchen overlooking a good-sized garden. I don't want much more from life than that.
John, feel free to explore the bedrooms. I'm not going to prevent Liz from going into the garden for any longer.
Yes.
So, Liz, it is lovely, this garden.
No, it's lovely. Really lovely.
Is it all about the garden for you?
It's not all about the garden. The garden's come to dominate the search because it's so hard to find a house within our budget that's got a decent-sized garden. But the inside of the house is important as well. I love the kitchen here with the outlook onto the garden.
So at the moment, positive?
Positive. And now wondering what the upstairs is
OK,
like.
I'm going to let you go. Go on. Go, 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 go,
Lovely.
go, 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 go.
Thank you.
The garden's put a very positive spin on this place for Liz. But will John be as smitten?
How's the garden?
Gorgeous.
Oh, OK.
Absolutely
looks nice
gorgeous.
Up here. This is quite nice up here. But it's a proper room.
It is. And I love the fireplace.
Another good-sized room.
Yes.
From what I've seen so far, it's most attractive to look at.
Oh, that's very pretty.
That's a real love-in you've got going on, Kirstie. I think you're home and dry.
What are your feelings?
It's a smashing house with lots of character.
Where do we park the cars?
Oh, you can park them on the street. There's lots of parking on the street. Do you think that could be a deal breaker?
We're not so sure about the manoeuvring space we need for everyday living, I think.
Can you change the way you do it?
Can't change the way we live, no.
Oh dear, when did parking become such a big deal?
The drive is a worry. Love the house, love the garden. You've absolutely struck oil with that. So we just need to think about how we would make it work. But you can't take away from the fact it's a lovely house, and I'm really wrestling with the practicalities and what a nice house it is. OK, this time we'll...
So we found the house and garden for Liz, but not the driveway or garage for John. My search is far from over.
So far, I've found Jo a house where her kids want to be in Nottingham, but now I'm showing her what she can get for her money in her own dream spot of Derby. We've unearthed a fabulous period property in a cracking location close to the city centre. And with so much space to cover, I've called in the cavalry.
I realised last night, she actually herself really wants to be here in Derby. So I just don't think she was very excited about being in Nottingham.
You probably need a sensible, feminine attitude to this search.
Yeah, do you know anyone? Hi, Jo.
Hello.
This is my friend Kirstie.
Hi, nice to meet you.
And this is what we've come to see. You're going to need a little bit of vision.
OK.
It does need some cosmetic work.
There's no knocking down of walls or major structural work.
Come on then, let's get in.
Encouraging start, Phil. Let's hope the inside gets a similar reaction.
This handsome Victorian end of terrace is packed with period features. The 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and child-friendly attic do need some serious TLC, but the asking price reflects that. It's on the market at just under 133,000, which would leave Jo with 27 grand spare to tart it up.
Up the step into the very sizable dining room.
It is.
The kitchen's a bit of a galley kitchen. One of the bathrooms, and there are 2 of them, is at the end.
OK.
It's unfinished at the moment, but the vendor assures us he will finish it before it's sold.
Although many would relish the challenge of refurbing a period property, has our hard-working mum got the energy to take it on?
Obviously, the big issue for me is I'm on my own. I'd like to, but I just don't know. In all honesty, it's heart and head time again, isn't it?
Come and sit upstairs, because I think that the bedrooms might sway you one way or t'other.
This property could offer Jo and the kids a fresh start in a location that she loves. But I wonder whether she'll be prepared to follow the pull of her heart and see the potential of a doer-upper in Derby.
You've got master bed with bathroom en suite.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes. It's an interesting colour.
Yeah.
The work is mainly cosmetic, though that in itself can be scary.
If someone had just spent the weekend painting this room white.
I know. It's so sad.
But it's not, because you could have the opportunity, Jo.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just feeling that it's just so much work. So much work.
You would not get a house of this size, this close to town, if it weren't in this state.
Yeah. I know, as soon as we came to the front, I thought, yeah, this is a really nice area.
You can definitely do it. Definitely.
I like your faith.
Yeah. Have a look upstairs.
Thank you.
I've given it my best shot. Now it's over to you, Pip.
You up here, Jo?
I am, yes.
What do you make of it? All the bedrooms are pretty equal size.
They are. That's true, actually, and this is definitely a Xander room. I can see that.
So it's kind of Derby versus Nottingham.
Yeah.
House versus location.
Yeah. I could eat the house from Netherfield in this place.
Yeah.
But then it'd probably be costing an awful lot more money in this place, wouldn't it? That's fair.
You said
To be
it.
fair, yeah.
It's never easy, though, Jo. It's
Yeah.
never easy.
Yeah, you're right.
But with a little investment and a lot of paint, this house would look $1 million.
I think the difficulty here is that Jo would probably compromise on the house in order to live in Derby. But the thing is, the kids, in order for them to live in Derby, they'd want absolutely everything to be right in the house. So it's difficult.
Oh dear, I think Jo's facing quite a conundrum here.
Bit of a whistle-stop tour, Jo, but does the house score enough points?
In all honesty, I think the amount of work that needs doing is putting me off.
Would it help if I got some quotes together?
Oh, Phil, come on, leave the poor
Am I
lass alone.
clutching at
Come on,
straws?
you are.
I would get you some quotes.
Oh, would you? I would be
Yeah.
interested to know, actually. I really would.
Joe, are you indulging him, or do you mean?
No, I genuinely would be interested to know, because it just seems so much work, and I can't believe that it would ever be able to be done for the money that I've got available.
That's interesting.
OK, well, leave that with me.
OK.
Leave that with me.
I would be interested to know.
Ooh, twists and turns.
10 out of 10 for perseverance, Phil.
Always on hand to help a damsel in distress.
I'm in Derby, looking for a perfect, peaceful garden and a house to go with it.
And I'm with single mum Jo Beck, whose head and heart are pulling her in different directions.
For Jo, there are 2 houses in the running, in 2 different cities. A ready-made home in Nottingham and one with project potential in Derby. But there's another property yet to see, so it's still all to play for.
And I have one last stab at finding my peddling pair a house with bags of storage for his collection of canoes and a garden for her that is quiet, sunny and substantial. I'm taking John and Liz to Mickleover, a sought-after suburb 4 miles southwest of Derby, and the pressure is on. This is my last chance to find a house and garden they both fall for, and the weather isn't exactly helping me out.
Very quiet street.
Yes.
Right, okie doke. You've heard how quiet the street is. Come in
We'll
out
come
the
on
rain.
in. Thank you.
Very quiet outside, but lots to shout about inside. This house has more bedrooms, bathrooms and kitchens than my pair dreamt of, making it the perfect pad for entertaining. The garden is 100 feet long, bigger than their current plot, and offers bags of potential for redevelopment. Its northeasterly aspect is a compromise, but at 20 grand under their budget, there's a lot to get excited about.
It's got 5 bedrooms, 5 loos. It's got a dining room, 2 kitchens. The second kitchen would become the garage. They basically turned the garage into a second kitchen.
That's sad.
I know, John, that is a horrific idea, isn't it?
So you've delivered on location, inside space and garage potential. But now it's time to talk compromise.
A northeast-facing garden is quite a compromise. So what would you need to find in this house to balance out that compromise?
I don't know if I could actually define anything
that would be good enough.
Oh dear, this could be your fastest viewing ever.
John, if you suddenly discovered that that had a triple garage with double height storage and an already installed pulley system, would you be pleading with Liz to ignore the fact that the garden was northeast facing?
I've had it in my life, yes. No, the garden is a big issue.
It's good to see a couple sticking together.
And I'd appreciate a bit of solidarity from you at a moment like this.
Don't worry, Kirstie, you've been showing them good houses, but I think you know that's not the root of their problem.
Kilburn's too far away. Here is a no, and the cottage is John's no.
It's not. It's John's no, but I don't want to cast him as the baddie.
No, you're not.
If there was something I didn't like about it, he wouldn't force me.
You're both so conscious of the other one's needs that you never end up with a house because you're both being so nice to each other. No one's going to say, well, damn it, I want this house. And I'm thinking somebody's got to do that because I don't think the one that's exactly right at the budget is out there.
You've hit the nail on the head, Kirstie.
Yep, you can be too nice. But how do we make sure these nice guys don't get left behind?
We're looking at no revisits, but you have one unresolved situation.
We do. We put an offer in on a house some while ago, which was rejected. But the vendors have been in touch to say, are we still interested?
This is a house you put an offer on, and so it's gone further than anything I've shown you. So I think we need to look at it.
Well, there's still hope at least. And if we can get them into any new home, I'll be a happy house finder.
Back on my patch, Jo's torn between 2 cities. A property in Nottingham, which would please her kids, or a home in Derby, where her heart lies. It's a massive gamble, but I think I've found the solution. For my final property, I'm taking Jo to the town of Spondon. It's between Nottingham and Derby, so Jo would have the best of both worlds. It's got great transport links and family-friendly estates with loads of green space for the kids to roam free.
Here we are, Jo. This is what I brought you to see. It's about 8 or 9 years old. The setting I thought was quite special. It's obviously very family-orientated.
Quite like this aspect here, actually, with the green and the grass to play on. That's nice. But it's a really new build, isn't it? I don't think I've ever viewed such a new house. Worth a look, definitely.
Yeah. Good. Come on in.
This stunning house has 3 decent-sized bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a downstairs loo, so there'd be no fights for the facilities.
Its contemporary design should get Caitlin's vote, and I'm sure this garden could accommodate a boys' den for Xander.
Currently on at £157,500, this house is £2,500 under Jo's budget.
This house has the smallest living space of any of the houses that I'm showing you.
Yeah.
However, it has absolutely fantastic bedrooms. So, you know, this is a little bit tight in comparison with what we've seen. Too tight?
It's just one room, isn't it, really? Yeah. And that is a round table, and it's like quite a small round table as well.
You'd better have something pretty spectacular up those stairs, Phil.
This bedroom, which could be Caitlin's or Xander's, is pretty much the same size as the other one. So...
No arguments.
No arguments.
That's good news.
And they get a bathroom to themselves.
That should sort out the kids, but I've saved the best room for Jo.
And the master bedroom. What do you reckon?
It is a beautiful house, and I can see how it could work, but I'm not getting any flutterings.
No.
It's not all about a flashy finish, Phil. Sometimes all a girl wants is character and charm.
Have I overdone it here, Jo? You can be honest. I won't be offended.
I do love the bedrooms, but I do have issues with the downstairs, because it's near the top end of my budget.
Sure.
I kind of expect it to be a bit more perfect.
Don't try and make any quick decisions.
No.
Let's see what happens tomorrow.
Yes.
See where we get to. We're in a good place.
We are in a good place. I feel that once I've had a sleep, perhaps my dreams will sort it all out.
And if anyone can make Jo's dreams come true, it's you, Phil.
It's a new day for Jo, and there are 2 houses in the running. One that she likes in Derby, and one she thinks the kids will like in Nottingham. We're starting off in Jo's top spot of Derby, and I'm intrigued to hear what Caitlin and Xander will make of it.
I think it's a nice street.
Yeah?
It's quite a nice area.
And Xander, would you prefer Derby or Nottingham?
Not sure.
Be
really.
honest.
Honestly, I'm not sure.
OK, that's good. I'm glad you're being open-minded. Thank you very much, children.
The house is priced at $132,500, and I'm hoping the second viewing will help Jo decide if she's got the guts to take on the work. It's only 40 minutes from where they live now, still handy for Jo's work and for the kids to see their dad. This place could work for all of them.
Right, Caitlin and Xander, you are the jury for this house. Mum tells me you're quite creative, and you'll be able to see how and imagine how this would look different, because it does need... The floor needs finishing, all of the walls need painting, there needs to be carpets upstairs, I think the kitchen will be replaced. And on that note, I do have a quote today.
Oh, yes.
Basically, we're looking at a total cost for the works of just under £9,000.
The house is well under my budget anyway, so that sort of cost wouldn't be an issue.
That's encouraging. But what do the kids make of our DIY house in Derby?
What do you think so far, Xander?
It's quite nice so far, I think. I quite like it.
Oh, do you? Oh, that's good.
Promising start, Phil. Sounds like Derby and this house could grow on the kids as well as Jo.
Have a wander, go and look at the bedrooms, see which one you might like, and I'll catch up with you in a bit. I think it's great that the kids have been able to come, I really do, because it's a family house and Jo's so focused on them being happy and comfortable, because it is such a move and such a change in lifestyle for everyone. So I hope it goes well.
Fingers crossed that the room at the top of the house meets Xander's approval.
Yes.
What do you think of this?
It's nice. I think this room's quite nice, actually.
I think there's a little boy in here already, by the looks of it.
Xander's bagged his room, but I wonder what Caitlin thinks of hers.
I don't really like it.
What don't you like about this room,
I
Caitlin?
don't like the feel of it.
You don't like the feel of it? What, is that just because of the way it's decorated at the moment?
Well, you could sleep in Mum's room and you could sleep in here, Mum. Makes me feel weird. You could sleep
Do you prefer the one at the back?
Well, that's the bedrooms organised, but there's still a bit more work to do before this house could become home.
Although my first impression was it was going to be an awful lot of work, and I still do feel that, I'm also conscious of the fact it's exactly where I would have wanted it to be in Derby. And I can also see the potential for the property being really lovely and being worth a lot more as well by the time I'm finished.
And you're right, I think this close to the centre of Derby, 3 bedrooms, good-sized rooms, coats, paint, carpet.
Yeah.
I think you're in the money.
Yeah.
The second viewing has certainly helped Jo realise her heart belongs to Derby. But with another fabulous property still to see, this could go either way.
I'm just up the road with John and Liz. They've seen all 3 houses I had to offer and rejected them all. Liz liked house 2. John wasn't sold on the parking. So the front runner is now a house they'd already seen before they called on us for help. We're heading 3 miles north of the city to Allsopp, and they're taking me along to have a look. I'm keen to see how it compares to property 2.
Right, very interesting. It's slightly surprising. Well, I'll be interested to see inside, but I definitely would have been unsure about showing it to you because of the road noise. But the garage is strong.
Yes, I'm happy to compromise on the road. I'm good at compromising, yes.
I can see why John's in a good mood. This 4-bedroom detached property was made for him. It has a decent-sized garden, ample parking space for 2 cars, and a double garage that he could fill to his heart's content.
The vendor has indicated that John and Liz's £360,000 budget could secure it.
Lovely light room overlooking the garden, and it's in very good nick. You wouldn't have to do anything to it. What's your feeling on this, Liz? Because we know what John's attraction to this house is.
I love the garden. There's a lot that you can do out there, and it's south-facing, which is great.
But now Liz has seen my charming house number 2, how will this one compare?
It ought to be the right house, and it doesn't feel the way I'd like it to feel. But I can't put my finger on why.
I think it's because it was a 1930s house, and
it's not anymore.
And it's not anymore. It's the thing about 1930s houses, they have a sort of charm. And this has been, for the most part, taken out.
Uh-oh, John's gone quiet. Is the prospect of that double garage slipping away?
I think the problem is that the things that are going to have the more charm are probably always going to be a slight compromise on the garage. But something that's charming and cottagey, very rarely, unless you go out into the country, have a big bit to the side of the house. This may be one of the most difficult situations I've ever come across.
So sorry, Kirstie.
No, don't apologise. It's very interesting.
Seems even this house may not be right. I feel a little tough love from Kirstie might be on the cards. Brace yourselves.
We're in the East Midlands with a couple whose search for a house large enough for them and all their sporty stuff has been mission impossible.
And I'm with Jo, a single mum who's torn between 2 cities and 2 fabulous period properties. One in Derby, where her friends live, and one in Nottingham, where she's settled with the kids. This morning, Caitlin and Xander have joined us for a second look at the Nottingham house, and I want to know how they feel being on home turf.
I guess you guys know where we are, don't you?
Yay!
Yeah?
Netherfield.
Netherfield.
And what do you think of it round here?
I quite like it. It's a bit busy, but I like it.
So they love the location, but will they love the ready-made inside?
See what you think.
Oh, this is quite nice. I like the feel of it.
What did you think as you walked in?
I thought it was quite a nice house, really. Just in the hallway.
It has a hallway, the other house doesn't.
Yeah.
This one has a bigger kitchen. It only has 1 bathroom.
Yes.
The other house has 2.
Kitchens and bathrooms are grown-ups' business. Cut to the chase, Pip.
Go and have a look at the bedrooms. Equal size. One of them's in the attic.
Yeah.
My bedroom.
How did I know your hand would come up there, son?
There's lots to love in this house, but I know they could make a cracking job of the Derby house. And so this is all going to boil down to where the family want to live.
This is actually a very nice bathroom. You have a nice view. When you're taking a bath, you can just peek out the window.
It's an extraordinarily tough situation. The kids have been absolutely fantastic, and of course their opinions are valid and important, but I'm just not convinced that 10 and 11-year-olds can be the voice of reason. So I'm trying to help Jo as best I can. I think, although she's not saying it, I think she could really do with a fresh start herself, and that fresh start would be in Derby.
They seem like pretty clued-up kids to me.
Which house would you say your mum prefers?
I think she likes the Derby one. I think it's been obvious that she likes the Derby one more.
It's not really clear-cut because I love this house as well because I can see that it's been so beautifully done, and there'd be very little work for us here.
So it's going to be a tough call between two cracking properties in different cities. Now they have a decision to make as a family. You might be in location limbo, but my pair have decided that they don't like any of the properties they've seen, so they need to decide on their next move.
Thinking about your house hunt for 36 hours like this is helpful, but at this point, I'm no longer a help.
I think you've illuminated two things for us. One is the point about us, neither of us pushing the other.
No.
Which I hadn't thought about at all. And the other is validating, for me, my feeling about the Allsopp house. That if I took my tick list, I've got a tick in every column.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make my heart sing the way the Normanton house did.
I'd say we go back and look at the house in Normanton Lane in a day or three, taking it with your comments ringing in our ears.
So your efforts weren't in vain.
What you've done is change the game, and I think you've made us more open-minded about what we're looking for, and I think we understand better why it hasn't been working.
Let's drink to more open-minded house hunting. I definitely can drink to that.
John and Liz are continuing their hunt in Derby, and now they're more aware of what's been going wrong with their search. I don't think it'll be too long before they're in their new home.
After Jo and the kids spent a weekend in Derby, she rang to say they'd like to proceed with an offer on the Derby doer-upper. It's on the market at £132,500, and we've submitted a cheeky offer of £123,000. It's time for me to break some news.
Hello.
Hello, Jo, it's Phil.
Hello, Phil. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And you? Have you got the kids with you?
I have got the kids with me, yes.
Hi, everybody.
Hi!
And they're all on tenterhooks.
I've been chatting with the agent about this house in Derby.
Yes.
And I made the offer, as we talked about, at 123.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid that was turned down.
Okay.
But I then went to 125, and the good news is they've just come back and accepted it.
Oh, brilliant. That's good news.
Happy days, many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your help and everything.
Good work from you, Phil, and with a bit of work from them, that old house could become a great family home.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
We'll make sure it's
Every
all right.
little thing is gonna be alright.
But 5 weeks later, and with the survey done, Jo decided that in the end it was too much work to take on, and reluctantly pulled out of the purchase.
There, look at that.
It's been a difficult search for this family, and it isn't over yet. But now they know Derby is the place for them, we know it won't be long before they're calling this city home.
This week we're back in Berkshire to see an inspiring pair who are game for a change.
She wants everything new.
I love it.
It's so modern.
And I'm happy to please her.
And we're returning to Derby to catch up with a couple who had a small budget but a big ask.
Do you think size matters, Wendy?
Both searches took us very close to the edge.
Do I have mug written on my forehead?
It's better to end it now.
There's a rope. You could do it much easier. Go on. Shove off. This week, we're catching up with two couples at opposite ends of the age spectrum. In Berkshire, our oldest ever house hunters were really looking to shake things up, while in Derby, a young couple were desperate to buy their first home together with a very specific requirement. Wendy Lee and Simon McNee wanted us to snap them up a house and photography studio, but there wasn't much Zoom in their budget. And when we first met sprightly 70-somethings Margot and Henry Harris, they were coming up to their 50th wedding anniversary and had decided it was the perfect time to start anew.
I'm quite excited about the idea to have my new kitchen and my new garden, and it really, really excites me. So,
And I like to see her excited.
After almost half a century in their home in Sonning on the banks of the Thames in Berkshire, Margot and Henry wanted a fresh start.
She wants everything new, scaled down, and I'm happy to please her. As usual.
They certainly knew the secret of keeping young, and their active lifestyle put the rest of us to shame. Margot was still working as a therapist, and Henry had his own theory on the secret of eternal youth.
Main ingredient is sex nearly every night, nearly on Monday, nearly on Tuesday, nearly on Wednesday.
Whatever works, Henry, whatever works.
When they married and bought their house in 1961, JFK was America's new president and the Berlin Wall was going up.
But having come well into the 21st century, like many their age, they were concerned about the future and the prospect of being left alone to look after such a huge house.
to have all that responsibility of looking after the house if you decide to stay, or even if one wants to downsize, two people doing a move like this must be easier than one person on their own.
Back in 2009, Margot and Henry's plan was to secure a new home before selling up. So they wanted us to find them a smaller, modern house within 20 minutes of where they lived in the picturesque village of Sonning.
Having been here for 48 years, why do you want to move?
I want to go where it looks modern and new, because I think what you're looking at, if it's fresh and current, it makes your mind feel fresh and current. We've discussed that all our stuff, I don't want to take anything.
All your furniture, all your possessions?
No, I'm going to buy new.
It sounds incredibly exciting and stimulating and fresh, and it's going to be great. But the emotional difficulties of leaving somewhere where you've lived for such a long time are actually very difficult, very tough.
Very stressful.
You are used to having everything just the way you want it. And that sets us quite a large challenge to find something that is just the way that you want it.
I hope we haven't created too much of a problem.
No.
If it was easy, we wouldn't have a job.
My business wasn't easy.
So how do you find the dream home for people who are already living in one?
With difficulty. But Margot and Henry are determined to get the right house, and they're dipping into their life savings to do it.
With so much at stake, their standards are high, and they have a long list of requirements for their main property.
They want a modern house with 3 to 4 bedrooms, a small sunny garden and a large kitchen.
It needs to be near the Thames and under £500,000.
That pair define tricky. Lovely, fantastic, but just because they've got a couple of years on you and I doesn't make them cuddly.
They are cuddly, they're lovely.
Phil, they are going to be the trickiest customers you ever had.
I think
Take it from me.
They've obviously got huge life experience, which we haven't, but they have no property experience whatsoever, so we might as well be talking to first-time buyers.
Well,
it's up to us to see if we can solve it.
Well.
Oh, come on.
Nah.
Come on.
Nah.
Our pair in Derby were no less tricky. They were looking for business potential and a home. Fashion designer Wendy Lee and partner Simon McNee, a professional photographer, were finding space rather tight. Wendy was becoming more home-based with her own clothing label, while Simon's business was growing steadily. It meant they had quite an unusual request for their first-time home.
We want somewhere that's got to be a photography studio. We also want somewhere that can be a home as well.
Not exactly conventional, but I could see why they needed it. When doing fashion shoots and the like, it meant hiring the local community hall. Hardly ideal. So this creative couple wanted an Uber space on a shoestring.
Anyone home?
Hello!
Hi.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, how are you doing?
Very good.
It is a difficult set of criteria. Whilst flexible, your key elements are not flexible, and it's those that are going to make it challenging.
We've lived like this before, though. When I first moved down, Simon was renting, it's called the penthouse, like flat, and the living room converted into studio base, so we wouldn't always have a living room.
All I need really is a high ceiling with like rolls that I can roll the backdrop down, pull some sofas to the side, and job done.
And you're perfectly happy for that to be a living room or a bedroom?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Wendy, how much space will you need?
Probably just need a desk space. Simon gets the whole of the house.
Yeah. You haven't seen her clothes, man. That's a lie.
With £137,000, their budget's hardly bursting at the seams, but they want to be in the popular northwest suburbs close to the city. It must have at least 2 bedrooms and preferably be open plan. Oh, and of course, must have room for a photography studio. Absolutely no pressure then. Do I have mug written on my forehead? Do I?
Yeah,
I shouldn't ask you that question.
tattooed with invisible ink.
Chin up, Phil.
You say that, but we've got a daunting search in the Dales of Derby, and we won't exactly be sunning ourselves in Berkshire. And that's despite the fact that Margot and Henry have a good budget of £500,000. More than 30% of us plan to downsize when we retire, but it can prove to be the toughest move of our lives. Our search for Margot and Henry kicks off in the bustling town of Caversham.
It's got all the amenities they need, it's close to the Thames and to open countryside.
We're here to see this sleek modern house on an upmarket development. Being marketed at £395,000, it's got all the rooms they want. It's a real downsize in terms of space. They asked for it, but are they ready for it?
Well, come in and see what you think.
Definitely couldn't get my piano in here.
I thought they said they were leaving everything behind.
See? Tricky, tricky, tricky.
Initially, it strikes me as being a little claustrophobic.
No, for me, it's the layout. I like a lounge, that end.
Yep.
And even if it's a dining room, this end.
Already, it's clear that Margot knows exactly what she wants.
She loved the modernity of their current house when they bought it, and now she wants more of the same.
It was very advanced for those years, and anybody who came in said, God, you've got a beautiful home.
So it was the wow factor?
It was the wow factor when anybody else came into our place, and it was always the modern house for me that I wanted to be trendy, and I still want to be trendy.
This isn't the one.
Not quite trendy enough. No.
Absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Not trendy enough. I love it.
This week, we're back visiting 2 couples who both had big asks. 70-somethings, Margot and Henry, had lived in the same house for almost 50 years. But like 1 in 3 of us, they knew they needed to find somewhere smaller for the next stage of their lives. Easier said than done.
Definitely couldn't get my piano in here.
No, for me, it's the layout, OK?
Yeah.
The first house we showed them was too much of a downsize, leaving them feeling claustrophobic rather than cock-a-hoop.
And in Derby, I was searching for Wendy and Simon, who were only after a good-sized house in the centre of town, suitable for 2 businesses.
It's a doddle. You could do that standing on your head.
I'm thinking of packing it in, I'll tell you.
No.
Wendy and Simon's budget is just £137,000. Hardly surprising Phil's in such a tiz.
They require both the first-time home and studio space close to the centre of Derby.
But will it get them anything flash?
I chose our first property in the belief it will be a great starter home for them. It's slap bang in their desired area of 5 lamps. It has a fantastic garden, while inside they'll find a traditional 2-up, 2-down layout with a good-sized basement for all Simon's gear. And it's right on budget at £136,950.
I've seen lots of similar types, but I think this is the best of its ilk.
I'm not keen on terraced houses and sort of prefer things to be on the end. Or
I think most people would, but you only get 4 end of terrace in a whole street, so that would narrow it down a little more.
Okay.
But come and see what you think.
Okay,
great stuff.
Oh, my word, she's not even through the front door. Looks like you have a picky customer, Pip.
What I'm keen to explore with you guys is whether this room is sufficient for a studio.
It's a little bit small, to be honest.
In an ideal, if that wall was knocked down and this was all open plan, that would be perfect.
And the kitchen's down there. That'd be perfect. I mean, the ceiling's perfect. That's the height that we need.
It's right on the money. It's in a good area.
Yeah.
It's a quality house.
And that terrace, the whole thing about the terrace house has gone out of my mind. It's mainly, it's a lovely house. I really like it.
Close.
Close?
Close, very close.
I mean, close isn't bad.
Close isn't bought, Phil. It looks like the studio space is top of the list.
Yes, but remember, this has to be a home as well, and I think you'll find upstairs fits the bill.
Now, it's a fairly standard layout for these Derby terraced houses up here. We've got 2 bedrooms, but you have to walk through this bedroom in order to get to the bathroom.
OK. Yeah, it's nice size.
Not a huge problem.
It's a well-balanced little house. It's not the biggest house in the world, and it does have some issues with the size of the room and whether that would work as a studio. But I think as a first home, it's very, very nice. Well, look, why don't you guys have a bit of time and I'll catch up with you outside. I'll leave you to it for a bit.
OK, thank you very much.
This is a great home, but I'm not convinced these guys see it that way.
There's still the main problem with the studio bit.
Yeah,
it's nice as it is. It's still the fact that you can't have a studio down.
There is no doubt that this is an excellent, or would be, an excellent first-time buy. It's got everything that they wanted, apart from the studio. And I just have to hope that they see a bit of sense. Hi there.
Hi.
How you doing? So, what's it to be? What do you think?
I like the house, but it's not a studio. I just can't see it turning into a studio downstairs
Yeah, I think it might
or
be just a bit too much work or... It's maybe
love the
impossible.
garden, but as we said, we're willing to sacrifice a garden and a bedroom for a studio, so...
Fair enough. We've got more to see, but please bear it in mind, don't rule it out completely.
OK.
Got bigger things, but different things, and there will be different compromises.
Lovely.
But you knew that anyway, didn't you?
Yeah.
In Berkshire, the challenge of Margot and Henry's search has got to Kirstie.
I'm keeping my sunnies on. I'm hoping you won't see the fear in my eyes. You've heard of poo sticks, Phil?
Yeah.
Well, this isn't Poo Creek, this is Poo Niagara, and we ain't got a paddle.
You what about?
No!
You're talking in riddles.
I tell you, we are in real trouble this time. We have bitten off 140 years of the unchewable.
I think the sun's got you, despite your sunshade. For our next option, we've gone further afield to the superbly named village of Spencer's Wood.
It's a lovely, quiet little village with plenty of riverside walks for Henry.
The last house wasn't big enough or flash enough for them. This one has both those boxes ticked.
Come on in.
Lovely size lounge.
Better first impressions?
Oh, absolutely. Beautiful. I mean, a lovely layout. Lovely layout.
They already seem to like the extra space this one offers, and no wonder. The downstairs really flows, and upstairs there are 4 good-sized bedrooms.
It's ideal and within budget at $425,000. This house is more like their own house, just 40 years younger. But maybe that's what they want.
Could you see yourself in here?
In this type of setting, yes. In the setting.
But, what's the but? I can hear a but.
Yes, you can hear, but it's... Take it over to the other side, you've got a sale.
Wrong location.
OK, so the area's not perfect, but the house is.
I love quick decisions, but we need them to know what they're saying no to.
You going to take Henry upstairs, then?
If you wouldn't mind, sir.
Be my pleasure. Don't wait for us.
Good luck up there, love.
It's Henry you should be worried about, not me. I'm going to grill him. I want to know how he really feels about this move.
I mean, obviously you are this incredible unit and you've been together all these years, But Margot does seem to be slightly the driving force behind this move.
Well, isn't that in all marriages?
Isn't that in all marriages? I know. Is there any part of you which would rather stay?
It's definitely in her mind. She's 99% sure. I would say I'm 85, 90% because I want to agree with her and keep her happy.
I'm all for men wanting to keep their wives happy, but this is about a bit more than choosing a new colour scheme for the back bedroom. They both need to be totally up for this.
Adequate.
Yeah.
Hey, how'd you get on with Henry upstairs?
It's all her.
You were quite a long time up there.
It's cheeky so-and-so. It's all her. She wants a new project. She wants something to get her
keep
teeth
her young.
into, keep her young. And he's going along for the ride. He absolutely adores her.
And does that therefore mean that unless it's perfect, they ain't going to move?
No, it's up to her. It's all down. Henry is along for the ride. Just like you, Phil. Just like you.
You wish.
This is the style it actually has all the requirements that we have put on our little list, and you've come up with it, except the size, the location.
So basically all we need is a sort of Doctor Who-mobile of some kind.
That's right, you've got it in one.
Pick this house up, put it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Sadly, we don't have a TARDIS, and at this moment in time on this planet, what they want is not on the market where they want it.
In Derby, the search is no less challenging with Simon and Wendy. From the first property we showed them, it was obvious that room for a photography studio is right up at the top of the list. So to get that space, our second property is outside their desired location of upmarket inner city Derby.
Well, we've had to cross town this morning.
Okay.
And look what happens when you get to the wrong side of the tracks.
Kirstie shows up.
It's east of the town, in Alveston, an area of Derby that they told us they're not keen on. But you get a lot more for your money, and Phil is very excited about this one.
For a start, it's an end of terrace. Inside, it's large and light, with heaps of space downstairs and 2 bedrooms upstairs.
And with an asking price that's 15 grand below budget, we'd not be doing our job if we didn't show it to them.
Everything's been done, rewired, replumbed, new windows, new doors, everything.
Wow.
All you've got to do is choose the flooring you want to put in and just get on with making it how you want it to look.
Yeah.
It's like a blank canvas then, really,
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah, brilliant.
You noticed that it was end of terrace?
Yeah.
Come see what's in the garden. Now, this is the little surprise that we have for you.
Come, Phil, it's more than a little surprise. It's huge. A 2-storey building ripe for conversion into Simon's studio.
You're not going to find this kind of size in a house, certainly not within your budget.
That's crazy.
It doesn't end there. To the side, there is not 1, but 2 sheds, ideal for Wendy's clothes empire.
To find this kind of space in an end of terrace house is unique, and I never use that word, but it really is.
Yeah. And it's end of terrace as well, which is perfect.
Job done?
Right, let's go home. Let's do it.
That's what we like.
Not just yet, Phil. They haven't seen upstairs. But I don't think Simon cares right now.
Would you take the top out? Would you take the floor out?
Yeah, I think maybe take half of it out. So I don't know what's it like upstairs.
Have a look. Help yourself. Be my guest. I ain't going up there.
This isn't safe. Let's have a look.
Loves it. Loves it.
Do you think Simon would even look at another house now?
Knowing Simon, he's probably a bit wary of the location because it's complete opposite side of the town where we wanted to be on.
Right.
Even, I think that would be the only thing that would be the drawback, but I think now he's seen a studio, he might change his mind.
I'm stunned we've found something suitable, to be perfectly honest. This blank canvas will really get their creative juices flowing, and all with cash to spare to renovate those outbuildings.
And they're even warming to the location.
Well, to be honest, I'm thinking, the location's not ideal, but we know we're going to get anything like that. It's where we want to live, no way. Are we?
I mean, we've got to factor into this whole equation the budget, and that it is well within budget.
Yeah.
And you were so worried about not finding them anything, Phil. I think you've put this property into pole position.
But in Berkshire, we're in a very different position with Margot and Henry.
It's a new day, and I think it might be time for a new tack.
We found something really quite unexpected in one of Caversham's more sought-after outskirts, back in the heart of their preferred area.
I'm flying solo for this one, but I'm hoping things can only get better.
Margot asked us to get trendy. Well, how about a brand new eco-development?
It's the only one of its kind in the county, and we've really had to work our contacts to get to see it.
No way she'll be able to resist this one.
Very different. These are new built, sustainable homes, solar panels, underfloor heating, and this is the one that we're here to see.
Okay.
So first impressions?
Wow. Well, it's different. It's absolutely different.
The house has one less room downstairs than the ones we've seen so far, but acres more light.
Upstairs there are 4 bedrooms, 2 of which have ensuite bathrooms.
Because it's not on the open market yet, it's tricky to put a price on this place, but we'd be expecting to get it for something just over their budget.
Henry, first impressions?
It's difficult to say because I'm not used to seeing anything so basic, so bare.
Well, you get to choose the fittings, that's the thing.
Oh, I see, there was a choice. And obviously there's a 10 years builder guarantee.
Yes, there's a 10-year builder guarantee. You know, this house is...
takes us to 89.
Yes, it takes you to 89.
Age before beauty.
The garden is as far as the monkey puzzle tree, which is in your
it's a
garden.
lovely tree. I love it. I love it. It's so modern, and the setting is absolutely perfect.
This has got Dream House written all over it. Strike while the iron's hot, Kirstie.
Do you want to look upstairs? Yeah. Or are you going to just buy the house without looking upstairs?
Don't be silly.
Well, you know...
Mind you.
Henry's staying in the sun.
Why is Henry making a bid for freedom behind your backs? What have you two done to him?
When I was talking to Henry yesterday...
Yes.
He didn't say, this move is Margot's thing, but he came pretty close to saying it.
He wants to make me happy or something like that.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
When I see you looking around this house, I can see that actually the modernity of it, the newness of it, is really appealing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's what I have been fantasizing on.
Now the million-dollar question is, what's Henry thinking?
This can be the master bedroom. Well, how do you feel at the moment?
Yes, it could be interesting. It could be something.
This house is going to have to jump through so many hoops to please Henry. Margot, on the other hand, she'd move in here tomorrow.
Margot's found her dream home, but Henry's determined to focus on the detail.
A couple of things have struck me. I've noticed the trees here on this plot, the foliage, usually the roots are the same distance as the foliage. So I'm wondering how far the roots have come. Obviously, I couldn't have my baby ground here.
Why not?
No, it would be too big to have the baby ground here.
You're never going to be entirely...
I know. I agree. I wouldn't disagree with anybody, especially the neighbours. Not 100%.
Henry's essentially put the kibosh on Margot's dream home. He's always said he just wants to make her happy, and we don't doubt for a second that he does. But clearly, he's finding this move much harder than he anticipated. We're back visiting 2 very particular couples. Henry and Margot's desire for a fresh start was turning into a river of pain. They'd only been together nigh on 50 years, in the same house.
Do you reckon we'll be together in 50 years? It's quite an achievement.
No, OK. Here, hold my phone. The thought of us being together in 50 years' time... Just... No.
It's not that bad.
No, honestly, it's better to end it now.
There's a rope. You could do it much easier. Go on. Shove off.
At the other end of the age spectrum, Wendy and Simon were after a home and business space in central Derby. We might have found a cracking studio space with the last property, but before we sign the deeds, our third and final one might just put the cat amongst the pigeons. The big factor here
is this place offers the ideal home and location they're after. It's walking distance from the city centre. Plus, with 2 bedrooms and a converted attic, it's got more space than they've asked for, and I think it has potential written all over it.
And the price is again under their budget at £134,950.
I wanted to show you what I think is an alternative house. The first place I showed you was an excellent first-time buyer. Didn't really work for the business. What we've just come from works brilliantly for the business.
Yeah.
The area's a bit unfamiliar. This sits in the middle. It's got opportunity. You can add to it. You can improve it. We're back in centre of town. 3 bedrooms.
Right. 3 bedrooms, eh?
There might be a studio upstairs, but equally, coming up, have a look out the back here.
Okay.
It has got this sort of slightly ramshackle but full of potential conservatory out the back.
Like it.
And the garden. The garden's 100 foot.
It's massive, isn't it?
Goes all the way to the back.
Yeah.
Is that a shed at the back?
It's a big shed at the back. And you've got separate access along the side here. There's a doorway to the front.
So you wouldn't even have to come through the house.
So if you were to use that, and if you were to create your studio at the back of the garden, you're going to spend a bit of money doing that. So it's not something in the short term.
Yeah, what are you thinking, price-wise?
10 to 15 grand.
10 to 15.
With this house already at the top of their budget, it means building a studio will have to wait. But for the time being, there is still a good-sized bedroom upstairs.
My question is this room big enough for a studio? Do you think size matters, Wendy?
Of course it matters, Phil. At least when it comes to property. And this is a place that just keeps on giving. There's a converted attic upstairs, which will make an ideal office for Wendy. I think it's got them really thinking.
They got three bedrooms.
But can you use that bedroom as a studio for now? Do you feel you can bring clients into this place?
It'd be nice if we could put something in the garden, to be honest, but I don't know if we've got enough money for that, have we?
No, for the future, that would be. For now, you'd be all right with that.
Yeah, I think it's something we need to think about, really, isn't it?
They're having a big, long think upstairs about their priorities. This, I think, is very flexible. It could suit them well. Remains to be seen, though, whether they are flexible.
I'm confused. The sprainers a bit, this one. I think the other one's still a high contention, being honest, but it just really is the location. I know, we have to compromise on something. Everything else is fine, it's just the location.
I think showing us all that space is just...
There's so much more
we've
potential.
got that in our head now. And
perhaps you can't see fulfilling your business ambitions here, but it would be possible. It's just not going to happen overnight.
Yeah.
You need to be thinking about, is it the studio or is it the home? You've got an awful lot to think about, so take a bit of time. Glad it's not my decision.
In Berkshire, we've got one more chance to pull a rabbit out of the hat for Margot and Henry. They've always liked Caversham, with its parks and the river, and this house in a pretty development on the Thames has a few tricks up its sleeve.
It might just be the one that tempts them.
This is the mooring that comes with the house.
Ah, riverboat.
And this boat could come with the house, that one there.
This one?
Yes.
Right, that's very interesting.
So this is the mooring, this is for the use of residents only.
And the house is great too. It's got all the space they need in an idyllic setting. Surely they have to be seduced by this.
You have to trust me on this one, OK? Henry,
trust you.
you have to trust me. I would not waste your time.
OK.
OK,
thank you.
This house is 3-storey and attached, OK? 2 things you absolutely did not want.
But
it is such a strong property.
Yes.
That I am going to show it to you, OK? So,
We trust you.
Trust me.
They've seen townhouses before and discounted them, but I'm really hoping I can get them to look at this with fresh eyes.
With its stunning setting and a contemporary feel, it could be a great solution for them. And it's bang on budget.
I'm pleased you made us see this. This is really, really beautiful.
You never know. Sometimes people are just looking around a house to be polite, and then, turns out, it's the one.
Wow. This is very lovely garden. Very peaceful.
Positive response to the garden, but how will they take to the inside?
Realistically, could you see yourself
living?
Not me, to be honest.
No, there's some. I feel not because of my place.
Yeah.
It's a bit oppressive somehow.
Well, that's made things crystal clear for us, Kirstie.
At this point, the responsibility is on me to be upbeat. Gordon, Bennett, I don't know how.
It feels a little enclosed. I don't like the approach, and I don't think we'd really feel comfortable here.
No.
We always knew it would take something special to get Henry out of his beloved house, but this last one should have been able to do it with its riverside setting alone. But no luck. It's time for a serious chat back at the house.
We know what you want, and that's very clear. We haven't been able to find it.
Yeah.
And the worry is, given the amount of research that has been done... Is that all?
Can we share it with you?
Yes, yeah.
That is a box of properties in the area.
Yeah. Just take any one.
These are unsuitable. We have covered the ground, and we are extremely worried.
No doubt about that.
Extremely worried that you've asked us to help, and at this point, we haven't been able to do so.
But I think...
And it's not that we haven't been able to do so because it's not here. It's because it's not here.
It's not here.
It doesn't exist within the parameters that we're working under.
There's nothing like being faced with the cold, hard facts to force the issue.
I just thought it was a good time to move.
It is a good time to move, Margot. It absolutely is. But in order to move, we have to adapt and make compromises. And in adapting and making compromises, the worry is that Henry is then going to... It's a compromise too much, let's stay.
Why are you so 100%?
About what?
Not staying. If it was refurbished, should we say. I mean, it's not in a bad state as it is.
I don't want the house anymore.
At last, we're getting to the crux of the matter.
Margot's saying, I want to move house. And you're saying, I'd rather not.
Yeah.
The stress, the hassle, everything else.
No. I don't like stress, I must admit.
It's not difficult to understand why leaving this house would be such a wrench. There's almost 50 years of memories built into the bricks.
We have a problem.
We have an impasse, as they say. An impasse.
So we're left between a rock and a hard place in Berkshire. But in Derby, property 2 with its fantastic outbuilding potential piqued Wendy and Simon's interest. And so we're back in Alveston. On the market at £122,000, it's already 15 grand under their budget. But they do need to convert the outbuildings into a studio. They'll need to replace roof supports, level the floor, and could even knock through into the adjoining shed.
10 grand.
It's not bad.
10 grand sorts this out. Both units.
That takes it to 5 grand under their budget. A no-brainer. But what about Wendy's concerns regarding the area?
We came round last night and we drove around the area, had a look.
Staked it out a little bit.
Yeah.
And today we've met a few neighbours and stuff, and they seem really nice. So.
It makes us feel a lot better. And it says on the internet that there's a regeneration, there's new houses being built further along.
Let's hope that's put paid to any doubts. They have a mortgage in principle for 137 grand. What will they decide?
We would like to make an offer on the place.
Okay, excellent. I'm delighted. I'm delighted. The question is how much? My suggestion is that we offer basically 102 for the house and 8 for the studio. So total price, 110.
110, that's the kind of thing we
were
trying
thinking of, in our terms, a silly offer as well, and that's what we wanted to offer and see what they came back to us with.
Decision made, and the offer's in.
Hello, Phil Spencer. Alison, hi, how did you get on? I'll ring you back. Thanks, Alison. Bye. They are willing to take an offer, but not that offer.
A raise of 3,000 is decided, so a second offer goes in at £113,000.
Hi, Alison. How did you get on? Understood. I'll report that news. Thanks, Alison. Cheers. Bye-bye. It's accepted.
Well done, Mr. Spencer.
The triumphant joy, however, didn't last long. Their mortgage deal fell through, and Wendy and Simon had to say goodbye to the unique property which had the potential to be both home and photography studio space. But that was 5 years ago.
In a way, everything happened for a reason, and
I think we were very lucky because obviously the credit crunch kicked in, all the houses dropped in price. So if we did buy, then we would have been in trouble.
After staying in rented and working and saving hard to up their budget, 3 years ago they managed to score a 3-bed terrace cottage in a favourite spot, a picturesque historical village between Derby City and the Dales, called Darley Abbey.
it's amazing. It's I couldn't have asked for more, really. Parking space, bedrooms, big kitchen. Oh, I love it. It's
got the park, you're in the area you like, got the Abbey down the road.
It's a great area. It's an English heritage site, but it's like 10 minutes from the city centre.
Oh, we're well chuffed, really, really chuffed.
And so they should be, because they got a bargain. The house was originally priced at 220 grand, but their new budget was only 180,000.
I said, forget it, what's the point of looking at something? Don't put yourself through the torture.
No.
But bless her, Wen just still went down for a little nosy.
And it's a good job she did. It had been on the market for 18 months, and after some tough negotiating, Wendy managed to get it for an impressive 175,000.
I used Phil's tactics of we're first-time buyers, this is our budget, stuck to my guns, there's no chain, we want a quick sale, and that's everything she wanted because she was pursuing a house and she needed a quick sale. And it worked a treat.
Thanks, Phil.
You're very welcome. And although their initial search had called for a property with studio space for Simon's photography business, ultimately they realised it made more sense to keep home and business apart. Well, almost. 6 months ago, Wendy joined the company and they secured a good rental deal on a warehouse just 5 minutes walk from the house.
We're in a better position. Our photography's really taken off. Now with Wendy joining the company, well, it's just rocketed. It's been great.
The studio was but an empty shell. However, some hard graft from this creative couple and a little help from their friends has turned it into a stunning and versatile workspace.
I think it's really amazing to come home, get the fire on and relax, and it's only 5 minutes walk away.
It's just a dream come true, isn't it? It's fantastic, it's brilliant. We're really lucky and we do appreciate what we've got.
Without sounding like the cat that got the cream, I love it here and I think we've got everything that we want.
It couldn't have worked out better for Wendy and Simon in Derby. But was there to be an equally happy ending for our favourite 70-somethings in Berkshire as they approached their 50th wedding anniversary? When I checked in on them 3 months after our unsuccessful search, it seemed that they were both finally ready to move forward, and the talk was of putting the house on the market.
Henry, how do you feel about selling this and moving out? If you...
I'm completely convinced, contrary to what you think.
I'm afraid that is contrary to what I think.
It's a beautiful house. I loved it, enjoyed our life here. Time to go.
It'll be sold regardless of whether we have a place to go to or not.
2 years down the line, where did they end up? We last saw Margot and Henry just over 2 years ago. In that time, they sold their home of nearly 50 years, and while renting, finally found and bought a property in Maidenhead, 15 miles from their original home in Sonning.
I hoped, but at the same time never truly believed, that Henry would actually leave the comfort of his old home. But here I am, in front of their modern maisonette here in Maidenhead. I should think Henry would have needed more than a gentle nudge to get him going.
Hello.
Margot!
How
Hello!
are you?
Lovely to see you.
Likewise, a long time no see.
It is, isn't it?
Welcome to our new home.
And what have you done with Henry?
Oh, he's in his...
Is he? Hey!
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Goodness me, so this is the new pad?
Yeah, new pad.
Margot's definitely stayed true to her motto of out with the old and in with the new.
You wanted a cool place. Looks like you got one.
Glass.
It's the antithesis of their old home. Minimalism and low maintenance is the key, right down to the patio garden. Perhaps the only thing it has in common with their first marital home is the fact that it's two-storied.
So you've got upstairs
it's a
as well.
duplex.
How many bedrooms have you got up there?
2 bedrooms.
Great.
So I don't have too far to chase her.
The move hasn't cramped Henry's style, then. In fact, there's nothing cramped about this place at all.
It feels like a house.
Yeah, it's like a house within...
Yeah.
It's a miniature house. I call it the Monopoly house.
It may be smaller than their last house, but there's still room for Henry's prized possession. He's still regularly tinkling those ivories, and the ever-industrious Margot crafts her own individual flourishes for their home. Kirstie will be impressed. But as you can imagine, although now in their 80s, they're by no means the stay-at-home types. They now live virtually opposite a health club where they go swimming every morning at 7 o'clock.
Good morning, Margot, darling. You OK?
Yeah, fine, fine. I've done it again, forgotten the card.
Oh, there's a shock, there's a shock.
And Margot's even taken up aqua aerobics and Zumba.
And of course, again, I'm the oldest one in the class.
Zumba now, there's no stopping her, is there?
Fortunately, no medication, both of us. Been very, very fortunate.
Good for you.
Health-wise.
Good for you.
As ever, it's inspiring to be with Margot and Henry, but it was by no means a straightforward journey to get to this point.
You were so much the driving force behind the move.
Oh, absolutely.
And
I hold up my hands.
Henry was kind of always on the back foot a little bit, but he eventually came around and was completely with it and up for it, or how did
Slowly, he said, well, it's not bad. He is just your very nice average man who is comfortable where he is.
Yeah.
And I was prizing him out, and I felt guilty at times.
Yes.
But I just was looking at it in a common sense way, that, you know, at 80, you don't stay in a big house like that.
Furnishing and styling the new home is an ongoing pleasure for Margot, and she couldn't be happier.
We've downsized, but I feel we've upgraded.
Fantastic.
And it's very exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something else that you were looking for, was excitement and the next stage of your lives.
Yeah. And I think we are very, very privileged, A, to be fortunate enough to be well, but also to be able to accept change.
Yeah.
Because I think change is a stimulus in life.
It certainly works for Margot. Not only does she still do some counselling work, but she's also writing her memoirs.
When I think about it, 80 years is an awfully long time.
And a really interesting time of history as well.
Well, this is it. What thrills me on a personal level is the ability to have kept up with the technology.
Yes.
And, you know, I do have my email, I do have my iPod, and it's exciting that I've mastered it.
Such infectious enthusiasm. A mover and a shaker is our Margot. Henry, on the other hand, was a somewhat less enthusiastic mover.
Henry, you were very reluctant to move. What finally got you to do it?
I'm not as silly as I look, and I'm quite a sensible chap. And I realised I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah. So having found the right place and agreed a deal, how were you then actually... You know, were there any second thoughts? Did you find it difficult to follow through?
It felt a little strange, obviously, because 49 and a half years in one place is a lifetime and a half.
Yeah. And you had Margot probably pulling you that way, and some of you was going the other way.
I mean, she wasn't nagging, but I had no more hair to lose. But it grew on me.
He means the house, not his hair.
And I'm very happy now. Good. And she is very, very happy. So I'm happy that she's happy.
Excellent.
Well, that's what Henry always said he was most about, making Margot happy. It's a genuine relief to me that it all came together in the end.
You started us on a journey which we continued.
You did.
Because without going to you, we wouldn't have had the motivation to continue.
But at the end of the day, you have got what you set out for. You wanted a modern house, didn't you? I mean, that's what we talked about.
Yeah.
You've got your modern kitchen, Slick, lots of glass.
Only took her 50 years.
And I bet it was well worth the wait.
Sure, everything comes to those who wait.
Yeah. It's freed me up considerably.
It's pleased me that I've pleased her so well. Really, it's made me very happy.
Good. Fantastic. Well, here's to you.
Cheers.
Really, it's lovely to come and spend time with you again and to see that it all worked out superbly. I love it. I love it.
Thank you very much.
Two amazing outcomes for two pretty inspiring couples.
No matter what age you are, buying a property is an emotional and sometimes stressful process. It certainly took time and patience, as well as a fair bit of compromise. But I'm delighted they got there in the end, and it's fantastic to see them both happy and settled in their new homes.
That was really lovely. Enjoyed it. Very nice.
Thank you.
This week, we're battling on all fronts and calling in the reinforcements.
Phil and Kirstie, help!
It's no laughing matter.
Is someone taking the mick? We're lost in the wilderness.
I have no idea where I am.
And searching for the truth.
Are you telling me the real story?
Where did it all go wrong?
You know, clever people often struggle with choosing houses.
What's that say?
I've only ever looked at one.
This week, we're taking on the perils of the North London property market. And I'm with a house hunter who's seen virtually everything it has to offer.
While I'm with a couple who've just stepped off the boat and haven't seen a thing.
The only thing we have in common this week is the fast-moving market in this neck of the woods.
North London, home to almost 5 million people, 3 of whom we're helping to find a dream pad.
I'm with civil servant Ife Okoye, who desperately needs help to fall back in love with her property search.
And I'm with Communications Director Mike Scott and his half-Australian wife Rosemary, who are looking for their first marital home after spending the past 6 years working their way across the globe.
We spent 3 years in Switzerland, travelled all around Europe, and then we moved to Sydney for 3 years.
Both now working in the capital, they're giving their passports a rest, but there's still plenty of new territories to explore for Cheshire-born Mike.
We're new to London, and I feel as much of a stranger or a foreigner here as I would in any of the other places that we've lived in the last few years.
Even though they're back in the green and pleasant land, they're not quite ready to give up the Antipodean lifestyle.
Stroll down the street and within 10-15 minutes be able to go for a bit of breakfast, pick up the weekend paper.
Although Mike's keen on cafe culture, for Rosemary, her heart's clearly in the home, and she has a very set idea of what she wants.
There's living space that's close to, or you can go through to the kitchen dining area. We're looking to have a second bedroom for me to be able to have my little sewing machine so that I've got a little space that I can be creative as well.
We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but if we could find a place that has some room for maybe another half a person along the way, then that would be ideal.
They've exciting times ahead, but the North London market is as diverse as they come, offering buyers a whole host of options.
We haven't done house viewings before, so it'll be a good way to test what we think is important to us now, and we need the expert advice. We really don't know enough about London to do this on our own.
Each year, hundreds of thousands of people move to London, and Mike and Rosemary are two that have been wooed by the community feel and the great transport links they've found in the north of the city.
So I'll be searching in a few select parts of the area, all of which have good access to town and plenty to do on those lazy weekend mornings.
Who better to help these returning Poms than you, Pip?
Fair dinkum, Kirstie.
Back in London? Yeah. Well, not back in London. You've never really been to London before. I can only imagine at this point you've no idea what kind of
Londoner you're going to be.
No, that's true. London, I've always felt, is a city that has something for everyone. You've just got to figure out that area for yourself.
Yeah. The biggest decision you've taken so far in your lives is to get married, and that's that's the biggest and the best one. This is the next biggest one, and it's tough, but it's made that much tougher in a city that you don't know, with slightly different perspectives on what you're looking for.
Yes.
Are you ready for that?
I think we are. We really do want our own home, and I think we'll be prepared to have that dialogue between us to see where our comfort zones are, you know?
With a budget of £400,000, Mike and Rosemary are after the quintessential English period property with 2 bedrooms as well as great entertaining space as an absolute must.
They want all this in an area with a villagey feel that also has good transport links into central London.
Mike and Rosemary barely know their angel from their archway, but over on my search, Ife Okoye is a North Londoner born and bred.
My mum's here. The church I go to is in North London. My really close friends tend to be in North London.
And it's not just friends and family that are keeping her in this part of town.
It's close to Hampstead Heath, great transport links, great entertainment, amenities, easy commuting to work. Just has a nice vibe and energy to it.
As well as her dream location, she's also after her dream home.
Wow, my perfect property, with no compromise whatsoever in it, would be 2-bed place, period conversion.
Keen to get a piece of the North London vibe for herself, Ife moved out of her rented flat and back in with Mum, saving for a deposit while she started her search for the perfect home.
And thought it would only take a few weeks, and a few weeks turned into a few months, turned into 2 years, and I'm still at my mum's place.
Despite viewing a whopping 90 properties, Ife is still no closer to flying the nest. Having previously rented in one of North London's most desirable areas, she's struggled to come to terms with what her 230 grand can actually buy her.
I started with my property search in Kentish Town, and then I looked at what I could afford.
And that put paid to Kentish Town. So she extended her search, even looking south of the river, where she offered on 2 properties. But when both sales fell through, she realised her heart still lay north of the river.
When I was looking at South London, there was always a part of me that was thinking there could be somewhere in North London that I haven't yet found, or something that I've missed.
After viewing a staggering amount of flats, Ife's been left feeling nothing but confused.
It's been hard. Any sign of fun, happiness, fluttering, butterflies, feeling in stomach went before property 20.
This is a serious case of property overload. I'm meeting Ife in her beloved Kentish Town to reprogram her house hunting chip and deliver some home truths.
Where would you say it's gone wrong?
Having loved Kentish Town, I'd really want to live around here, but I think the issue is finding a place that I can actually afford.
That's the first bit we have to reprogram. We've got to be honest, £230,000 is not going to buy you what you need in Kentish Town. It's just not. And no rabbits, no magic trips of mine or Phil's is going to do that.
I established that, which is why I started looking to South London as well.
So let's say you lived in South London, you'd have to go to work in Victoria, go up to Finchley to see your mum, and then come all the way back to be on your own bed at night, which probably wouldn't happen. So you'd stay the night at your mum's 3 nights a week. Oh, I've got news for you. You would be wasting your money paying for a mortgage if you were having a sleepover at your mum's any nights of the week. The fact is, you've got nearly £250,000. We can find you something in North London.
For her 230 grand budget, Ife wants a 1 or 2 bedroom flat that's light and airy, within easy reach of a bustling high street. She also wants green spaces on her doorstep. In her preferred areas, Ife would need at least £300,000 to get what she wants. So I'll be showing her properties that are just outside of these neighbourhoods, or a short ride away.
Morning. Tea for one.
Brilliant.
How'd you get on?
she wants that kind of villagey community, lovely coffee shops, the kind of thing.
Does she know where she wants?
Yeah, she wants Kentish Town or Islington, and she's got 230. I know.
Okay. Has she been looking for long?
2 years, over 80 properties.
Well, Rosemary and Mike have literally just got off the plane from Australia. They've no idea where to live. They've just said North London, somewhere nice.
What? And because you know Australia, they are believing every word you say, I suppose.
Well,
you're just taking their hand and telling them what to buy.
Yeah, that'll be yet to be proven.
Is someone taking the mick? What is it? Give me the hardest client possible and give you the easiest one. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That is what it looks like to me.
Really?
Yeah. Someone is taking the mick, Phil.
Steady on, Kirstie. I don't think it's going to be quite a walk in the park. With its excellent links into the centre of town, North London's always been a popular place to live.
Feeling as much like a collection of villages as it does part of the capital, it offers something to everyone. But there's a sting in the tail.
So desirable is the area that good properties can fly off the shelves in a matter of days, and prices in some parts have risen by an eye-watering 13% in the past year.
But despite the rocketing prices, there's plenty of people proud to call it home.
I've always lived in North London.
You get nice little shops, so it's not just high street stores, you get like boutiques, so it's more of like a village community feel.
I just really love it around here. It's really green and friendly and quite easy to get into town.
I wouldn't change it for anywhere else.
I'm starting Mike and Rosemary's search in Archway. It may not have the cafes and restaurants thereafter, but if they want a base for exploring the city, then it doesn't get much better than this.
With excellent transport links, they could be in central London in just 20 minutes.
Now, I know that you guys have only just got off the plane, but I'm not going to kid you that Archway is a villagey location, because it's not.
Okay.
But I just wanted us to start here because it is surrounded by very nice villagey locations. Highgate, Crouch End.
Yeah.
But they are, of course, much more expensive than here.
All I can say right now is I'm starting to feel like a kebab.
You wanted cafe culture, Phil, not kebabs and curry.
Don't worry about me, Kirstie. The property I've got to show them is only 5 minutes away and couldn't feel more different. Located in the stunning Whitehall Park Conservation Area.
So literally just a few minutes round the corner and you get this rather lovely street.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, we like the street, don't we?
Look, already this is a good start.
Good.
And I think the property itself stacks up well too. This lower ground floor flat is bright and quiet. There are 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with separate utility room, and a great-sized private garden.
At just shy of £380,000, it sits comfortably within Mike and Rosemary's 400 grand budget.
Although we are lower ground, I don't think it feels lower ground.
It's a good size window as well, which makes the difference, I think.
Let's have a look around the kitchen. Knowing, Rosie, that you wanted a special kitchen, I was worried how you'd react to this, but I think a bit of money spent in here would make the world of difference.
Yeah, clever design, use the space well, use that space well.
Yeah. OK. Yeah. Open mind. Yeah. Have a look around the bedrooms, both of them. Enjoying the views of the garden. Help yourself.
OK, thanks.
It's actually going really well in there. But then the thing is, they've got nothing to compare it to at this stage. And I'm worried that the more we see, the more confused they're going to get. So maybe we should just quit while we're ahead. They should take this one. Happy days.
I think it's a bit of a compromise.
It obviously needs...
A bit of love and attention.
Yeah, a bit of TLC.
You spoke too soon there, Phil.
How'd you get on?
I like the layout, and that was something for me that is important, the flow of the property.
Yeah.
But I think the living space might just be that tiny bit too small for us long term.
It still surprises me when we walk into London properties to see what kind of size is available.
Yeah.
Or not available. Yes, yes.
The realities are kicking in, and I fear there could be more surprises to come. This week we've got 2 sets of house hunters, both longing for a place to call their own.
Although they're chalk and cheese, they're equally difficult to please.
Oh, snappy line there, Phil. Quite like that.
All our house hunters have been captivated by the cafe culture in North London.
But whereas Mike and Rosemary have only just started their house hunt, Iffy has been battling with hers for 2 years. I'm starting her search in Green Lanes. Although it doesn't have the preferred cafes and boutiques just yet, it's been awarded a £1.7 million fund to help regenerate the area.
I have no idea where I am.
You have no idea where you are. That's absolutely fine. For your information, we are in Green Lanes, and the flat we're going to see is a former post office.
Yes.
You're keeping stum.
The tears in my eyes. Just due to the
just
cold
due to the
weather,
wind, I know.
Rather than my
Okey-dokey.
emotions.
Okie doke, let's get in.
That reaction was icier than the wind, but we've managed to get her all the space she's asked for. With 2 double bedrooms, a superb kitchen, and a large open-plan reception room, I reckon the flat should thaw her out.
On the market at £240,000, it's 10 grand over Iffy's maximum budget, but I think there's some negotiation to be had. So, a rather unusual room, but a large room. Speak your mind. Do not hold back.
OK, not holding back. I'm not feeling it. Objectively, it's a decent size.
It's a decent
Definitely. Normally, in my head, there's a separation
kitchen,
between
yeah.
the kitchen, or at least a partition, so I think that's also throwing me.
You need to rescue this one, Kirstie. Objectivity never bought anyone a flat.
Is it growing on you? Are you just thinking, can we get out of here, please?
I feel nothing, really.
OK. This flat has 2 proper double bedrooms. Have a look and see what you think. Some emotional connection between Iffy's heart and her brain, which relates to her house hunting identity, has gone. And I want to get it back. She can't just walk into a flat and say, I feel nothing, because we're not going to get anywhere.
After almost 90 viewings, it's becoming clear why Iffy still hasn't found her new home.
So you've been exposed to so many flats that it's all gone a bit, you know...
Dead. I think that has to be part of why this isn't making me feel all wonderful and fluffy and grabbing me.
What I said when we were talking is we've got to get on with actually seeing flats because that's going to help me.
Is it helping you?
No.
No.
No, and it's not helping you either. My worry is that this is probably going to be quite a slow process and we need about a month.
God!
I don't think we've got a month.
No, Kirstie, you most certainly do not. After showing Mike and Rosemary what their money buys them close to central London, I want to show them something in an area they've not even considered.
We're taking them 8 miles east to the Walthamstow Village Conservation Area. Walthamstow doesn't have that much of a villagey feel, but this area really does. And it has all the amenities you'd expect from a busy town centre. And just 19 minutes by tube into the centre of London.
So they're very lovely at Walthamstow Village, and it genuinely is a village.
Okay.
Lots of little independent specialist shops.
Yeah, looks very English as well, which is good.
Yes, yeah.
It kind of doesn't feel like London.
No,
it doesn't. No.
They seem taken by the location, and who can blame them?
You know, the restaurant community is really sort of built up now, and it's a place where in the evening, you know, you get loads of people come in because there's such a good variety.
Do you live here as well?
I don't live here. I wish I did, but I'm not quite here.
The area may be a winner, but as for the house, there's something I have to tackle first.
Well, I hope you'll agree. It's a very attractive street.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is the house that I want to show you. But I've got to fess up to something before we go in. I usually leave it to Kirstie to jump up and down and get really excited. But I am really excited about this. However, it comes at a price. This is on the market at $420.
Okay.
I'm just going to put the figure out of my head for the moment.
Yeah.
And we'll do the numbers conversation later on. I think we'll just see this for what it is right now. Right?
If Mike and Rosemary want future-proof, then they'd be hard-pressed to grow out of this place. With 3 bedrooms, 2 receptions, and a stunning studio space, I can see why you were jumping for joy, Phil.
It is 20 grand over their maximum budget, but with the ever-rising cost of moving house, it could work out for them in the long term.
I can understand why you wanted to jump up and down with this one, and I think we feel the same way. Numbers are always going to be numbers, but in terms of what we've seen already, I do have a good feeling.
Yeah.
This is an interesting feeling.
I think this house gave me a warm,
it does. It feels
happy
like
feeling.
a home.
They seem to be feeling the love for this house, Phil, and they've yet to see your surprise out back.
Now, I have never seen a setup like this.
Wow.
A studio.
That is incredible.
I actually think it would make an amazing dining room, an entertaining room that you'd use all year round.
Yeah, so this could be purely for entertaining.
Wow.
Rose, seeing as you're into craft, why don't you have a look at the other studio? And I want a bit of a man-to-man with Mike upstairs.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
OK. Mike, follow me. I don't know how you're feeling about whether you need a big family home.
Do we need one today? We don't need a big family home today. Will we need one in the future? Well, hopefully we will.
Mike's playing it cool, and Rosemary's not exactly cooking on gas.
For me, it's just a lot more house than we thought we'd be looking at, so it's like it's just a bit of adjustment.
They don't need all this space, but it would suit them incredibly well for the future. Are they ready for this? Are they prepared to pay for this for the long term? I don't know.
I am nervous about really overstretching and sacrificing everything else in our lives or putting at risk, other things.
There's no doubt this would make a lovely long-term family house. But is it too much too soon?
I think we really need to take a look around the area in a bit more detail. But what I think we can say at the moment is that we've really liked what we've seen. Given that this was something of a wild card, it's something that's a good sign at this stage.
Cool. They're saying all the right things, but have I pulled it off?
Mike and Rosemary are proving difficult to read, but luckily for me, Iffy's far more transparent. And after my first viewing, I'm hoping some of Phil's charm can invoke a feeling. Any feeling.
We've brought Iffy to Wood Green, not an area she's asked for, but the property itself is on the borders with the more desirable Alexandra Palace, which has fast train links to one of her top areas of Islington.
Look, there's the lovely Phil Spencer.
You say that with such joy. I almost believe you.
Hello, how do you do?
Iffy, very nice to meet you. Come on up.
Thank you.
Despite being on a busy road, this one-bed top-floor flat's a corker, with a separate kitchen and a balcony enjoying the stunning views over the park next door.
And it's not going to break the bank either, coming in bang on Iffy's 230 grand budget.
We've left Kirstie behind down there. She'll arrive in a minute or two.
After my first property, which left Iffy feeling empty, is it any wonder I'm flagging? I need to cut to the chase. Is there a feeling in this flat?
I'm smiling, so that's a good sign. So definitely that has stirred more of a feeling.
An emotion, and a positive one at that. I hope the noise from the busy road doesn't dampen her spirits.
Yeah, the double glazing does wonders.
Yeah. Once everything's sealed,
It
everything's
hides
sealed.
the missile thrush that's out there singing to you.
Fine.
OK, let's go this way.
Did Phil say something about a bird? There's no end to that boy's talents.
You've been looking for such a long time, and the market has been moving against you.
Phil, I hear you.
You've thought of this.
I've thought of this. This is why, after 2 years, I know, I'm not completely...
Phil and Kirstie,
exactly. I do appreciate prices are rising. The benefit of 2 years living at home has been I've saved more for a deposit, but I'm well aware the market is moving and not necessarily in a direction I want it to, hence why I need help now so I can get as good a flat as I can that is as right as it can be for me, so I can just have my own home. Yeah. But this is good.
At least we're moving in the right direction. I'm not seeing a lot of love and passion in your eyes, but at least we're moving in the right direction.
The love and passion in this relationship has gone.
Sounds like you and me, Phil.
You're enjoying the view out here.
I love the view. I'm mad about this flat.
I kind of feel like I made a little bit of headway.
Did you?
in that she realises she appreciates the decisions that she's got to take. She's clever enough to understand the market and values, but she doesn't look as though she loves it. You know, clever people often struggle with choosing houses.
What's that say?
I've only ever looked at one. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Without a second opinion, buying on your own is a tricky job, so it's up to us to offer Iffy the reassurance she needs.
If I go for a property with one bed, is that necessarily disadvantaging me?
I'd rather see you have a really nice one bed than a half-baked
The flat this morning wasn't a half-baked two-bed. I was thinking, if you've got a problem with the noise at the front, what's to stop that being the sitting room and this being the bedroom?
True.
It's not a bad idea.
True.
But anyway, on balance, how do you see this flat?
Dare I say, I like it. I'm astounded. Oh my gosh. Yes, I do.
You don't have to say
It's
that.
the shock. It's the shock of it, because I'm such a control freak. I didn't know where I was looking.
Yeah.
I don't know this area at all, but there is something about this flat. I guess it's a mixture of a lot of the other flats that I've come across in the past 2 years.
Well done, Kirstie.
I'm taking all the credit.
Nothing new there, then. But with a question mark over the area, you're not home and dry yet, Kirstie. I'm house hunting for a pair of London newbies, but with minimal knowledge of the market, they're proving difficult to read.
My first-time buyer has fallen out of love with the process. Wonder if Phil fancies dressing up as Cupid.
Well, my charms certainly seem to warm Iffy up to the top floor flat we viewed yesterday.
I like it. I'm astounded. Oh my gosh.
And after an eye-opening first day, rational couple Mike and Rosemary are starting to figure out just what type of Londoners they want to become.
The first place we saw was really us 3 years ago. But the place we saw yesterday, that was really us in maybe 9 years.
In 9 years'
It
time?
had a lot, it had a lot going for it, but we didn't feel, and I don't think we feel now, that we could make that kind of a commitment to an area for that long at this particular point.
OK.
Oh, it's like Goldilocks and the slightly balding bear.
Well, I am trying to find the flat that's just right, so I've brought them back to their comfort zone and to Muswell Hill. It has the village feel thereafter and plenty of places for those morning coffees, all within 20 minutes walk of the front door.
We've spent some time having a look around and it seems to offer what we're looking for.
This first floor period flat comes with 2 bright bedrooms and a fantastic living room. But I'm hoping the grandeur of the property will make up for the small kitchen and lack of outside space.
Despite the compromises, the property is still right at the top of their budget at £400,000.
It's got quite a grand feeling, this flat.
Yeah. It feels light and spacious, even though this is it's a small corridor, but it feels big.
It's got something. Yeah. First impressions count. Come on in this way. It's a quite, I think, a rather lovely room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels, I don't know, it feels...
That is quite a hard thing to put into words.
Yeah.
So many people that Kirstie and I work with say, I'm looking for the feeling.
Yeah.
I go, well, tell me what the feeling is. I don't know. Well, let's continue.
You're developing a feeling for this house hunting lark, Phil.
And I've got some plans to make the flat completely future-proof.
Longer term, I think there is an opportunity to perhaps move the kitchen and extend up into the loft.
If we had that opportunity to think about how we might extend the property in other ways, actually sounds really interesting for me.
With the flat already at the top of their budget, any work they wanted to do would be a job for the future.
I could see us coming home from work, I could see us having people round, I could see us living in this space.
Saying all the right things, but are they feeling them? I just don't know. Not yet.
It's a different flow, but there's nothing about it that really bothers me right now.
Hardly a ringing endorsement. I need to get to the bottom of this if I'm to stand any chance of finding them their new home.
You've actually been very positive about all the places, and I'm struggling to know where to go from here. Are you telling me the real story?
I do have a good feel about this property, but I think I'm holding back a tiny bit because for me, I would like to have our own little outside space.
Fine. Good plan. Great. I'm right with you. Okay, let's go and do that.
To have a garden in this neck of the woods would cost them around an extra 25 grand. I hope they're ready for a few more compromises.
Mike and Rosemary aren't the only ones who are struggling to come to terms with the limitations of their budget. After a sleepless night, Iffy is still trying to get her head around the locations she can afford.
We are in the constant wrangle of space versus location. If we start looking at studio flats, we can be in the areas you want to be in.
No. Given that I'm getting on a bit, studio living isn't where I'm at. It's just so annoying. I've got a decent enough deposit, a sizable enough deposit.
I really feel for Iffy. Despite having saved a staggering 50 grand deposit, the reality is she still can't afford to buy in the areas she'd want to.
I brought her to Stamford Hill. It's still a 20-minute walk to all the bars, cafes and boutiques in her preferred area of Stoke Newington, but it's as close as she can afford.
Currently being renovated, the building's looking a little worse for wear, but appearances can be deceptive. Inside, there's a bright reception room, dining kitchen and large bedroom.
It's on the market at the top of Iffy's £230,000 budget, 40 grand less than comparable properties in the heart of the action.
First impressions?
I'm surprised actually because it didn't look very much from outside at all. But you can see there's a lot of potential here.
Yeah.
I do have slight concern about sound because
Upstairs.
Oh dear, Iffy's nervousness is creeping in yet again, and I need to nip it in the bud.
Would you do me a big favour? Would you run around upstairs? The builder has the key to upstairs, so he is very kindly going to run around upstairs. So, no, well, don't laugh. The thing about house hunting is you have to act on it then and there.
And with feminine wiles like yours, Kirstie, what man could refuse?
That's him up there now.
Okay, there's a lot. Yeah.
You've done your best with this one, Kirstie, but after yesterday's property in Wood Green giving Iffy that elusive feeling, there's only one flat on her mind. Unfortunately, her postcode prejudice is starting to come through.
I guess the main concern with the Wood Green one is the fact it's in Wood Green, and it does have a reputation.
Yeah, it does have a reputation. But all of these areas are changing.
With around £8 million worth of investment in the area, Wood Green's a world away from its out-of-date reputation.
I need to persuade Iffy that these are up-and-coming areas. Not that it's about investment, but I think she wants some hope that the area she's going to buy in will become like the area she can't afford to buy in. But it's not all doom and gloom. I think we are making some progress. I do, really.
I admire your optimism, Kirstie, but I fear, having grown up in North London, Iffy's judgments are perhaps being clouded by her preconception.
Something that can't be said for Mike and Rosemary. I've joined Phil and his travelling twosome for their fourth and final property. It's in Crouch End, and not on the borders, virtually on the Broadway. Just 5 minutes from the flat are all the swanky bars and cafes that'll suit Mike and Rosemary's new London lifestyle.
We're really impressed. It's an incredible location.
Let's go on in.
It may be a stunning location, but we've had to compromise on the period charm. Built 5 years ago, this two-bed Muse flat has a superb open-plan entertaining area, as well as that all-important outside space. Well, a little bit at least.
It's on the market at £375,000, comfortably within Mike and Rosemary's 400 grand budget.
I have to say as well, we talked before about putting the kitchen and the living room space together, and this is the first place that we've really had that. We like to cook, we like to have people over at the same time, so it's nice to actually have all that in one place.
Yeah. It has a nice feel to it.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
All right.
Well, Kirstie's getting the feeling, But is she the only one?
This property is a fantastic location. It would give us the lifestyle that we want, but it doesn't have that feel to it, like the last property in particular. It doesn't have that feel.
But the last property, you would need to have a 10, 15-minute walk to the lifestyle.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Let's see what Rose thinks.
Great.
Mike may have loved the character of the Muswell Hill property, but he's definitely drawn to the location of this one. It's time to see which is more important to Rosemary.
We want to really settle in London, and for us a big part of that is having our own place and having our own community to get to know. So that decision's been made, and so really it's just thinking if the property, you know, ticks the majority of the boxes at the moment.
Very sensible. How many things have you seen?
This is the 4th one ever.
Oh, deep breath.
Be an easy place to move into, wouldn't it? It would be easy.
Very open and social, and I think that's really going to suit what we'll be doing for this short to mid-term, really.
Oh, buongiorno, help me up.
Old lady.
I am a very old lady.
They're very confused. They're saying all the right things. Can I expect them to make a decision? They've only just got off the plane.
Well, Rosemary was sounding very positive about this location and the practicalities of this flat.
To be honest, they've been positive about most things.
It doesn't have much character, though, does that?
No, and I'm sort of toying that up, but it feels like a blank canvas if, you know, because it's newer.
Well, in the failing light at the end of the day now, but how did we do with that?
Good, I think.
Liked it?
Yeah, the location makes it really tempting.
Right, I can leave you in safe hands.
You can. In fact, we never needed you to start with. But it was nice of you to come along and help.
So nice to be wanted.
Rosemary's tempted by the area, but I feel Mike may need more convincing on the flat.
Our calm and collected couple aren't the only ones torn between location and property. Iffy wants a second look at the top floor flat in Wood Green, but she's still having concerns over the area. So I've brought her to Alexandra Palace to do battle with the postcode problem.
This is your closest nice little bit here.
Okay.
So we can walk it now if you want to.
Yeah, that would be great.
With green spaces nearby, high on her wish list, I'm hoping that the walk will banish her fears once and for all.
And there's the balcony.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, wow. This is quite nice. I like the fact, even at this time of day, now there's not as much light, but it still feels pretty peaceful and it's okay.
Now she's fallen for the view. And as well as being round the corner from Ali Pali, this flat's only a 12-minute train ride to one of her top areas, Upper Street in Islington.
Personally, I think it was my friendly missile thrush that won her over. But have we done enough?
So where is your head at now?
When I first started on my voyage 2 years ago, I was definitely wanting to be within walking distance, like 10 minutes walk to the nearest cafe or somewhere to have a coffee. And with here, I won't quite get that, but I think in my own head I can justify that by saying 15 minutes I can just go to Upper Street.
I don't mean this in a pushy way. Right now, would you feel able to make an offer on this flat?
Yeah, I don't feel like I can't put an offer in.
After Iffy's battle with location, she's finally found a place to call home. Now I've my own battle to secure it. We're in North London, where Iffy's been struggling to compromise on location.
Meanwhile, Mike and Rosemary have been struggling to choose between two very different properties. The modern mews in Crouch End and the period flat in Muswell Hill.
So what do you want to do today?
We'd like to buy a house.
Well,
Straight on that.
which one?
Well, we're in Crouch End, and I think we feel that that property, although it doesn't have the character that some of the other places have that we've seen, it's got everything else. It would give us the lifestyle that we want for the next few years.
Very, very pleased. Well, let's get ourselves back then.
All right.
Let's go. Cool.
Having rented their way across the globe, Mike and Rosemary need to fall in love with the area if they're to call it home.
I think getting around Crouch End and walking here, seeing the link between here and the town and everything the town's got to offer, it's a nice feeling as well.
You'd be out for breakfast every day, I reckon. Listen, I'm not going to come in and hassle you. I think you need a bit of time to yourselves.
After days of being painfully polite and saying all the right things, I want to give them some space to really figure out if this could be their new home.
Mike is feeling the location, but at £375,000, he needs to feel the flat.
How are we going to actually organise our furniture in here?
Well, I
Can
think
you see it?
the width of this hallway means, like they have, you could easily put one of our bookcases on this wall here.
Yes, yeah, all right.
As well as figuring out how the space could work for you, second viewings are all about visualising how you'd put your mark on the place.
I know this only has a tiny patio, but you know, you could do a really nice mural on those walls and make it an attractive space as well.
Pick a bike, anyone's a winner. Ooh! I thought this one would be safe. I'm hoping that in the flat they're having moments of clarity. I think we've been through the confusion and they've come out this morning and they're full of excitement about this place. I'll be amazed, but I might pull this off. I might just.
When we saw that first property, we felt the second bedroom was a compromise. This isn't. This is a good sized space. It'll give us the space that we need to be able to do things in the interim.
Having seen the best of what the market has to offer, the prospect of having cafes and bars on their doorstep has made them decide what sort of Londoners they want to become.
It felt even better than the first time, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Good. Well, what say we go and get a drink, talk about what you want to do?
Sounds good.
Wow! After years of upheaval and relocation, it may be that Mike and Rosemary have found a place to call home after seeing just 4 properties.
It's not just about living in the property, it's about everything that the area gives us. Once we move in, we'll make something our home.
Yep.
But the other things, the access to the village, to the town, you know, we can't alter that.
It all sounds very positive, but what do you want to do from here?
I think we'd like to make an offer.
Okay.
We would like to make an offer.
Yeah, we need confident decisions here, Mike. Fantastic, great. Yeah. Over to me then.
The property had previously been under offer at the full asking price of $375,000. That offer subsequently fell through, but the vendors have now found somewhere else. So I think a low bid might just work.
Why don't we go 362?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we've got a bit of room.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good.
Let's do it.
It's Phil here, Daniel. How are you doing?
You've worked wonders to get them this far, and you're not the only one performing miracles. Against all odds, Iffy has decided that the flat in Wood Green could potentially be her new home and wants me to put forward an offer of £215,000. 15 grand below the 230 grand asking price. But I've just spoken to the agent and there's a complication.
She said that she had someone viewing that flat at 9:15 tomorrow morning. If you have someone viewing your flat tomorrow at 9:15, you don't accept 215 or 220 now. I do not want to trigger a bidding war.
Unable to stop the viewing on the flat for tomorrow morning, I call the agent to cool things off.
I've had a long chat with my client and she is going to sleep on it. Thank you so much, Lee. Bye. Effectively, that was just me pouring cold water on the situation. I don't want someone seeing that at 9:15 tomorrow and being told that there's another interested party.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does it make sense to you?
It does. I am, having reached this stage after 2 years with my glass of wine, I'm quite happy to be guided by you, completely.
I want to see what tomorrow's viewing brings before I make my move. So there's an anxious wait for Iffy.
Meanwhile, back in Crouch End, I've had to increase our offer to £365,000. Still well within Mike and Rosemary's 400 grand budget.
Hi, Daniel, what news? Yeah. Yep. Send us the contract, we'll deal with it, and we'll have it done in a month.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well done, well done. Way to go! I don't believe it!
That's incredible. Right, cheers.
I can't even speak.
That's like better than me.
We could have hoped for, isn't it?
Definitely.
That's incredible.
Great news for Mike and Rosemary, and 10 grand below the asking price. The morning viewing on the flat in Wood Green came and went. Then I started negotiations.
And a week later, our offer of £222,000 was accepted, putting an end to Iffy's mammoth 2-year property search.
4 months on, and Iffy still hasn't come down from cloud 9.
I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe I'm in North London still. I can't believe I have a balcony on a day like this when it's really bright and summery and you just see all the trees and the park. I think I can manage this.
But has Wood Green weaned her off that Kentish town crush?
I have been pleasantly surprised, and I've been on little recce's around the place and checking out coffee shops, bookshops, and the transport around here is really, really good.
For Iffy, getting a home of her own hasn't come soon enough.
I think once you hit your 30s, to still be living at home can be a bit embarrassing. So to have a place that is mine, it just means a lot to me. It's just my own rules. Yeah, freeing, I think is the term, freeing.
It's Independence Day for Iffy, and all thanks to you, Kirstie.
And it's also been a happy beginning for Mike and Rosemary over in Crouch End.
We picked up the keys yesterday, and then today all of our stuff has come off the boat, off the back of the lorry. We're thrilled to be opening all our stuff up today and seeing all these possessions that we've not seen for so long.
I'm looking forward to making it home.
And they've no regrets about choosing area over character.
So we feel already safe and a sense of community here, and I think that was what we were really looking for. This flat gives us everything that we wanted for the lifestyle that we'd like to have now.
Quite an achievement, Pip. New to London, only 4 properties seen, but one very content couple.
Phil's really spoilt us now for house hunting. It's been such a smooth process. I don't think we'd want to do it on our own ever again.
You're a smooth operator, Mr. Spencer.
I aim to please.
This week we're searching for miracles.
I just don't feel that I'm in love with it.
This does not work for me.
And turning into psychics.
I know what's going through your minds right now, and I don't want to hear it.
We're in the wrong house.
Hopefully with a bit of teamwork.
If I say something, just agree with me, OK, and back me up.
We can work a little magic.
This week, we're swimming upstream, bringing 2 couples back closer to London, in the home county of Surrey.
But this is big budget country, and with big budgets come big expectations.
Oh, great.
Surrey, stunning towns and villages, top-notch schools and smart properties, all within easy commute of the capital.
No surprises then that it's the 3rd most expensive county to buy a property in the UK, with the average house here costing £364,000. That's a whopping £201,000 above the national average.
I'm on the hunt for Maeve and Peter Dunn, a high-flying couple looking for a home close to the capital.
And I'm going to be scouring the streets of Surrey for the Alderson Smith family. 9 months ago, sales director Daniel, his wife Sonia and their 2 girls, Eva and Ella, did what scores of Londoners do. Sell up and move to the country in search of the good life. But after renting in Buckinghamshire for just 9 months, they've come to the conclusion that life in the sticks isn't for them.
We always liked the idea of being in the countryside.
It's really beautiful and quiet here, but what we've kind of missed, and we didn't realise at the time, is how we want things on our doorstep.
So they've decided to up sticks and look for a family home a bit closer to the capital.
Smarties! They've worked and saved hard and have an impressive budget of £930,000. But there's a catch. They'll only consider properties in one of Surrey's most expensive and exclusive suburbs, East Molesey.
Location is the important thing to us. We've been searching almost every single week, really, certainly for the last 9 months. But there are so few houses available.
Not only is it a competitive market, but they also have a deadline. Eva, their eldest daughter, starts school in 5 months' time.
So I feel quite nervous, anxious and stressed, actually, at times. I can't tell you how important it is for us to find that home, and the sooner, the better.
And just to make things trickier, they want this to be their long-term family home.
Really, it's probably going to be for the next 15, 20 years, so it's extremely important that we get it right.
The pressure's on. Searching for a forever family home in only one tiny corner of Surrey is really limiting their choice. Hopefully, I can widen their horizons.
Yes, we've got 18 streets that we mapped out.
18 streets. 18 streets? 18 specific streets.
Yes, that we've been up and down at night time as well.
Great, that's how I like to start my day.
And location is the key thing to us.
Location,
yes.
right, okay.
And I think period.
Yeah, so Edwardian, Victorian properties.
You are taking it for granted that the location that you've picked is going to guarantee the architecture. You might end up with having everything you want, bar that one thing. Do you think you could cope with that?
Yes, I think so. For me, the important thing is the reception area and the kitchen.
I'd like good sized bedrooms.
I'm looking at a request list which is $1 million plus and a budget that isn't $1 million plus. It's awful to think of the idea that when you've got £900,000 plus, you're compromising, but...
We know that we have to compromise it
yes,
in some way.
And it's the word we use a lot, so yes.
But there's a difference between saying it and doing it.
The stakes are high for Sonia and Daniel. They want a forever family home, have a deadline for schools and have an ambitious wish list.
They've got £930,000 and are looking for a period property. It must have a big kitchen, plenty of entertaining space and a minimum of 4 bedrooms, ideally with a separate playroom and a large garden for the girls.
And they're not going to be flexible on the location.
So my Surrey search will focus on the upmarket suburb of East Molesey. And within that already microscopic area, there's only 18 specific streets that they'll consider living on. A small search area may sound straightforward, but there's nothing suitable on the market in those streets for their budget. So something's got to give. I hope.
Our other house hunters, Maeve and Peter, have also got their hearts set on Surrey, but in contrast to Sonia and Daniel, they've got no idea where in the county they want to buy. This pair are looking for a total lifestyle overhaul. They've sold up in Derbyshire and secured new managerial jobs in the capital.
I'm 40 and Pete's 44, and at this stage people are normally going the other way. They're moving out of London and we're getting closer, so I suppose we're a bit of a contradiction in that sense.
Although they want to be close to the capital for work and play, they're not quite prepared to turn their backs on the calm of the country.
We want somewhere that's still a little bit green and near water, of course.
And near water, of course. Yeah. I'd love to buy a waterside property, absolutely would, but obviously you pay a premium, so if anything's got to give, that would probably be the big thing for me. Whether Maeve will accept that remains to be seen.
I might.
Let's see how much she can twist my arm.
Maeve and Peter have got a healthy £675,000 to spend on their dream home. They've barely started their search, but that doesn't stop them from having very specific ideas about what they expect for their hard-earned cash.
I think we know what we're prepared to accept, but there are certain things that we would not compromise on, like the setting and the location.
Sounds like I'm not the only one with location worries.
Do I sense that the location is going to be more critical than the house itself?
Yes.
Yes.
I think there's a unanimous yes there,
right.
Because our view is where it is and its setting and the village it's in, you can't change. And inside of a house, you can knock it around, do it up.
A woman after my own heart.
Tell me what it is you're looking for out of the location.
You've got a big pull towards water.
Oh, yeah, that was on my dream list.
If you really want to live close to water, for me, I'd like to make that our centre point.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are you looking for out of the house?
Something that needs putting our own stamp on it. I'd hate to be paying top whack for someone else's taste.
It is difficult finding genuine opportunities to add value around here, simply because everyone's done it. It's been popular for a long time, and there aren't too many of the, you know, the sort of old grannies' houses where there is genuine development opportunity. We'll look for it, but I mean, I'll say here and now, it's tough.
Right.
Okay.
Ooh, forceful Phil. Who'd have thought it?
For their 675 grand, Maeve and Peter want a detached waterside property with 3 bedrooms and good living space.
They'd love to find a house that has renovation potential, but first and foremost, the setting must be right.
While they've given us a wide brief in terms of location, I'm taking the initiative and focusing their search in the towns and villages of North Surrey. It's an area with picturesque rivers and estuaries that also boasts excellent train links into town.
The whole of North Surrey versus 18 streets. I know what I'd prefer.
There may be trouble ahead.
You always say that.
No, I don't always say that. No,
always say
I'm an
that.
optimist. I usually say it's going to be fine, it's going to be fine. But in this case, my search is going to be very tricky. The average house price in those streets is about 1.3 million.
But at least they know where they want to live. I, on the other hand, have got an awful lot of miles to travel.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, and they don't know their way around at all, so it's a really big learning curve. So I've got a massive brief that doesn't really contain very much at all.
Yeah,
like
I know.
a house.
I've always said
It would
that
be
about
nice
your
if it was
briefs.
near a river.
Well, at least that cheered you up.
Yep, and it seems there's a lot of happy people around this part of Surrey.
It's such a lovely area, it offers so much. Parks, the palace, beautiful shops.
Train into London 30 minutes away, so it's brilliant.
People moving in like I have in the last year really like it because they like the atmosphere here.
In such a popular patch, I've got a real challenge to find Sonia and Daniel their forever family home.
East Molesey is one of the county's most sought-after suburbs.
We can't find anything suitable on the market in their 18 streets. And with time against us, I've got no choice but to push them on location. For our first property, we're heading just over a mile outside their comfort zone to Esher. It's got a reputation for being smart and still offers the lifestyle they're after. I think this house is a real find, but there's no denying it's not on the 18 streets. Wish me luck, Phil.
I can see there are little thoughts going through your head. Are we way too far out?
We're as far out as we'd like to be at.
Right. At this point, are you thinking, what is she thinking?
No, I think we're still open.
Still open. Still open? Genuinely still open?
I think so.
I'm really glad to hear that, because this could be a great family home.
It's arranged over 3 floors. The open-plan kitchen diner is stunning. There's an adult room and separate play area for the girls, which opens directly onto the garden. There's 4 bedrooms on the first floor, and the loft has been converted to create a huge master with ensuite. It's immaculately kitted out so they could move in straight away.
And they need to, as this place is 30 grand over their budget at £960,000. But I do have it on good authority that something nearer the 900 mark would secure it.
So, boys and girls. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Wow. This is a cracking room.
It really is.
Outside you said you were open. Now coming in here, has this made you more positive towards the house, or is the area still a big issue?
The area is still, you know, it's in the back of my mind, but coming in here, they've done a really good job.
I like the fact that it's open plan, so that suits us.
It's a great start, so yeah.
All smiles so far.
Big family bathroom, and then a study, and then 3 other bedrooms.
I can see the potential here, but
Yes.
we're at the top end of our budget.
But not in the location.
Not in the location. No. Sonia, I completely accept that. We're not in the 18 streets now. But the fact is, this is a house which ticks a lot of boxes and within budget. Go and have a look upstairs, because it is important that you understand what you can get for your money.
Nice, nicely done. The only thing it's missing for me, I feel as though the period features.
But it's good size.
Yes.
I think if you put this
in terms of square
East Molesey
footage.
village centre, then we're pushing past Kirstie to get in.
I'm sure they would, but this house on one of their top streets in East Molesey would cost more like 1.3 million, so well over their budget.
I'm facing up to the fact that this lovely house doesn't cut it because it's not in the 18 streets. And so I can't just put the 18 streets to one side and find them a suitable house which fits all their other criteria. I have to fit it into the location.
And that could prove to be a nigh-on impossible task.
So, you've seen it all now.
We'd rather compromise in not having one of the rooms we need than have all the rooms we need but not be in the right location.
Yes. Okay, so that means that I have to go to plan B. Because, as you know, there isn't actually a house for sale at your price range in your location at the moment. But that doesn't mean I can't find one. And I will reveal all in the morning.
Can't wait.
Yeah,
Fantastic. Can you bring your magic wand?
I think I may just need to. Great. Let's shimmy away.
This week I'm in Surrey with Maeve and Peter, who want to move closer to London and dream of a riverside retreat.
And I'm with Sonia and Daniel, who had a crack at the good life and are now desperate to get back in the burbs.
Sonia and Daniel want to find a home for the family to settle in, and they need to be in before their daughters start school in 5 months. To make it even tougher, they'll only consider living on 18 streets in East Molesey.
They disregarded the first property I showed them as it was just outside their location hotspot. Now I'm looking for a plan B.
Hopefully I'll have more luck with Maeve and Peter. For them it's all about the setting. They want a 3-bed property on the water and have a budget of $675,000 to spend. Finding this has been tricky to say the least. Having said that, I am really excited about our first property. I've brought them to Weybridge, just a 40-minute train journey to London. It's a sought-after town with boutique shops, wine bars and eateries. The house is definitely unique in both style and location. It's part of an exclusive gated development on the banks of the River Wey, something I know they're both going to love. Now, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but I think we found something rather special here.
Now, we're on a private island.
Right.
With 9 houses on it, all built as part of the same development.
That sounds
and they're
good.
all these rather attractive, sort of timber-framed, single-storey, all quite interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I definitely agree
unusual.
with interesting.
Yeah.
Think it's going to take more than interesting to convince Peter.
Don't worry, Kirstie, I know this house can win him round. It was built 8 years ago, and it's the Scandinavian timber frame and its pretty island location that make it so original.
Inside there's an open-plan kitchen living room, 2 double bedrooms and 1 single. It's not huge, but it does have an amazing setting, and they did say that was their #1 priority.
The price should also be very attractive to Maeve and Peter. At just under £500,000, a stonking 175 grand under budget. Come on in. See what you think.
Open plan, not a problem to us, but that has to be a huge,
That is a lovely, lovely view. In the summer, I mean, already your mind's out there.
Yeah.
Lounges, barbecue, cold beer.
A beer and a Barbie. What more could a man want?
It's the size that I was keen to hear your thoughts on. As my first opening gambit, is it big enough?
The size doesn't scare me, actually. I'm quite excited.
Let's see some more.
Okay.
So we have a separate utility room there, 3rd bedroom stroke office, and the main bedroom with its ensuite shower room.
Unusual.
I don't know whether sunken beds are your thing, but I kind of feel he's taken the Scandinavian build perhaps a little too far.
Certainly a unique style.
We've really got to try and open our minds and see how it could look with your warmer, more homely, comforting place.
Maeve was hoping for a project, and as this house is significantly under budget, they could afford to totally transform it. The danger is that they could easily get carried away and spend more than the property would ever be worth.
Remember we said it's not the house, the setting is superb.
And I do like the fact that we can make it look quite radically different.
Softer.
So.
It's all being very positive in here. They really are, but in my experience of showing this type of island life, slightly alternative style of house, they do tend to generate very upbeat first viewings. And then people have to think through the realities, practicalities of living here. And that's what Maeve and Peter are going through at the moment.
Right.
This is the room that concerns me the most, in all honesty.
Why?
It's the size. There's very little room. You could make it work. I think it would need an awful lot of thinking about. Definitely.
Come and join me out here. I'm getting serenaded by the ducks.
Wow. This is lovely.
The setting's fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean, look, the sun's just come out now.
Absolute winner.
What a difference already.
It is.
Certainly for me, being able to enjoy nature and still be able to catch a train into town and go to work in the city would be very simple.
Flooding? Yeah.
Is that an issue, do we know?
It hasn't flooded in 8 years and we are up on stilts.
Yeah, true.
If you want a waterside property, then you have to accept that there may be a risk of flooding. And with 5.2 million properties at risk in England, it's crucial to investigate the flood risk of any property near a watercourse, as well as the availability and cost of home insurance. This property is classed as Zone 3, which is significant risk. But the current vendors have had no problem insuring it, so Maeve and Peter should have nothing to worry about.
I'm quite excited, but I know it might be too quirky.
Well, look, let's move on.
OK.
We've started something a bit alternative, something well within budget.
Yeah.
Let's see where we get to. This is going to be interesting.
As predicted, this place is pulling them in two directions. The setting has blown them away, but they need time to seriously consider if the space could work.
Back with Sonia and Daniel, I've got an uphill struggle. They're determined to buy a family home on one of 18 specific streets in East Molesey, and they need it before their daughter starts school in 5 months' time. The problem is there are no suitable properties for sale on the 18 streets in their budget.
Well, Kirstie, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Don't I know it? Over 670 leaflets have gone through the doors of houses on Sonia and Daniel's favourite streets in East Molesey.
672 leaflets were sent out, and we've had two responses. 2 people within the 18 streets who might be interested in selling. The thing about leafleting is it's the only way to go if you want to live in a specific area. But the flip side is that if somebody hasn't gone through the process of putting their property on the market, they could arguably be less interested in selling it. So leafleting might drag something up which ends up being a dead end. You've got to try, haven't you?
You sure do, Kirstie.
I'm really confident about this house. The owners answered our flyer and are prepared to sell for the right price. It's on a dream street and has loads of space. It's a 1930s semi, so not the period property they've been dreaming of, but Daniel and Sonia said they'd compromise on style, so this has to be a winner.
This house is not a looker, but you could do a lot with it. I know what's going through your minds right now, and I don't want to hear it. So I'm not going to ask you, and you're not going to say anything, OK? Good.
I'll follow you.
Yeah, thank you.
These guys really need to trust me on this one.
As it stands, there are 2 good-sized reception rooms, family kitchen and an impressive garden. Upstairs, there are 5 double bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
The owner would consider selling for £875,000. That's 55 grand below Sonia and Daniel's budget.
Well done, Kirstie. It's on the 18 street and it's under budget. What a find.
I wish I had your confidence, Phil.
Sonia, when we were walking down the street just now, you looked at a early Victorian villa and went, oh, I thought it was that one. And my heart sank. Really, it sank into my boots, Sonia. Because the thing is that isn't in budget. And that has given me a fright. This is not as pretty as the other ones, but it's not on at 1.4 million.
Correct. I don't think we would discount this because I think we can see through this.
I'm not getting the impression from Sonia that she thinks that at any point this house could be the one.
I think I would be prepared to wait, if I'm being honest, yes.
Yeah. What you are doing is sitting under a tree
with very few leaves on it, waiting for autumn and hoping that the wind doesn't catch those leaves and blow them elsewhere.
Okay. You've lost me with that one, Kirstie.
Keep up, Phil. I'm trying to explain that compromises have to be made, otherwise they could be waiting for a home that may never appear. And with the school deadline approaching, they can't take the risk.
Oh, I love the garden. It's gorgeous.
Got the garden out here. Got the room and the space here.
It requires a lot of money. The house is lovely, but I just don't feel that I'm in love with it, so, yeah.
Daniel and Sonia said it was all about location, but it's not true. They're not even really seriously looking at this house because it doesn't look right. And with all the other restrictions that this location and this budget gives them, I think it's a fatal cocktail.
Chin up, Kirstie. This may not be the one for them, but you've still got one more shot at winning them round. For Maeve and Peter's second, very different style of house, I've drafted in my property wife.
They're still on the river.
Nice weather for ducks.
Yes.
We've moved 6 miles north to Staines-upon-Thames. With trains to London in around 40 minutes, it's a commuter's dream. It's a beautiful conservation area with independent shops, local pubs and pretty properties. But more importantly, the house we've come to see sits right on the river.
So what do you think of this? An old boathouse converted into a very sweet house.
It's very pretty from the outside.
It's very pretty in the inside.
What we've got here is essentially an upside-down house. All 3 bedrooms are downstairs, but to make the most of the amazing views of the River Thames, the living space and kitchen are up on the first floor.
It really is a stunning property, with its own 40-foot private mooring. As for the price, we're near the top of their budget with this one, just shy of £650,000.
But it's bigger than the last place we saw, and I reckon the decor is much more to Maeve and Peter's taste.
Now, what do you think of this? You've got a 30-foot living room. Gosh. Vaulted ceilings, exposed beams, windows across the river.
It's done beautifully.
Very nice.
That is lovely.
It's quite special.
It is.
I don't know. Do you ever feel life is going too fast and you want to find somewhere where it's just a bit more...
Tranquil.
Yes, and this is tranquil. That's exactly what it is.
Another big, light, bright room. Another table in here. You don't seem as taken with it.
It is beautiful. There is no denying that. You picked up on the aircraft noise, didn't you?
Phil lives in an area affected by the planes. It's true, you do. Either you notice the planes or you don't notice the planes. And if you're a plane-noticing person, then, you know...
I think we just had an Airbus fly over and that was particularly noisy.
Yeah, but... Phil lives in such a plane-affected area that he knows one plane from another.
I live in a very nice area, if you know.
We have lived in houses before that have been on flight path, but that's a lot more intrusive than
This is closer. You can read the logo on the plane. Wow.
It's difficult to be this close to London without being near a flight path. It might suit plane spotter Phil, but it's clearly an issue for Maeve and Peter.
But this house has so much to offer them in terms of space and lifestyle, and for Maeve it was all about the setting.
This is the mooring, and in many ways, the garden.
Right.
The water was something you were keen on.
Yes, yes.
But this isn't floating your boat.
This house has a lot of the features we wanted. So it's funny how it's on brief, but the more I've seen, the less it is a yes.
And it seems Maeve's not the only one not feeling the love.
The house itself is lovely, you know, you can't deny that, but I think the thing that's missing is that thing that's really hard to articulate. It's the emotional attachment, it's just not there, unlike the first one.
Right. We're in the wrong house.
I guess so.
Let's move on.
Well, that didn't go to plan.
I told you my search wasn't any easier.
I'm a little disappointed because I thought this was a fantastic house. It is
fantastic.
Anyway, they're not going to buy this house.
They're not going to buy this house. But they're such a nice, solid, sensible couple. They haven't made rigid rules about what must happen in the perfect dream house, which must be in this location. It must look like this.
You're being a bit sensitive today. I think you are, aren't you?
Deep breath.
Deep breaths. 18 streets.
18 Street. Do you know what it's called? Nightmare on 18 Streets.
Well, Kirstie, if this nightmare's ever going to have a happy ending, we've both got a lot of work to do.
This week, I'm with Sonia and Daniel, who only want to live in 18 streets in the entire county of Surrey.
And I'm with Maeve and Peter, who haven't quite yet homed in on their perfect location. I don't know which one's worse.
I do.
For Maeve and Peter, the Staines boathouse was a no-no, but the quirky island property in Weybridge has got them thinking.
As for Sonia and Daniel, we're still a long way off what I think they're expecting to get for their 930 grand budget. However, I'm extremely excited about the next property. It's the only other option from our huge leaflet drop in East Molesey, so it isn't on the open market. Everything is riding on this, and thankfully I have some reinforcements.
This is a very smart
It's
house.
very smart, and that's what Sonia's after. Smart-looking house. It's the look. Don't be fooled by all this location talk. It's the location and the look. I'm glad you're here. I don't know what use you'll be, but if I say something, just agree with me, okay, and back me up.
I always...
Don't know. Sometimes you have those days...
Just agree with me.
No, just sometimes you have those days when you don't agree with me for kicks and to be funny, but don't have one of those days today, okay?
I'll try and resist the temptation.
I don't want to speak too soon, but I think we may have cracked it with this one. It's Victorian and rammed full of the period features which I know Sonia and Daniel have been searching for.
This fantastic find has 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It's also got the space they asked for with a huge open-plan living room, family kitchen and a decent-sized garden for the girls.
And it's bang on budget, as the owner is looking for a figure of around £927,500.
Hello.
Here we are.
You've met my friend Phil Spencer?
Yes. Loitering at the door. What do you think?
We like the road. It's and I think that it's interesting because it's kind of a period property, so our hearts were slightly high.
Yes, we were really excited by it. So
Brilliant.
yes, so we're looking forward to seeing the rest of the house.
Wow. Could I have finally cracked it?
Come and see what you think of this, Daniel. It's perfectly acceptable as it is, but if you were to extend it, you'd have a massive family kitchen room. Could you live with it as it stands?
It seems like the whole of the house here is eminently livable, so we can move straight in.
Positive?
I tend to be easily pleased compared to Sonia, so I think it's really lies with her.
Okay.
You look very positive when you came in. What are you feeling up here? Because it gets smaller as it goes up.
Actually, they're not too bad. If I have to make a compromise on the bedrooms, I will.
I think
if there's ticks everywhere else, and it's just...
Do you feel that there are ticks in this house?
Yes. I think this is a serious contender.
I'm so happy to have finally found a house Sonia likes enough to compromise on.
Well, I had a very positive time down here with Daniel. He's happy with whatever Sonia wants.
Yeah, he is happy with whatever Sonia wants.
Is that a theme?
Yeah. She is the one who's very specific about this. He wants to put his money in the right place. He wants to be within these streets, but I think he wants her to be happy.
Yeah.
And she just told me that this house was a real contender.
I think they should buy this house. I absolutely do. I think it's spot on.
Oh, wow. I love this window.
Fireplace.
Nice.
It's a tick.
Oh.
So you've got 2 bedrooms up here. Eva and Ella can have one each, and they've got their own bathroom.
Yes, I mean, it needs a lot of work doing to it, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
It's great to have plans, but let's not forget that this house is at the very top of their budget.
Oh, put a sock in it, Phil.
How'd you get on?
I was pleasantly surprised upstairs, and I think that we can see where we can put our mark. But I think the one thing that was clearly very evident, because of the period features, you get that sort of soul, that character, and I think that...
and that's Sonia, what we were after.
Yeah.
Right.
Those leaflets worked.
Well, all 672 of them. Right. Phil, your work here is done. You can leave us.
Thank you.
These guys have a lot to think about overnight, but I have to say, all of a sudden, I feel that finally I'm on the right track. This search may have a happy ending after all.
A new day and time for Peter and Maeve's final property. Coincidentally, it's also in East Molesey, but not on one of the 18 streets, and thankfully hasn't been as difficult to find. This is the biggest of the 3 properties. There's a lovely formal reception room, large dining area, and separate kitchen with a conservatory that opens up onto a landscaped garden overlooking the River Ember.
Upstairs there are 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. It's immaculately kitted out, so there's no real opportunity to do work, but that's good. This cracking house is at the top of their budget, with an asking price of £675,000.
Here we are.
Nice entrance.
It is actually.
Oh,
Wow.
That's
Gosh,
nice.
it's quite open and bright, isn't it?
I've obviously moved away from the kind of quirkiness that we were looking at yesterday. It's a much more traditional house. It's also got the biggest price tag.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, dear.
But then it does have 3 reception rooms.
Yeah, it does. This is nice. This is like a proper conservatory, isn't it?
They're looking and sounding pretty impressed so far, Phil.
This is the room that the lady who lives here sleeps in. Got the double height.
I'm smiling and laughing because it's lovely. Oh, what have you done to us?
It's a lovely house, the bits we've seen. My heartstrings are still being pulled back to the one we saw yesterday.
Big decisions, so take your time. Have a look around.
Okay. Thank you.
Deep puzzlement, I think, going on. I've posed them a really difficult one because this is a traditional house and it's absolutely stunning. They quite wanted quirky. I don't know which way it's going to go, I really don't.
Genuinely confused.
One is definitely the quirky choice, which might be enough to rule it out. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I really feel for them at this point. They're torn between head and heart. I wonder if the setting will show them there's a lot to love here too.
And then we have the river.
Right.
That's a private towpath, so it's only people that back onto the river can access it.
Now, the thing is that I know we always said we'd like to be able to add value to somewhere. Is there probably anything we could add value here?
The short answer is no. It's at the top of its game. It has been very hard to find anything that you can genuinely add to because this part of town is developed.
What's the village itself like?
It's very nice. Boutique-y shops and cafes and restaurants, which is why people ask quite big money for 3-bedroomed houses. And there's a fairly good market for them.
Okay.
Interesting.
There always will be.
That is the concern about the other one,
Yeah.
isn't it? It's such a niche
It
market,
is.
potentially. This is definitely the safe option.
It is.
I have to say I agree with them, but just because it's the sensible choice doesn't make it a dead cert. I still think this could go either way.
A short stroll away, and it's no surprise that Sonia and Daniel want to take a second look at the 5-bedroom Victorian house we showed them in East Molesey.
Morning! It is miserable, isn't it? Come in, come in, come in.
This house is my saving grace. It isn't officially on the market, but the owner's looking for around £927,500, so it's at the top of Sonia and Daniel's budget. But they feel it would benefit from an ambitious renovation plan. They'd like to open out the top bedrooms and put an extension on the back of the house. So I've asked Colin, a local builder, to price things up. I'm excited to be back, but do they feel the same?
Still positive about this house?
Yeah, I think so. Yes. I think the only factor really is the price.
I think it depends on the quotes we get from the builders in terms of how much work is involved and how much that would cost.
I think go and have a chat with the builder we've got here about, because I know you've got ideas about what you want to do. And I will see you in a bit.
Thank you very much.
This room and the next door room, we wanted to try and sort of build out a bit, so that some of the eaves are a bit higher, to make into 2 proper size bedrooms, and the bathroom through there again, so it's sort of full height.
I think you've got to be looking at around about 33,000 budget figures.
Okay.
The quote for all the work Sonia and Daniel want to do comes in at over 60 grand, and this house is already at the top end of their budget.
So, you've been all over the house with Colin.
Yes.
Did you feel any heartstrings being pulled by this house?
We still love the house, but there are compromises. And I think the price is sort of, you know, an issue for us.
If I was putting a bet on, I'd say that the price that you'd be prepared to pay isn't yet a price that the vendor would be prepared to accept. So I think we need to sit down, review the last 3 days, and go from there.
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Daniel and Sonia have worked and saved hard, and the stakes are so high for them. If they decide this lovely house is the one, and I hope they do, then I'll need to pull out all the stops to secure it for them.
Maeve and Peter fell for the traditional Edwardian house in East Molesey. But they've decided to take a second look at the quirky island property in Weybridge to either rule it in or rule it out.
At £499,950, it's a whopping 175 grand less than property 3, so they'd have money in the pot for any work they'd like to do.
I guess the questions are how you'd live in it and what you would wish to do with it if you bought it.
Yeah, now the thing we thought about a lot last night is, could we add a nice conservatory or something to give us that little bit of extra space? Would that be allowed here?
Apparently one of the other houses has extended, yes. You have to apply for planning permission the normal way.
Because it's got the space to do it, and it would make a big difference, because I think this is the smallest one we've seen, isn't it?
Once you start building big extensions, you're into quite large money.
Yeah.
Yep. Which I'm not convinced you'd see back. But have some time.
OK.
Have a wander, have a think.
OK.
I'll leave you alone. I'm quite stuck here because I kind of feel that I need to be advising them and giving them some professional guidance, but actually it's a difficult one for me because the two properties that they're considering are so poles apart. One is a lot more money, but arguably a much safer investment. This is cheaper, but perhaps it's risky.
If you've incorporated this deck somehow into the house, that could make a difference. It's how you configure it, because it's still going to be one big wide open space.
This was meant to crystallise that this one was out. I don't think it is out.
No, I think it has. It's helped because unless we are prepared to do that out there, this does not work for me.
As lovely as the setting is, the amount of work they'd need to do to make the house big enough is really hitting home. I wonder if it's swung the balance in favour of the house in East Molesey. I think we really need to talk things through.
That's exactly what I'm doing with Sonia and Daniel. They love the 5-bed Victorian house on at £927,500. But with their renovation plans costing over 60 grand, they need to get it well below the 900,000 mark to make it work for them. Time to get straight to business.
Do you want me to make some kind of offer for that house?
I would say we are interested in buying that house if it was at the right price.
What's your tipping point?
I don't want to go much above 840.
OK. Do you want me to ring up the vendor and offer 840?
Yes, I think we should.
We have to accept that we're paying slightly more than we think really it's worth.
Right, let's do that.
Sonia and Daniel really like the house and are prepared to pay more than they think it's worth, but it's still nearly £90,000 less than the asking price. I desperately hope I can secure it for them.
Oh, hi, it's Kirstie, Allsopp. In a nutshell, my clients want it, but they feel that the price is wrong. They would be very, very thrilled to buy the house at $840,000, but not at more than that.
Things are equally tense for Peter and Maeve. It's taken a lot of deliberation, but they've decided that the quirky island property just isn't big enough for them. Instead, they want to go for the more traditional Edwardian house, on the market at £675,000. And just like Sonia and Daniel, it's all coming down to price.
I don't think I'd want to pay anything above $650 for that house. In fact, I think I'd prefer to pay 8 less.
625.
Do you want to say 630?
If those are the figures you're thinking, which are a long way from their expectations, and I also believe beneath market value.
Right,
Really?
OK.
OK.
I think we should just go in and say, look, this is what it is. We're not here to muck about. Leave it on the table. Come back to us.
OK, we take it from there.
Deal
Fine.
to be done.
Happy?
Yep.
Fingers crossed.
Nick, hello there. It's Phil Spencer speaking. Whilst I've got an offer for you, I also recognise it's some way from what your vendor perhaps was hoping for. It's 630,000.
Sonia and Daniel's low offer is in, and it's no surprise that negotiations aren't straightforward.
So you pretty set on not selling for much less than the early 9s? It is. No, it is absolutely lovely. It's just that probably it's in the mid-80s, not the early 9s. If you had a look around and thought that 880 or thereabouts was something, I suspect that would crack it.
Well, I mean, I think Sonia's slightly disappointed, but I don't think it's entirely
I don't think it's a
unpredicted.
closed book. You haven't been outbid. There's not anyone else on the case. You've got some time to consider it.
Sure.
Here's to the 18 streets.
The 18 streets.
I thought finding them the right house would be impossible, but now I just hope someone can move on the price.
As for my couple, we've also got a low offer on the table, but unfortunately we're not the only ones interested.
There is somebody else who's seen it twice. They're coming back to see it tomorrow. They haven't made an offer, but they are talking in those terms.
Suggestion?
We do absolutely nothing.
OK.
We've made an offer, we're at the table. If they are not offering, we can feel in quite a confident position.
Yeah.
If they are offering, well, then we're in a competitive situation and we'll have to play it.
OK.
OK.
While Maeve and Peter play the waiting game, Daniel and Sonia took my advice and increased their offer on the house in East Molesey to £870,000.
Sadly, that was also rejected as the owners were hoping for closer to 890,000.
Sonia and Daniel are staying positive and still hoping their 18 Street dream will become a reality. As for Maeve and Peter, well, unsurprisingly, the other interested party did offer on the house. Maeve and Peter increased their offer from £630,000 to £647,500, but it wasn't enough.
The great news is, a week later, they viewed a house over the road from the one they lost out on and loved it.
We knew pretty much straight away. We were in there 20 minutes and we knew this is as good as the other one.
The other one was obviously very, very nice, but it was the finished article. There was no real opportunity for us to change how the house worked.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, we can make a big, big difference to it.
So it's really exciting.
Yeah.
We were both just beaming when we came out of it, yeah.
With their offer of £633,500 accepted, Maeve and Peter can't wait to move in.
We want to try and get this done in the first 6 months so we can really appreciate it and benefit from it and not be living in a building site for 2 years.
Because Maeve doesn't do waiting.
Tell me about it. There was certainly no messing about on the river for me on their watch.
I don't think we would have found this house without Phil. He gave us insight that this was a nice area. It hadn't been on our radar.
Without Phil, we wouldn't have come here at all, I don't think.
Aye, aye, Captain Spencer, you've steered our rudderless couple into safe waters.
It was always a dream to live next to the river for me, so actually for it to be about to become true is really a bit of a fairy tale ending.
Summer evenings, looking at the river, bottle of wine.
Fantastic.
It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
I just love it when a plan comes together.
For a slick city pad.
Or a cosy cottage in the country.
A first home just for you.
Or a forever home for the whole family.
Everything you need to know is right here. We're back and eager as ever to put the heart into the Great British Home Hunt.
Fabulous.
Fabulous. Cool. Well, I haven't had one of those in a while.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. I want it. Let's go.
But with high expectations,
This does not work for me.
I just don't feel that I'm in love with it.
You hate me today, don't you, Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah, OK.
And the market as tricky as ever.
What is going on at the moment?
the fight to find a home to fit your heart in just got tougher.
Do you know when you can't see yourself in somewhere? What's wrong with young people today?
Will I start feeling a bit claustrophobic in here?
Over the coming weeks, we're springing into action.
You can do whatever you like if you were sewing costume like that. And working our socks off.
I'm going to kick off my shoes on this grass.
To find the perfect match of hearts and homes.
I can't even speak.
This week, we're bouncing from one extreme to another.
That is brilliant. I actually feel quite sick.
Up 1 minute.
I'm just a little bit lost for words. It is amazing.
Down the next.
Teeny.
Doesn't look like it's got size or character.
If we don't catch them on the rebound...
You could have an awesome party in this house.
We could hit rock bottom.
It's quite the carry-on.
When did you last see my chest?
I won't answer that.
This week we're in Hertfordshire with two fast-paced young couples determined to home in on a more grown-up future.
They've got big dreams on modest budgets, so we've been called in to help.
Nice breakfast, Phil. Love your new house.
Thanks very much. I thought we'd start close to home. We'll be cutting a swathe across commuter belt territory, sleuthing the suburbs and surrounds of historic St Albans, as well as the bijou market town of Tring.
I'll be going Tringside with 30-somethings Neil and Liz. They're currently squeezed into Liz's single-girl flat in Watford. I'm really sorry. And have precious little time to find a future family home thanks to their high-powered accountancy jobs.
Work is stressful and it's quite busy. We don't have the time and we can't commit to finishing work at 5 o'clock to go and look at houses of an evening.
We don't get to spend as much time together, and when we plan things, sometimes they have to be postponed or we may have to work weekends.
Recently engaged, they've been struggling to juggle planning a wedding and finding a house with long working days and busy social lives. Yes! But they deal with it the way they know best.
It is ridiculous, but because we're so busy, we have spreadsheets that we use to track everything.
The wedding, the honeymoon, even their friends and family time, visits to the bathroom. Everything has its own spreadsheet.
It's a bit pathetic, but a necessary evil at the moment.
Yeah, so we actually are typical accountants, even though we say we're not.
They have an eye to the future and are looking for a home they could start a family in. Tring is only a 30-minute commute to Watford. Plus, it's where Neil grew up and where his mum still lives. But their search hasn't just foundered for lack of time.
We'd go and see houses and then I'd get very frustrated because Liz would be uber critical everywhere we went to see. And I would get a little bit disheartened.
If we made a mistake, it's very expensive to get out of. Neil feels a bit beaten down by me and he needs some backup.
I reckon I know the perfect woman for the job.
The decision to come to Tring is whose?
I'm from Tring, but it wasn't actually my decision to move back to Tring.
I'd say it was more my decision because I'm a little bit older than Neil and I think about the future. I'd love to have children and I do know how important it is to be near family. And my parents are a bit too far away, but Neil's mum lives in Tring.
And do you think your mum would want to be involved if you did have children?
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Yes, no, well, never take it for granted. So on paper, your search is simple. I know why you need help. You work in Watford. You're both working very hard. How can you possibly search for a house in Tring? But I'm not quite so sure that it's going to be that easy.
And that's despite the fact that Neil and Liz have a good budget.
For their £400,000, they want off-street parking and a garden, at least 3 bedrooms, and ideally separate living and dining spaces.
Alas for them, and now for me, we're in prime Commuterville, so competition for family houses in this area is high, and that wouldn't necessarily show up on their spreadsheets.
I'm confident you'll manage to excel, Kirstie. While Kirstie's off in search of a tringing success in the northwest corner of Hertfordshire, I'm 20 miles east in St Albans, another very popular commuter spot. Ever since they got married 2 years ago, IT consultant David and fashion merchandiser Claire have become increasingly desperate to get off the rental merry-go-round.
In the last 5 years that we've been living together, we've lived in 5 houses, so we're at the end of our tether with moving.
With only enough savings to be able to afford a flat rather than a longed-for house and garden, they were feeling disheartened when Dave's dad very generously chipped in.
We've managed to get together £60,000 for a deposit.
Which we're really, really happy about. We didn't think we could ever afford to buy a house.
Now they're eager to find somewhere to put down roots and grow into. However, their current rental accommodation right in the heart of St Albans has set the bar very high.
I just absolutely love all the characters, so if there's any chance of anything like that in a property, I know I would absolutely love it.
I would personally just prefer a big house.
A big house within a 10-minute radius of St Albans Station, no less, to ensure Dave's work commute to London Bridge is doable.
We've set ourselves a challenge living in the southeast, but this is where we like it. So.
Yeah.
You're telling me it's a challenge? The cash injection from the bank of Dave's dad may have brought their search to life, but their criteria could create a monster.
You're not scared of monsters, are you, Phil?
My spies tell me that you currently rent what's a very nice place.
We've been pretty spoiled in our current house, which has probably been one of the reasons we've been so reluctant to take a step down into a flat or something which we could only afford up until recently.
Your budget is?
240 is our absolute maximum budget. Ideally, we want to spend 230.
Right. Well, I'm told that the one that you live in is worth 320 to 350.
Really?
Yeah, gosh, doesn't surprise me.
You can't move the budget, so other things within your ideal criteria has to shift.
We've decided that we'll be prepared to move a bit further out so that we could try and get a similar property.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're talking the talk. Question is, will they walk the walk?
We're first-time buyers, we're a bit clueless when it comes to what we want to do. Negotiating, you're much more aware of the amount that we could potentially get off.
I can do deals if you can make decisions. But come on, let's make a start.
They're putting a lot of faith in you, Phil.
I'll certainly be hoping for divine inspiration.
Claire and Dave have a maximum of £240,000 to spend.
They want a 2 to 3 bed house with 2 reception rooms, garden and off-street parking. And they'd most emphatically like to be within a 10-minute drive of the train station in St Albans.
They've set their top budget to stay within the 25% deposit and 75% borrowing ratio. This way their repayments could work out less than their current monthly rent of just under £1,000.
Both our couples want to be in areas enticing to many a capital commuter. Tring's 40 minutes by train to London and St Albans only 20.
And clearly every minute counts, with the average house price in St Albans nearly £90,000 more than in Tring, over £4,000 a minute. Hats off to you for taking on St Albans, Phil.
I'll be getting a halo if I pull off a purchase for Dave and Claire.
What's their budget?
240.
For St Albans?
Yeah.
What are they looking for, a studio flat?
Well, 3 bedrooms. They might have to settle with 2. The difficulty, I think, is that she wants something that's characterful and sweet, and he wants something that's big and spacious. So that in order to combine both, they're going to have to go quite a long way out of St Albans, but I don't think they know that yet.
Who's going to tell them? Muggins.
Yes, the man in the blue suit. How about you?
I'm kind of like, this is how your life is going to go, so these are the things you have to take into account. And he's kind of looking at me wide-eyed. It's like...
You do like to point to people, this is how your life is
no,
about to...
I'm not. I know. I'm just saying, you know, that thing that I'm allergic to is the idea of finding somebody's house which they're going to have to sell in 2 years' time.
Yeah.
It's like buying clothes for children which will only fit them today and won't fit them tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which I have been known to do so that they look really perfect.
I wasn't going to say that.
Anyway, we need a house that won't just fit today, but will fit tomorrow.
I'm with you on that, Kirstles.
So heads down, because it could be slim pickings for me in Tring. Sitting at a low point in the Chiltern Hills known as the Tring Gap, this Hertfordshire market town is close to the capital and what some would say is the finest countryside in the UK. Add in 17th century charm and it's not hard to understand why Tring has an attractive ring to many.
It's a great place for families, lots going on.
There's loads of opportunities to do all sorts of stuff.
If you walk down this high street, you'll see people saying hello to one another, which is unbelievable, really.
But good neighbours don't come cheap. The average cost of a house here is £290,000, 78% above the current national average.
And although Liz and Neil have worked and saved hard to achieve a budget of 400 grand, it doesn't make this search any easier. There's a gap in the property stock currently available in their price bracket. My first property is on the lower side of that gap. It's literally a couple of minutes jaunt from the high street, and on paper it's ideal. At nearly 70 grand under budget, it would certainly keep financial pressure to a minimum. But will they see that as a bonus?
This house is on the market at £335,000 and it is the perfect, let's not stretch ourselves, good location, good garden, 3-bedroomed starter home.
I don't mind it's 335,000 because it means we can still go on holidays.
Yes, big tick for staying open-minded. The price does mean there's a lot of leeway for improvement, although perfectly adequate, the kitchen and dining area could benefit from more space. Time pressures mean these two have dismissed lots of properties via online viewing alone, including this one, but in doing so, they've overlooked its potential.
So, this is what we felt you had to make bigger. So that's the current kitchen. So basically, you just have to push it out.
This was one when we looked on the internet and the pictures. Liz hadn't thought there'd be enough storage in the kitchen, and actually when you look at it, and you talk about how you'd have to extend it to get the big family kitchen, it does sort of make more sense.
I hope this is a case of genuine interest, rather than first viewing politeness.
Upstairs are the required 3 bedrooms, ample storage, and even the bonus of a master ensuite.
Teeny.
Is it?
Well, it's an
practical.
Granted, the proportions are not grand, but the house has a very livable feel.
What they feel about this house, I can't read it yet. Hands up, I couldn't predict. Right now, what is in my tea leaves is not entirely visible.
No future for you then as clairvoyant Kirstie? The fate of the house may rest on the 3rd bedroom, which at best could be described as bijou.
I'm a little disappointed at the size of this room.
Yeah, I think so. It's just...
I do think it feels like a home, though.
Yeah, it does.
But could it be their home? That's the big question.
So, you looked slightly as if you were going to cry when you went up the stairs, Liz. Were you horrified?
No, not horrified. When we say one of our must-haves is 3 beds, I think we should have said 3 good-sized bedrooms.
Right.
That says it all, Kirstie.
Moving on.
Hope you've got a good-sized plan B. This week, I'm in St Albans with David and Claire, who are keen to settle down and quit the merry-go-round of renting.
And I'm doing a tricky balancing act in Tring with Neil and Liz, 2 accountants who don't want to miscalculate.
My first property, right in the heart of Tring, did not make them go ring-a-ding.
I think we should have said 3 good-sized bedrooms.
Right.
So my next number needs to be of a grander scale.
And I'm searching with Dave and Claire, who have been seduced by the charms of St Albans. Family help has finally given them the deposit to buy their first marital home here. But a recent survey named St Albans the UK's 3rd most expensive city to buy in. So there's a premium on those charms. Yet plenty of people are feeling the love.
It's so close to London, but yet it's very green and there's lots to do.
If you're living in the city centre, then you can kind of just walk to shops, bars, restaurants and the train station.
I can't imagine living anywhere else, really.
Testament to its popularity is the fact that the average house price here is £376,000, a whopping 130% higher than the national average. And unfortunately for us, 140 more than Dave and Claire have to spend. This could be one tricky search, but I've conjured up a property in the northeast of St Albans that meets a key priority, being 10 minutes drive from the station for Dave's commute to London.
I thought it was quite sweet. It comes with an allocated parking spot.
Yeah.
And we're tucked down the end of quite a cul-de-sac. You can hear the birds in the trees and that sort of thing. What do you think?
It's a nice area. It's very quiet.
I'm not totally familiar with Jersey Farm, so I'm a bit anxious about that. And the property doesn't look like it's got size or character, so a bit concerned at the moment.
Open mind?
Yep, open mind.
Come on.
I don't think Claire's convinced by your first offering, Mr. Spencer.
Let's hope the inside of this 1980s terrace surprises her. It certainly has the downstairs space Dave's after.
But being so close to St Albans means this house is 10 grand over their budget at £250,000.
Come on in.
And that's not the only home truth to come.
This is a 2-bedroomed house.
Yep.
If you want to be close to St Albans, 2.7 miles, 2 bedrooms on a nice quiet spot with some parking and some good living space.
Okay.
That's what you get.
That's what you get.
Yeah. Okay.
No?
I sense disappointment, but that may change when they see the kitchen.
Ah, this is nice.
The big selling point of this house is the conservatory extension, which makes a great dining area overlooking the garden.
Are we getting things right?
When we were stood outside, I just thought, no. We came in and I thought, probably no. But this room kind of balances out. That feels like it's the compromise, maybe.
This is more than adequate living space for us. It's a nice kitchen.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm concerned about is 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
Help yourself. Have a wander upstairs.
Right.
Go for your life. Give me a shout if you've got any questions.
A 3-bed house in the same street sold last year for over 340 grand. So 2 beds is going to be as good as it gets around here. But do these 2 bedrooms measure up? They want to be able to have a double bed in their spare room for family visitors.
It would be putting up the bed when people came round.
Yeah, which is exactly what we are at the moment.
This would be a sensible option for them, but at the same time, it's something of a deliberate reality check on my part, because their list of requirements, it's not just hopeful, it's entirely unrealistic if they want to be this close to central St Albans.
It's so quiet around here.
Yeah.
Feels like I've retired.
Meanwhile, Phil is entering his second childhood. No spring chicken.
I did hit the ground. I don't think this is built for me.
Bottom of the league after that performance. I see no future for you as a tramp champ.
Better not bounce my day job then.
So how did I do? First property?
I think it's not a no. I'm still open to this one.
But we are stretching ourselves at, well, 250 is above our amount that we want to spend. If it was
in reach at
230, maybe
we might be interested.
This is just, the start of the process.
Yeah.
Let's go on and see other things.
I sense they're not quite grasping how much they may need to spend to be this close to St Albans, even for a 2-bed property. It's up to the man in the blue suit to help them see clearly.
20 miles away in the town of Tring, although well under budget, Liz and Neil's first property didn't quite size up to their vision of a future family home. Our next property is just a 10-minute walk from the high street, and I have high hopes.
Could this be the house?
Yes, definitely. This is the kind of thing I envisioned.
From out here, it almost looks like a family home already.
Off to a good start there, Kirstie. Inside, this house has its quirks. An extension has added extra living space, but the kitchen hasn't been made open plan. An unconventional layout, but it works.
With an asking price of £380,000, it's 20 grand under budget.
The sun is finally coming out. And look, you've got a trampoline and a dip.
Just as well Phil's not here. He'd only get all giddy.
Don't worry, I'll leave any trampoline tricks to you from now on.
This is quite nice, this bit here.
It's quite a lot of house, £380,000.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's that much.
An offer at the asking price had been accepted, but then fell through.
They put it straight back on the market, and they have someone saw it at the weekend, is coming back for a second viewing tomorrow.
We'd have to move pretty quick.
Yeah, if you really wanted it.
Well, that sounds positive, but they've not even seen the whole house yet. Upstairs, the extension also means one of the 3 bedrooms is long and narrow, but there's ample space to accommodate both visitors and children.
And while Liz checks out the storage, I have something to show Neil behind the garage.
Look at this.
Wow.
Isn't this cool?
It's a lot bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Complete with office space, this is a proper grown-up house in Neil's hometown.
Do you feel you're coming home having succeeded? You've gone away, got a good job, nice girl, and then you're coming home?
I don't really see it like that. I think it was Liz who really put the idea of moving back to Tring in my mind. But this is the obvious choice.
This is the obvious choice. There are people for whom Tring is their dream place to live.
All the signs suggest this could be a strong contender, with its proximity to town and mum, and enough space for the family.
I'm going to have all this wrapped up before Phil Spencer even puts in an appearance. Ha ha, Motley laugh. I'm feeling pretty confident about this, but pride comes before a fall, that's for sure.
Swinging in Tring. Don't go too high now, Kirstie. It's only further to fall.
Hello, nice.
So, what do you think?
It's a good house.
It's a good house. It's good size up here, isn't it?
I think you just have to work out how the living space would work for us.
That's definitely one in the running then. And a chance to let my hair down. Watch and learn, Phil. Watch and learn.
That is brilliant. Oh, no, go on. I'm sorry. If that isn't a reason to buy a house, I don't know what is.
Kirstie's search is positively bouncing along in Tring. But I'm taking a leap of faith for my second property with Dave and Claire. We've slipped over the Hertfordshire border into Bedfordshire, into a village popular with first-time buyers.
Slip End is 20 minutes from St Albans, but Luton Park train station is nearby, so living here would only add about 10 minutes to Dave's London commute.
That said, I know the location will be a massive compromise, but this property is too good not to show. And I have backup from the champ on the tramp.
Always on hand to keep your end up, Phil.
The reason for being here is you get so much more for your money.
I'm really nervous. I said it was madness bringing us here, so I really hope it is something special. I hope it isn't, because I don't want to live in Slip End, so...
Judging from the reaction, we might as well be in Land's End.
I still have faith in you, Phil. This early 19th century end of terraced house has character aplenty for Claire and oodles of space for Dave. Both sleeping and living quarters are extremely generous.
And it's under budget, with an asking price $5,000 less than their top spend.
I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's very nice so far, but we are in Slip End. So.
It might seem a wrench if they are addicted to the town buzz of St Albans, but our first viewing showed they need to compromise on something, and this is a whole lot of house.
All the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Not for nothing does Phil drag you to Slip End.
It's a proper family house.
Yeah, it feels quite grown up, doesn't it? I don't know whether we are grown up yet.
With things as they are at the moment, the sensible thing is to try and find a house which you're not going to outgrow.
It's worth remembering that the cost of moving is high. On average, over 5% of the sale price of the house. So the more long-term the home, the better.
Oh, this is nice.
Isn't it? That is amazing.
The fireplace is really nice. It's huge.
You look terrified.
I know, I feel terrified. Oh.
I do feel for Claire. Making future-proof decisions is daunting. And this house could be a seriously big psychological leap for a couple who've not yet hit 30.
If they don't want to take life seriously,
Yeah.
then they shouldn't be buying a house. They do want to take life seriously. They both take their work seriously.
Yeah.
They're grown-ups.
No, I feel like you and I are being kind of old and wise and giving sensible advice, which we should give, but it's slightly making me feel they're just going to do their own thing anyway.
No, I think the advice really sinks in. I think it makes a difference to people. I think it's important. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be doing this after 13 years.
I think we've well and truly put the cat among the pigeons here, Phil.
You could have an awesome party in this house.
Yeah. Maintain some of our youth in this huge house.
If it was in swinging St Albans, this house would set them back well over $300,000. But is a wow house enough to get them to compromise on area.
It's a whole different ball game, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I actually feel quite sick. it's
It's
more
perfect
than
house.
we could ever
It's
expected.
We've definitely thrown us a curveball with this house.
Phil
We
is
have
an
indeed.
ace cricketer.
I'm a swing bowler in cricket, and this is my curveball.
I always tell people Kent under-21s. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
But the SAS, that's not true.
Nice to know you think I'm a special force, Kirstie.
Did I say that? You certainly played agent provocateur with this house. Claire and Dave have a lot to mull over. Back in Hertfordshire, I have a similar present wants, future needs strategy for Neil and Liz. Property 2 appealed in terms of size and proximity to Tring's High Street and Neil's mum. But today I'm taking them 7 miles away to the village of Dagnall near Berkhamsted.
Surrounded by beautiful rolling countryside, it's a fairly small village where their £400,000 budget could buy really big.
So we have come a little way out of Tring, but the result is a fantasy house. First impressions?
Like my mum and dad's house.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah. It is wow. And we aren't that far. I mean, you came from Tring this morning. You don't feel worried about being here?
No, I just want to get in. Have a
OK,
look.
let's get in. Come on, come on. Good point, Neil.
Can't say I blame him for being impatient. This house is a very seductive combination of style and space. With 4 bedrooms, 1 currently used as a study, 2 bathrooms, and the bonus of a downstairs loo cum utility room. It's on the market at £415,000, but I'm sure a deal could be done to bring it in on budget. In Tring, it would cost upwards of 500 grand.
Neil.
Wow.
It's really nice, isn't it?
The kitchen diner overlooks the garden, which runs across the entire width of the house.
It's a great layout and quite stunning, and Liz and Neil look just that, stunned.
Neil, does it upset you when a house is nice?
No. I'm just a little bit lost for words. It is amazing.
As expected, I'm seeing smiley faces. But given that they're used to working and living in Watford with social action at their fingertips, raising a family in a village would be a major reality shift.
You said, when I first met you, that Neil was a bit younger than you and you spent more time thinking towards the future and planning. Is he ready for a kind of dinner party social life rather than a pub social life?
He better be, because he does all the cooking. Yeah. I think he still likes his nights out. I think he'd still want the option to go out either in London or in Watford after work, but it's just how we're going to logistically do that.
Let's hope my pair of accountants are both operating from the same spreadsheet on this search.
I'm staying out of the way. Those two have a lot of decisions to make, and this house is about a very fundamental change in their life and a bit of growing up. And I know that Liz wants to do that, and she sees that if she wants children, it's imperative that she does do that. But for Neil, you know, he's younger than Liz, and this is a very grown-up house, and it's not one you can easily return to after a night out at the pub. And I genuinely think that's one of the things that he's worrying about.
It's a forever home.
It ticks so many of the criteria, but not all of them.
They're used to using their heads, but you know what they say? Home is where the heart is.
Thoughts?
It's all beautiful.
And whoever designed it did it really well after I've seen the other house yesterday as well.
With the house itself, there's no sort of questions. The other one had that strange, long, almost double room, and that was a bit of a question mark. It's more a question over the area.
We've got another house to see. Lot to think about.
I didn't think you were going to make it this difficult.
No, I'm not deliberately trying to make it.
No, it's a good thing.
Yeah, lot to think about. OK, brilliant. Onwards and upwards.
My guess is this house has confused their calculations. This week I'm in Tring with soon-to-be wed Neil and Liz. They've set their heart on finding a family home before they head down the aisle.
And I'm with David and Claire, a young couple who have cobbled together the cash and are desperate to buy their first home.
We've been working our socks off in Hertfordshire, pushing both sets of house hunters beyond their boundaries. Claire and David to Slip End, over St Albans.
We've definitely thrown us a curveball with this house.
And Neil and Liz to Dagnall as opposed to Tring.
It's more a question over the area.
I have one more entry for my accountant's spreadsheets before their final audit. And it's back in the swing of all things Tring, close to the amenities and to Neil's mum for potential childcare cover. We're on the edge of the town's conservation area, known as the Tring Triangle, and we've got Phil along to square things off.
Who are you calling a square?
A 1930s detached house with plenty of off-street parking. This could be the compromise between the layout of property 3 and the location of property 2.
First impressions?
Being here back in Tring, it's much nicer. We're much closer to my mum, much closer to more shops, more sort of known amenities. It's more of a known quantity.
Favourite pub?
Is literally round the corner.
Why don't you and I just go for a pint and we'll let them work it out?
How Neil gets to the pub might be at the core of this search.
Priorities, Kirstie, priorities.
A deceased estate, the property is on the market at £390,000, 10 grand under budget.
The proportions and layout are good, but although the house is a little dated, it could still be improved to create the ideal family home close to future childcare.
Location is important to Neil and Liz, but Neil may be wobbly on why it's important.
So you have to be completely honest with yourself, Neil, and I'm going to be really harsh at this point. Is being in Tring about the childcare or the pub?
It's about the childcare. But
it's the pub.
You struggled with that. You struggled.
Do I trust you, Phil, to have a serious word with Neil?
Leave it to me, Kirstie. Leave it to me. Are you dealing with things?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen at least one house that we'd looked at or thought to look at before. One we didn't even know existed, and one in a place we would never have considered.
Okay.
So all that combined is really helpful.
Helpful or confusing?
Bit of both.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think you need to go through the confusing period in order to make a confident decision at the end.
Let's hope we're creating more confidence than confusion.
So I just had to drag Nia away. A bit of man-to-man time.
You didn't say, oh, she goes on about baby, she's so
No,
wrong,
I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
I know it's hard to buy a house in anticipation of something, but
Yes,
it's the only sensible way.
I completely agree, but it is difficult for them. Everybody tries to do it, and you're making a long-term decision. You're forecasting your life into an area that you know nothing about, and that's difficult.
Yeah. If anyone's capable of the ultimate forecast, it should be our spreadsheet-loving accountants.
And you've got more space up there.
Could be your cupboard.
Just the one.
Outside, the appearance of the sun seems to be sending someone dotty.
This is my first no-coat day. Please note, no coat, no coat, no coat, just the dress, the sun is out. No scarf, look. When did you last see my chest?
I won't answer that. Kirstie might be clucking over the weather, but are Liz and Neil weighed down by the burden of decisions?
Are we confused
You're looking
of
a little
Watford?
troubled, yes.
Yeah, confused of Watford at the moment.
Yeah, I just said I want Kirstie to make the decision for me. That's the truth.
I think the thinking is really between 2 and 4, and then you have to look at that as an option against number 3.
Go back to the drawing board tonight about what you set out to achieve, what was important at the beginning, and try and sleep on it. It's never easy.
No, it's not easy.
The big ones never are.
Across the county, Claire and Dave have an equally big decision to make. They loved property 2 in Slip End, but they were worried it was too far from the life they've carved out in St Albans. Today we're much closer to their stomping ground in London Colney, a satellite village southeast of St Albans. It's 10 minutes drive to the train station, which is a main priority, and they know the area.
How about the road and the general setting?
Quite busy, but it's not the worst.
It's not the most attractive road in the world, but it's not bad either, so...
Okay. Let's see if the house passes muster then.
Okay.
You're at the tail end of your search, Phil, and you can't seem to put a smile on Claire's face. At least Dave's keeping an open mind, because this property is as close to their dream criteria as they'll get for their money.
Tenanted until very recently, it's been spruced up for sale, and the asking price is bang on budget at just under $240,000.
It's a blank canvas, this is.
Yeah, I like the fact it's a blank canvas.
Yeah.
And they've done a nice job of it as well.
My goodness, Claire's talking positive. You might have finally cracked it with this one, Phil.
So, Phil, I haven't asked the most important question yet.
Yes?
Are there 3 bedrooms?
Well, what do you know, Dave?
Oh, there are.
Oh, watch out, we've got a very chipper Pip on our hands. But yes, this house does deliver. Plenty of room for visitors, and there's even a fireplace.
You could definitely make a centrepiece out of the fireplace.
You're moving in. This is good.
Yeah. Well, we're not in Slip End.
Yesterday in Slip End, it was really hard being in the house because we absolutely loved it and it was quite tough. But when we got back to St Albans,
it felt
nice.
Yeah.
So that made up our mind. It was quite easy after coming back to say it was too far.
It seems they're so relieved to be back, they've almost forgotten their must-haves for a house.
We haven't talked about the parking. You haven't even asked.
No.
You've seen 3 bedrooms and the parking's disappeared.
I know. We would be nervous about our car on this road, so we are hoping for some
Is there
parking.
off-road parking?
Yes, there is. There is. There's parking at the back, end of the garden.
Very promising.
Yeah, that's really good.
Have a look, have a look.
Thank you.
Happy house hunters. Always nice to have. I left it to the last minute, but I might have pulled it out the bag.
Slow things down, Phil. You don't want to get too overconfident. But if this doesn't impress, I don't know what will. At the back of the garden, there's a substantial parking space.
It's huge.
I'd call that a double drive easily.
It's all sounding extremely positive, Kirstie. Have the garden and parking finally nudged them into the yes zone?
So yesterday, end of the day, a little confused.
Yeah, very confused.
Today, this morning, back in home ground, and you seem very happy with this.
It feels much better to be here, doesn't it? For me, overall, for the whole house, it's pretty much spot on. I think the only thing for me would be the separate dining room and living room, and the kitchen isn't exactly what I like, but the fact that it doesn't need anything doing to it, and we could
exactly.
move in.
It's not like it's not possible. There's the space to do everything we need to do.
Result, we've found the right house in the right place. Now all I need to do is get it for the right price.
In Tring, has Neil and Liz's spreadsheet approach helped them decide on the right house? After viewing 4, they were considering no less than 3. Now?
We're much more firmly considering just one house.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Impressed. Is it the spreadsheets that did it?
It's
some good rational thought, yeah.
And your sensible advice about actually having an honest conversation about childcare.
Right, OK. Well, I shall report back to Phil that your house decision is based on my sensible advice. So, go on, tell me which one.
Christchurch Road.
House number 2?
Yes.
Right.
House number 2.
OK.
I told you that trampoline would swing it, Phil.
Trampoline, you say? This property's a mere 10 minutes walk from Neil's favourite pub.
It's also a 10-minute walk from his mum Marion's house. So Liz and Neil have asked her along for her opinion.
First impressions?
It's good. I can imagine you living in this room, really,
Yes,
because you've got the sunshine and the big the patio doors.
It's not a renovation project.
No.
It's definitely livable in its current guise.
Yep.
You've done wallpaper stripping before, haven't you?
Well, that's not renovation, though, is it?
No, but
Have you done wallpaper stripping before?
Has he not
I
told
have.
you?
No, I did it for my grandparents when they moved in Tring.
Right.
The whole house, top to bottom.
This is why it's useful to have people's mums come on house hunt. You've not said anything about your DIY skills.
I was keeping it under wraps, to be honest.
You were keeping it under wraps, yes.
But everyone's pleasantly surprised rather than massively disappointed.
Undersell, over-deliver. That's my motto too.
Neil and Marion seem positive, but is Liz still dreaming of Dagnall and the forever home, which was a touch too far from Tring?
We loved that house. We really did.
It was lovely.
But, this fits the bill better. That could be the next step in Tring, and we've just said, lovely, but the childcare thing is quite important.
So this one, they didn't use it as the master bedroom.
It's a decent size, isn't it? Maybe not the yellow, but...
Not my colour, but it is a good size.
Yeah.
Well, by now I think I know the answer, but just to be on the safe side...
Would you like to be the proud owner of that house? That's the question, isn't it?
Yes, and actually I think I'd be disappointed if I'm not.
Could you see yourself coming here to look after your grandchild?
Yes, I think I could.
That's a relief.
A relief indeed. Nonetheless, it's by no means in the bag.
Before we have any further discussions, there is another interested party.
Best crack on then, Kirstie. Not a moment to waste. We're in Hertfordshire with Dave and Claire, who are keen on a 1930s terrace close to the buzz of St Albans.
And Liz and Neil, who have set their hearts on a 3-bedroom semi-detached house in Tring. But we need to act decisively now, as there is another interested party.
You are in a dream position, you're dream buyers, your position is worth money.
It is worth something.
I agree, it's definitely worth something. I don't want to jeopardise the house, though.
Daniel, it's Kirstie.
This house had been under offer at the asking price of £380,000. Can I sell the vendor on the benefits of a chain-free buyer?
The question I have for you is, what is that worth? Because I think it's worth quite a lot. What if we said that I wouldn't pay a penny more than 375, but we would settle at 375? If you could give it a really good shove at that, I'd be really pleased. Fantastic. Okay, bye.
Neil's legs were shaking. I'm like, trust Kirstie.
I just hope that we've played it right.
And over in St Albans, I have to shake my tail feathers on Dave and Claire's behalf. They've reached a decision and are keen on property 3 in London Colney.
I think it's been the only house in our entire property search that we've both been excited about.
It ticks literally every box we had.
Well, it's on the market just under 240. I know they've had an offer.
Right.
Which I understand was at 225, which they rejected.
Okay.
So we're going to have to do better than that.
I think 230 we'd like. I think our maximum would be 235.
So do I have your permission to offer 230?
Yep, definitely.
We've done the decisions.
So,
You
do the
made
deals.
I wish I'd never said that now. Let me see if I can now do a deal. Sarah, is that you? It's Phil Spencer. Hi there. They do want to make you an offer, and they are keen to do a deal and complete a deal as soon as humanly possible. So I've got 230 for you, but that shouldn't really be seen as an opening offer, simply because I have already done some of your job and pushed them up to the 230. Beyond that, we really are squeezing things. Thank you so much. Cheers. Bye-bye. It's less than they're looking for.
Okay.
But I think we played a reasonable hand there.
Just wait and see what happens, I suppose.
In Tring, we're still waiting, but I've had a text from the agent.
So he sent me this text. Vendors are having a quick talk together and will call me in 15 minutes. We'll let you know ASAP.
I just don't like having a situation where I can't influence it.
No.
It's completely out of our hands.
It might only be the peacock calling in Tring, but in St Albans, it's the agent.
Quick work, Sarah. Is this a good sign or a bad sign? Of course that's okay. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. Cheers. Bye-bye. But it's not a no. He wants overnight to think about it. So if it was a no, we'd hear about it. Okay. So...
Okay. Gosh, it's going to be a long night now, isn't it?
It is.
The waiting game goes on for Dave and Claire. And for Liz and Neil?
Positive thoughts, positive thoughts, positive thoughts, OK? Daniel. I'm very pleased at 375. Yeah, brilliant. OK, thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Kirstie. We really appreciate everything you've done.
It's such a relief.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
A great result for Liz and Neil. I love it when it all comes together.
And the next day, I have news for Dave and Claire.
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Claire. How are you today?
I'm very, very nervous.
Well, you're about to get a lot better. I've got the offer agreed.
Wow! Oh, yeah! At 2:30?
At 2:30, it's all yours.
Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you. I feel completely over the moon, absolutely ecstatic. I can't wait to tell Dave.
Many congratulations. I think it'll be a wonderful first home for you both.
Thank you.
Bye, Claire. That, of course, is one of the best bits of my job, is when I get to do a deal and make someone very happy.
After 6 weeks, Liz and Neil are nearing exchange of contracts and looking forward to the day they'll be moving to Tring for good.
I can't wait. It's a new chapter and it's really exciting to move on.
I'm excited about maybe having a first Christmas in our own home as well.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
And in St Albans, Dave and Claire are also eagerly anticipating the future and giving up renting for good.
We're really excited the fact that we have been able to move into a 3-bed house, which I think neither of us were expecting.
When they move, they'll actually be saving money as their mortgage payments are going to be less than their rent. So there's some spare cash to spend on decorating.
Very excited about putting our stamp on the property. So we have a nice fireplace here.
I'm looking forward to moving in.
Yeah.
It's a feather in your halo, Phil. You may have put the saint into St Albans.
Why, thank you, Angel. This time, we're praying for a good forecast on the sunny south coast.
I wouldn't go a step further.
Will I start feeling a bit claustrophobic in here?
Here I am.
Pride comes before a fall. Yeah. Where house hunting doesn't always put you in the holiday mood.
If you left, everything would be rosy and smart.
But it's still good to be beside the seaside.
Yet again, having to rescue you, Phil.
You can do whatever you like if you wear a swimming costume like that. This week we're searching high and wide in the south coast county of Sussex for two very different house hunters.
One picky pair with particular preferences and one forward-thinking, fashionable first-time buyer.
Sussex. Rolling countryside, fresh sea air, bohemian atmosphere and an easy commute to the capital. These counties have always lured Londoners looking for the sweet spot between town and country.
Hardly surprising that they're in the top 20 most expensive places to buy in the UK, with the average house price in West Sussex being 260 grand. That's 100k above the national average.
Sussex is where Colin Amory, an architectural historian, and his partner Robin Ballance, a property renovation manager, want to finally settle down together after 8 years of living in separate London flats.
It's the first time we've actually had a chance to live together. It might be an absolute disaster, but then you don't know till you've tried.
As a couple, they're hugely knowledgeable about property, which should make Phil nervous. Their plan is to renovate something from scratch themselves. Not surprisingly, they have very specific views about how they want to spend their whopping £500,000.
What we'd like to do is to turn a cocoon into a butterfly.
Perhaps a historic building, but something that has a real hand of a designer in it.
I think we're going to be very hard to please and exceptionally picky.
Fantastic! To make things even trickier, they're not just thinking about themselves. The property also has to be right for their beloved Welsh Terrier, Bruno.
Well, I suppose you could say there are 3 of us in this marriage.
Bruno doesn't like busy towns, and I'm guessing he wouldn't want to live next door to cats either.
Hopefully, he'll be very much an integral part of this search.
Normally, we can whittle down where we look for a property to a few areas, but this isn't about location. It's all about architecture, architecture, architecture. So we'll be looking right across East and West Sussex. At over 1,400 square miles, it's one of the biggest search areas we've ever had.
So I'm a little daunted working for architectural historian and a project manager. Given what you two do for a living, I can only assume you've got some fairly grand ideas about the environment you want to live in.
Well, I wouldn't say they're they're obsequiously grand. I think we've got an idea of what we want.
Well, I suppose what I really like, you know, is the 18th century. But on the other hand, if we came across a nice, gloomy, Gothic folly in somebody's park, that would be just as good.
How many rooms do you need?
Oh, well, I suppose we'll start off with the ballroom, obviously the flower room.
I shouldn't have asked.
No, we're realistic about it. You know, if it's got 3 bedrooms, great. If it's got the ability to add another bathroom, brilliant. If it's got a roof that needs replacing, fine. You know, bring it on, Phil.
How much? What about outside space?
Well,
not too much mowing.
Too much, no.
Enough for the dog, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard about dog. Bruno.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Bruno is involved in the decision-making process, I understand.
Bruno will make the decision. Okay. You know, you can find these properties, but they are rare.
Yes.
That's the thing. It's all pretty straightforward, really, isn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
In fact, this type of search is a first for us. So, where to begin? They've got 400 grand to buy the property, and they've put aside 100,000 for renovations.
They want somewhere of historical interest and architectural merit.
It could be the shell of a building or an existing house, preferably in its original state.
As far as size goes, they're not looking for a mansion, but my guess is they won't go for anything pokey either.
It needs a secure garden for Bruno, and they'll only consider a country location or to push the edge of a small town. I know this part of the world well, and even though £500,000 is a huge amount of money, I still think for what they want to achieve, they're going to be really stretched.
Our other very different house hunter is first-time buyer 26-year-old Ashley Newton. She works as a sales rep for a radio station and is a complete novice when it comes to property.
She's currently renting a tiny flat in Hove, right next to Brighton, but has been saving for 9 years to buy a place of her own. She's got 30 grand to put down as a deposit and has also got very specific ideas about what she wants for the money.
I like to have people round to cook dinners, socialise, just be the hostess and kind of the hub of the party, if you like. Cheers! I basically need to be near bars or restaurants. If I want to kind of pick up and go out, I completely can. Location to me is key.
Ashley wants a 1-bedroom flat for 128 grand. Her parents have offered an extra £20,000, but to keep her independent, she'd rather not accept the money.
I would like to do it by myself and not have the help from my parents, and then it's been all me.
Nearly 2/3 of first-time buyers get financial help from their parents, so don't worry too much, Ashley.
To find her perfect party pad, we'll be looking in the compact 2 square miles of central Brighton and Hove, with a beady eye on where the best bars and restaurants are.
Is this buying of your own flat an important thing in terms of proving to your mum and dad that you are independent?
I know that I'm luckier than most people to be able to have kind of your dad saying, I'll give you 20 grand, but at the same time, it is important for me not to rely on that and to say, look what I've achieved.
Brighton.
Yes.
Beautiful, sunny today, although a little cold.
Yes.
Very expensive.
Extremely expensive.
We are looking for a 1-bed, but that's a struggle in itself.
Yeah, I think I am kind of aware what we were looking at, and I've looked at quite a few single-bed properties by myself, so I've got a good idea of kind of what my money can buy.
For £128,000, Ashley wants a period flat with 1 double bedroom.
A separate living area for entertaining friends.
A kitchen with a door on it and a bathroom with a bath.
And it must be in central Brighton or Hove.
Well, a little bit down in the mouth.
Because you're not searching with Ashley?
That as well, yes. That would have been nice. A couple of happy days together, I'm sure. But never mind.
You've got Robin and Colin.
I've got Robin and Colin, who are absolutely lovely. It's just they've got a massive search area, very specific requirements, and they're architectural historian. I mean, it's more up your street.
It's so much up. So I think someone muddled things up.
Yeah.
Someone muddled things up.
I
It should have
couldn't be
been me
having a
with
word.
Robin and Colin and you with Ashley, who is a very serious house hunter who's saved up, done exactly what I would have advised her to do, you know,
9 years ago. She's absolutely brilliant, and I will be really upset if I can't find the right thing for her.
Because if you do find it, you'll be over the moon.
Yeah,
Yeah. If I find it, I'll be, for Robin and Colin, I will be
I think
skipping
if you
and
find
jumping.
it will be something of a miracle. I think you've got an up Everest struggle. Yeah.
And the struggle isn't helped by the popularity of these impressive counties. Everyone I speak to just loves it round here.
Wonderful, really vibrant community. We've got everything for every age group.
I think it's kind of quite quirky. We're near the sea, we're near London, we're surrounded by the South Downs.
Really vibrant nightlife, for one. There's lots going on. Obviously, you've got the beach, the pier.
It's so creatively diverse.
Is it your favourite county?
Oh, by far, definitely.
So it's easy to see why Colin and Robin want to set up home together here, but also why it might be difficult to find them that one-off interesting property, as prices are so restrictive. In an attempt to find an architectural gem within their budget, we've contacted 128 estate agents, 14 borough councils, 11 country estates and 12 auction houses, resulting in some impressive finds.
The property I want to show them first is in the market town of Lewes, nestled in the South Downs National Park and less than 10 miles from Brighton. It's got a reputation for being smart but alternative, so large period properties sell at an absolute premium. Colin and Robin have admitted they're going to be fussy, and there's Bruno to please as well. Plus, this place is at the top of their budget. All in all, I'm feeling a bit apprehensive.
I don't know what Bruno will think of being in Lewes. Will he be happy?
He'd be very happy, yes.
Tail would wag.
I think he'd be happy, yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Slightly mixed street, although this is a Grade 2 listed house. The first impressions of being here and the street, what's going through your minds?
Traffic.
Traffic.
It's a bit urban, I think.
Clearly, these two speak their minds, but I just hope they appreciate what they could do here, particularly given it's still got some original 18th century features.
It's arranged over 4 floors. The kitchen has room for expansion. There are 2 bedrooms on the first floor and a further 2 on the second. It even has a cellar thrown in for good measure.
Ideally, I would have liked to have found them somewhere with a bigger garden, but they have got amazing countryside on their doorstep that should make up for it. Let's hope so, because at $399,950, they'd be spending nearly every penny of their property budget.
Good project for you. Hasn't been touched in quite a while. It is lived in.
Only just.
Just a project, isn't it?
It is a project, yes.
A bit low for me. If you can touch the ceiling, I think it's not
You
good.
did stretch there, Colin.
Hardly at all.
Bit low.
Bit low. It gets lower as you go on. Well, it needs a lot of work.
Yes.
Needs everything doing to it.
Yeah.
And that's the garden? Or is it a courtyard?
There's a courtyard.
OK. Afraid to say it's a no for me at the moment. I don't know how you feel, Colin.
I'd like to go upstairs, I think.
Yeah, we'll have a look upstairs, but...
Is it 3 floors or 2?
Well, it's actually 4 because it includes the cellar.
There's a
It's quite
cellar.
a large cellar down there.
Cellars are usually trouble, aren't they? You know, it's damp. It's damp. It smells a bit damp.
There's plenty of work to do.
Well, there's plenty of work, but I just don't think that...
I think if I lived here, I'd spend quite a lot of time in Spain.
Yes.
And the prize for the greatest number of objections in the shortest period of time goes to Colin and Robin. I feel like reminding them that they do have an additional £100,000 to bring this property back to its former glory.
Now, we've got 4 bedrooms spread over these 2 floors.
People were smaller when this house was built.
Yes, that's true.
No,
That's
I'm sure
true.
they were. Got a very fine view of the bus station.
Yes, lovely view.
I sensed there was a little sarcasm in there, Colin.
Just a hint.
Am I flogging a dead horse here?
It hasn't got the proportions we're looking for. It's too cottagey, I think. That staircase is so narrow you couldn't walk up and down with a suitcase, could you?
Should we move on?
I think we should move on.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Understood. Point taken.
Head, Colin, head.
This place is nowhere near grand enough for them. I think I can say with some certainty we're not going to have an easy journey.
They've got very high expectations. They know exactly what they want. It's just finding it that's the problem. And that's down to me. Yippee!
This week, it appears it could be my toughest search yet for house hunters with very particular taste.
And it's no easier for me, with a single girl desperate to find a perfectly positioned party pad.
Partners Robin and Colin are looking for an architectural gem of a home that they can restore back to its original glory and finally move into together. The first property I showed them in Lewes went down like a lead chandelier, but I refused to be intimidated.
Yes, Phil, remember you are the property guru. For first-time buyer Ashley, it isn't so much about the property. Location is her priority. She wants a one-bedroom flat in the centre of vibrant bohemian Brighton and has a budget of £128,000. Finding things has been tricky, to say the least.
The average price for a one-bed flat here is nearly £172,000, and that's 44 grand more than Ashley's got. So it's going to be a challenge to avoid going to mum and dad for the emergency cash on offer.
For our first property, we brought her to the popular Hanover area of Brighton, known locally as Muesli Mountain. It's got an eclectic feel with colourful properties and plenty of bars and restaurants on tap.
We are set to go. Our first Brighton eye-opener.
Yeah, well, it's got good frontage.
It has got good frontage, yes. Phil works on his frontage and goes to the gym every day. Right.
I don't know where that was going, but characterful old building. It was an old bathhouse.
Wow.
First impressions?
Really like the location, great area. I've been to a few pubs around here before.
Great.
No time like the present.
Yeah, let's get in. This first flat is great, but it has absolutely no views. And it's this playoff between location and interior space that I want to test. Inside, there's a large double-height living room, ideal for Ashley to entertain friends. And it's got a double bedroom, a kitchen with a door and a bathroom with a bath. Though both could do with some cosmetic updating. It's on at £150,000, £22,000 above Ashley's independent budget.
So, this flat is the biggest living space we've been able to find.
I really like it, really airy, nice space. Yeah, shame about the wall there.
The kitchen is a bit dated, I've got to admit, Ashley, it needs an update.
Yes, but it's a good size.
It's a good size, it's a proper separate kitchen, which is a real luxury. So, une bedroom. Une petite bedroom.
Yes, it's cosy.
Yes. I mean, big wardrobe.
Yeah.
Big double bed.
And what about this area outside?
That area does not belong to you. That area belongs to the next door neighbour.
People can peek in.
So what you need to do, I think, is you need to have nets.
Right.
I know, a bit sad. And do it with very fine nets, so as much light comes in as possible. This is a brown duvet cover, absorbing light. A brown cupboard, absorbing light. Brown curtains, absorbing light. Brown window frame, absorbing light. Everything is absorbing light.
Brown coat, absorbing light. Brown hair, absorbing light. If you left, everything would be rosy and smart.
Oh.
Deep breath and ignore. I think this flat is great, but it's not without its niggles, and one issue, as unglamorous as the brown curtains, is that of the lease.
Quite often, banks won't lend on anything that has a lease of less than 70 years. With this property, the cost of the lease extension is included in the price.
You don't get a lot for your money in Brighton nowadays,
You do not!
Crikey. I was a bit shocked. However, Ashley seems to have taken it pretty well. She's got a bit of vision. Whether she'll be able to bypass the walls outside the bedroom and the living room, I'm not sure.
Perhaps if we want to know what Ashley's thinking, we could ask Ashley.
I think I love the space and the layout and the fact that it's got its own separate door. It's just got a bit of work that needs doing to it. I just need to kind of do some sums on how long it's going to take me to save to make it look like I want it to look.
That's very interesting. You see, she's got her head screwed on. Oh.
Back with Robin and Colin and their slightly more complicated requirements. I haven't had a great start, so I'm hoping with our second property, the only way is up. This time I'm not taking any risks with location. We're in the picturesque but expensive village of Cuckfield, only 15 miles north of Brighton on the edge of the beautiful South Down.
Right, well, let's see if we can do a little better here. Second one I've got for you. Again, Georgian property. It is listed, but on a high street village location. Hopefully it'll strike a slightly better impression.
Yes, it has slightly more elegant proportions, and well, I think this is going
It's
to be...
more architectural this time, isn't it? The other one was very much a cottage, really.
Excellent, that'll do me. This bay-fronted Georgian townhouse has been run as a dentist surgery for the last 4 years. But I think the shape and size of the rooms offers the grandeur that Colin and Robin, and of course Bruno the dog, are looking for.
As it stands, there's the remnants of a large reception area, first floor kitchen and 3 double bedrooms, along with 2 basement rooms and a decent-sized garden.
It's being marketed as a commercial premises, so they would need to get planning permission to change the use to residential. It's priced at £365,000, which would leave them a whopping £135,000 to do it up.
Now, this was the dentist reception room. As you can see, there's no remaining fine features. It would all need to be put back.
But we wouldn't have to become dentists, would we?
No, you wouldn't.
That's a relief. Because everybody hates dentists. Even dentists hate dentists.
At the moment, there's a little loo in there and a sort of kitchenette, potentially ensuite to this, which would be the master bedroom.
Yeah, no lovely light coming in too. No bus station in sight.
No, helps. It must be very exciting, but at the same time quite daunting, given that you've got your separate flats in London and you kind of almost commute between each other's lives. This will be really
This, I think, after 8 years, it's going from that sort of slight separation to actually, I think, throwing ourselves together. And we've been waiting for it to happen, and it just hasn't happened yet.
But it'll only happen if they make it happen, and that means being realistic about what they can buy on their budget.
Are we on the right lines with this so far? I mean, you haven't seen the whole thing yet, but...
I think so. I mean, it has a really nice atmosphere. Even in its current state, it has a very nice atmosphere.
And when it comes to looking for a renovation project, that's the most elusive factor.
Colin, you up here? Somewhere?
Here I am.
Are you hiding? Well, at least you fit in.
It's the perfect fit, isn't it?
At least you fit in from a height perspective. It's got a nice feeling about this room.
It's a good house.
Who's harder to please, you or Robin?
I think I'm pretty hard to please.
Would you be a difficult client here?
Extremely.
Generally speaking, if you're looking for unusual architecture, then commercial buildings are always worth checking out.
Oh, lovely view.
More often than not, there'll be a duration of 6 months where attempts will be made to sell it as an ongoing business.
It's lovely because it's actually got a very good roof height.
If that fails, then usually you stand a greater chance of getting the planning department to change the use to residential.
That's pretty amazing.
OK, right. It's not too bad.
We've got a basement entrance, which is quite useful.
Yeah, that's very useful, yeah.
How are you getting on?
Well, we've reached the basement.
Thought-provoking?
Yeah.
It's quite, if you were allowed to excavate a foot or two,
yes,
you'd have a perfectly good space.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
There are interesting problems to solve, but...
It'd be lovely to return this to a family home.
Yeah.
This place could be spectacular, and I have to say I'm quite relieved to have found somewhere they like. But as far as the planning goes, there's obviously no guarantees.
Back in Brighton, I've lined up a second but very different style flat for Ashley to view. This time we're in Preston Park, a better location than the last. It's a young, vibrant area close to the city centre for shopping, nightlife and transport. There's been some talk of a prospective boyfriend, so as an amateur matchmaker, I'd like to make things easy. So, Ashley, you have just pointed out my cunning plan.
Yes.
You are onto me.
I am.
This is very close to the station.
Perfect. Yes.
Perfect.
Good.
So anyone wanting to come visit you from London could do so in a flash.
Yeah, they could.
If we knew anyone that wanted to visit you from London.
That's right.
So, good location.
Yes, perfect. Love it.
Perfect. Love it.
Yeah, now you can walk into Brighton, station's nearby, sea's not too far away. There's a lovely pub on the corner.
Oh, I like this. Hey. On paper, this flat is a comparable size to the last one, but without the ceiling height, it feels slightly smaller and is not currently in as good a condition. There's a decent-sized kitchen sitting room, just enough room for a double bed, and a smallish bathroom. It's being marketed at £135,000, which includes a 10 grand lease extension. It's got views and windows and things to look out on the whole way round.
Yes. Not as quirky as the last one.
But it could be absolutely charming. I quite like this flat because it's very light and, you know, you're on the first floor, but you're not getting the vibe the same as the last one.
I don't know, it's strange because
No?
I see...
No, I can see that the vibe isn't hitting you.
Yeah.
Now, this is the bedroom, which has this view.
That view is ridiculously lovely. So what is it that's bugging me?
Is it the slight boyness of it at the moment?
No, I think it was... The other place was so much bigger in terms of lounge that it's made the lounge here look quite small.
There are definitely some size issues going on, and there's no immediate solution to this. But I do have a canny long-term plan if Ashley chooses to buy this place. Ta-da! This flat has the potential to go into the loft space with a bedroom and bathroom and a dormer window, but you're looking at the wrong side of 30 grand to do that. So that's obviously a long-term thing. But again, at your age and stage, I'm interested in finding you something which you can add value to as you go on. Because 2-bed flats on the street, well, then you're talking kind of 180.
So it'd be worthwhile.
Yes.
It's tough. I'm torn. I don't know.
She wins real brownie points with me for being enthusiastic, open to advice and suggestion, and just, I want to make Ashley my pet.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal, Kirstie.
Oh, don't be so silly. I hope she sleeps well, because tomorrow we've got another property to see and some big decisions to make. This week, we're in Sussex, allegedly one of the warmest counties in the country.
But there's a chill in the air, and it's not just because we're struggling to find those property gems.
First-time buyer Ashley was left in a quandary after the 2 flats we showed her in Brighton.
As for Colin and Robin, we've made some progress, but I sense there's still a slight atmosphere of could do better when it comes to architectural style. So I don't mind saying that I can hardly contain my excitement about the next property we're going to show them. It's a find of almost biblical proportions, and I think it could be exactly what they're looking for. This stunning Grade 2 listed church sits on the edge of the sought-after village of Hurstbere Point, 8 miles north of Brighton.
Properties like this rarely come on the market, but because there's another church in the village, the local diocese recommended this one for sale. The profits would then go towards maintaining existing church buildings and for good causes in the community.
Unusually, there is no guide price. However, we've been advised by the diocese that Robin and Colin's total budget of £500,000 should be sufficient.
It has planning permission to be converted into a 2-bed dwelling.
We only came across it simply because we were approaching all organisations on your behalf, and one of the groups was the Church of England.
No graveyard, never had one. And it stands on quite a large plot for a church. You know, with churches it is always the problem, the garden, where do you park?
I'm sure it's an interesting building, but I just do not want to live in a church. Full stop.
Okay. Not much we can
do about that.
Sorry to be difficult, but I wouldn't go a step further.
Understood.
Robin, do you fancy seeing inside?
I'd love to, because I'm so nosy.
Particular reasons?
It's just that one principal objection I have, which is I don't think church buildings should be deconsecrated and turned into secular homes.
I'm so disappointed, not least because this is the first really grand property I've found that they can actually afford. Huge proportions and stunning architectural features. It is, well, just heavenly.
Plans agreed by the church and the local council say that the chancel would become a bedroom, the vestry a bathroom, and the nave a huge sitting room. Another bedroom and ensuite would be created at mezzanine level with a kitchen underneath. But frankly, this is all academic now.
What a shame, what a lovely building.
I know, it is a lovely building.
I, on the other hand, can see this as a really, really exciting project, something that I'd love to get my teeth in. So whoever does buy it, I'm available for the possible, possible project management.
Yes, should we leave a card? Should we put a poster up? Yeah.
Oh, there you are, skulking.
Yeah, long face, I'm afraid. I was so chuffed. I was so proud of this.
Yeah, well, God
little
says
gem.
pride comes before a fall.
I guess I feel that I should have thought that that could happen, rather than me just approach Church of England and just presume everything would be OK.
Yeah, but, you know, these things happen. Don't beat yourself up much.
Well,
just a little bit.
Confession over with, time to move on. Ashley loved the views in the last property I showed her, so I thought I'd go all out with the ultimate view for our next flat. It's in Hove, just around the corner from where she currently rents and with easy access to bars and restaurants. It is, however, freezing here on the coast today and I refuse to stand outside, so it's foyer all the way for me.
This flat is about having a sea view and being in one of these classic Brighton flats. But as you know, what you sacrifice is space.
OK.
This split-level, one-bedroom conversion is the smallest of the 3 flats we're showing her, but it's still bigger than where she currently rents. It has an open-plan kitchen, dining and living area. The bedrooms are tad small, but the views are amazing. It's being marketed at just over £148,000, which includes the 16 grand needed to fully extend the lease. So I'm sorry to say Ashley would again have to take up her parents' offer of financial help.
Now, this space has been incredibly, frankly, I'm going to use a strong word, stupidly arranged. This is a vast L-shaped sofa, which doesn't fit the room.
That's just taking up too much floor space.
Yeah.
Right, so OK.
So this is the room.
Wow, look at that view.
I know.
I'm in love with that view. I mean, the kitchen's quite cute as well.
Yeah, you can. I would shift it around a bit. I think it's silly to have it there.
But that is amazing.
I mean, it's the polar opposite of the first flat.
Yeah.
First flat, big, but this is the view.
Yeah.
This flat, small, but that is the view.
If there's one room that lets this flat down, it's the bedroom. It's a boxed-in mezzanine they created after installing a staircase. If you're being kind, you could call it cosy. Whether Ashley will think it's worth sleeping in here in order to get a good view remains to be seen.
It is tiny. It's tiny. It really is tiny. I mean, it could be made absolutely lovely. It's a romantic flat.
Yes. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Will I start feeling a bit claustrophobic in here? Maybe.
Ashley is doing something that none of her friends are doing. So few people when they're 26 are buying their own flat. And her real concern is that she has somewhere that her friends are going to want to come to. She doesn't want to spend all this money and sit at home all by herself. So, Ashley, where's your mind at now? Three very different flats.
Very different. Yeah, and 2 that I really like. I think we've got the first one.
Yeah.
Gorgeous living space. Can see it being a real kind of sociable, fun house.
Yeah.
This one, really cosy, amazing views. I just don't know.
There are some decisions to be made, but I'm happy at least that we've got 2 contenders.
Well, it's twice as many as me, so I'm going to go for a gamble to try and improve my hit rate with Colin and Robin. We're in the village of Stenning, home to 125 listed buildings. It's 14 miles north of Brighton and walking distance to the South Downs. It's also, on the face of it, a conventional Victorian semi. Not the architectural period they asked for, but in my opinion, a property with great potential to become somewhere they could finally set up home together. Nice big project. You don't look enamoured.
Looks okay.
Looks okay.
What's the view like?
We'll wait and see inside.
Let's go inside.
OK.
Oh no, here we go again. This house offers great scope for renovation. It's got 3 bedrooms, 2 of which are a good size, and 2 decent reception rooms.
The kitchen is currently a bit cramped, but there's room to extend behind the house, and I'm sure Colin and Robin could come up with a super clever plan to produce something spectacular. It's on the market at £325,000, which is 75 grand below their budget for buying a property, and they still have the £100,000 for renovation if they need it.
Come on in. Now, the lady who owns it has lived here for 72 years.
Oh, that's nice.
Robin, I'm assuming you've done lots of this type of a project for your clients.
Yes, this is... there'll be a couple of little bits and bobs there, but this is quite an easy one, actually.
Early days, Colin, you haven't looked around much of it yet, but architecture...
It's almost better at the moment outside than in, isn't it? Well, the architecture seems to have disappeared inside.
Then we've got these 2 other rooms. The first thing I do is get planning permission to extend out the back here. Yeah, let's just have a look. You can see a little courtyard and a privy.
OK, yeah.
There isn't a view at all.
Well, no, but one could make one with that. You don't even have to lose the courtyard. You create an internal courtyard so that literally you've got a kitchen and dining area looking into something.
I am nervous. I confess it. I am worried about this. It's the last property I've got to show them, and it was a bit of a gamble. This is late Victorian. They wanted ideally Georgian or early Victorian. It's not exactly architecturally stimulating, but I think it would make a lovely home. Whether they accept that or not is a different matter. And to date, of the 4 properties I've shown them, haven't exactly all gone down brilliantly.
Another one of these
lovely,
wonderful period Georgian fireplaces.
Favourite fireplace. No, it's a lovely room. Yeah, it sort of gives me quite a nice feeling. I can see the potential, most importantly.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah.
Is this the sound of Colin and Robin finally matching their aspirations to their budget?
Well, it's nice to see you've found a job.
I've found some use.
Fantastic.
I'm good at one thing.
It's a good period model.
Yeah. How'd you get on?
Great, yeah.
I think it grows on you, this house.
Yeah.
And it has quite a lot of potential. It's got good feeling to it, I think. It's a very nice, quiet spot. But, you know, you'd have to do some interesting changes, I think, but it would make it a really rather good house.
Interesting enough changes?
I think so, yes. I haven't held a gun to his head either on that. It's quite a mood change, I think. You've gone off brief on this one, but it's actually worked in everyone's favour.
Could be exciting.
Good, thank you.
Very good.
All of a sudden, I feel like I'm back on track. Yesterday, we had a nod in the right direction after our appointment at the dentist's, and now this surprise choice is also in the running. But they're an unpredictable pair, so anything could happen from here.
Ashley has had some time to decide between the Hanover flat with the huge double-height living space and the cosy one-bedder in Hove with spectacular views of the sea. She's come to a decision, and we're back at our first property with the parents in tow. It's on the market at £150,000. That's 22 grand above Ashley's budget, so her parents would need to help stump up the extra cash. So it's important they like it.
My feeling is that the first thing you need to do is take over that wall, paint it white, get some climbing flowers.
I know what you want, Tasha, Banksy.
Oh, yeah.
Banksy,
yeah. But isn't this room lovely?
Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Look
I
at
mean, the
this.
high ceiling and the...
As soon as you had a big sofa across there...
You could almost put the telly on the wall here.
Or you could have one of those screens that pull down in a
yeah.
She's spending money
Now we're
again.
talking.
Yeah. The bathroom really needs replacing, doesn't it?
Where did this colour come from?
I don't know.
I can't even describe it.
I know.
What do you call it?
But it's a good sized bathroom because
Yeah.
you've got room for a cabinet there.
Ashley's dad is clearly very alarmed by the 80s colour scheme, but he needn't worry. It's really all quite cosmetic. They could update the kitchen and bathroom and decorate for around 3 grand. No problem.
At least it's a kitchen with a door, Ashley. This is the one, Kirstie. She has a washing machine.
Actually, have you not had a washing machine prior to this? You have been pretending to me you're an independent woman about town and your mum is doing your laundry.
No.
And
Shame
drying
on
it
you.
and ironing it.
Apart from Toiletgate, it seems we've got an overwhelming thumbs up from the folks.
I can see you being here straight away.
And I can see me being here with a paintbrush.
Yes. Yeah. Okie dokie. Well, should we go somewhere and sit down and chat it through?
I think we definitely should, yeah.
Okay, let's find somewhere warm.
Obviously, we've still got to get it at the right price. But I've had a great day. Over to you now, Phil. No pressure.
A new day, and Robin and Colin have come to a surprising conclusion. I thought they would embrace the challenge of the dentist surgery in Cuckfield, but they think the best option for them is my wild card, the Victorian semi in Stenning. However, as we know, the casting vote must always go to Bruno.
I know in the past you've been to houses where he's taken an immediate dislike.
Yes. Gosh,
And that's rather put you off.
Mm.
Not just houses, whole towns.
Oh, really? But of course, he's on his first viewing,
Yeah.
and gentlemen are on their second.
Yes.
I'm delighted that you wanted to come back here, but I'm also aware that we've got a lot to think and talk about with this house.
Yeah.
One of the issues with the house is the parking. It doesn't have parking permission out there. It does have right of access across the gravel. You could create parking space here in the front garden.
That, straight away, that means that's devalued the property for me on a development point of view.
Okay.
Did he just say development? That's a new one on me.
This is where I see it, the opportunity is obviously subject to planning.
You're limited by the windows.
Yes. Don't you get a second story on it?
No, sadly not.
But it was a big improvement to the sort of functionality at the back of the house.
Yeah.
What do you think, Colin?
Well, you'd have to be able to do something here, wouldn't you? It doesn't work as it is. You can hardly stand up in there.
I don't know how this is going. I don't know whether they're thinking of it as a home or a project or a development. I can't read them at all today.
And Bruno's not helping me one bit.
Now, you had some ideas for this lovely big bath for me.
Yes, yeah, it's such a lovely size that this could actually be converted quite easily and readily into the ensuite for that bedroom and then keep this as the family bathroom. Fun enough, I would keep that bath and just replace the taps. That's perfectly serviceable. It's a good cast iron bar, yeah.
Cast iron,
I mean, again, with the basin, it's a good basin. There's no point in getting rid of that, and people like the traditional touch.
I couldn't help but notice that you use the word people when you were referring to people like the basin.
Well, I think you're thinking of it now as a project, as a development project.
I've got my thing on it as a prospect. Buy it, do it up, sell it on.
Okay.
Of course, they can spend their money however they like, but my frustration is that if I'd known they were looking for a development property, then I would have shown them places that maximised the profit margin as opposed to somewhere they could live together. Time for a bit of a chat, I think.
Meanwhile, in Brighton, it's down to business as Ashley and I discuss our strategy for buying the Hanover flat.
What is your feeling on level of offer? Because obviously that flat is on the market at 150,000 and it will come with a renewed lease.
I'd say the offer would be 137 going due to the fact that the bathroom is disgusting.
Yeah.
The kitchen needs redoing. Yeah, so 137, what do you think?
I think, to be honest, that flat's been on the market for 5 months. Let's risk it for the biscuit and we can only see what happens.
Okay.
Back with Robin and Colin, and I have to admit I have no idea what they want to do now. Because clearly, the house we've just seen is not destined to be the family home they were looking for.
Is it something that the two of you have actually seriously considered, buying it, doing the project, making some money, selling it again, and then using that pot of money to fund and buy the architecturally interesting house that you're after?
This was our thought last night before we actually found out about the parking problem, that it would be a very nice project in order to help us get onto the next stage of the ladder to buy our architectural gem.
You know, it would only be worth doing up to sell if you could get it very cheaply.
Yes. From conversations that I've had with the agents since our viewing, I don't think you're going to get it cheaply. I just don't.
No.
The vendors believe it's worth 325 and they're not really prepared to budge.
So a house together eludes Colin and Robin yet again. But with their wish list, it was always going to be a tall order in this very desirable part of the country. They're now discussing doing the whole thing again, but this time in East Anglia. It is slightly cheaper there, and I wish them the very best of luck.
Andy, it's Kirstie. Ashley does want to make an offer, but it's not quite as much as your client might want it to be. 137 is the offer. This is an offer made by a first-time buyer who is very happy to be very flexible. Right. Oh, right, okay, completely understand. Okay, bye. We aren't going to hear until tomorrow morning. I don't think we're done yet. And I also think, in this case, every £500 matters.
A few days later, and Ashley's offer of £137,000 was rejected. She increased it to 138, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough.
During our search, we had found this one-bedroom period flat in Hove. We thought its size and location would be perfect for her, but at the time, it was being sold as a buy-to-let with existing tenants, so it couldn't be the home she was looking for.
But all that changed, and shortly after our search, it became available with vacant possession. Ashley wasted no time in viewing it.
It was a stroke of luck that the situation changed with the property and the owner decided to sell it. It's perfectly situated in where I want to be in Hove. I couldn't fault it. Had to have it.
And she did. Ashley paid £144,000 for the flat and got the keys to her new home yesterday. She isn't wasting any time moving in with a little help from Mum and Dad.
There's loads to do.
In order to get the space and location she dreamed of, Ashley had to accept her parents' offer of financial help.
Really nice, isn't it? Yeah.
They're over the moon she's found somewhere she loves.
My parents absolutely, they can't wait till I'm away for the week or something so they can move in themselves. You know, they absolutely love it, so I think it's almost tempting them to move to Brighton.
And I'm sure it won't be long before her friends are around to help celebrate.
I had my birthday last week and I've got a new property. That definitely calls for a big party, so.
I'm thrilled to see Ashley so happy and settled in a home of her own.
This time we're returning to Wiltshire to catch up with a pair who wanted to follow their hearts.
I'm not madly in love with it.
But sometimes love hurts.
Ow! Ooh, ow.
And we're back to see a couple who were putting their hearts on the line in London.
Well, I think we have to take it because...
No, it's definitely worth the risk.
Both couples had a tricky search that would require some good solid teamwork.
I sort of parachuted in, sorted out your problem, and now I shall fly away.
But I prefer to keep my feet on the ground.
I'm stuck to the chair. This week we're heading back to Wiltshire and West London to catch up with two very discerning couples who faced tough decisions about what mattered most. Amy Beeson and Taki Udin were diving in at the deep end with a 100% mortgage in the capital city. Andy and Vicky Burbage wanted to be closer to the countryside in a home that could accommodate family and business at a time when the market was starting to perk up and properties with their specific criteria were few and far between in the desirable villages and small towns around Wiltshire.
We had a huge challenge ahead. For Taki and Amy, we concentrated on West London, one of the priciest parts of a city that was at the top of its game.
So we were going to have to be at the top of ours.
Communications manager Amy and retail supervisor Taki were taking a huge risk in a bid to buy their first property.
Good news was they'd paid off their student loans. Bad news was they'd got no money left to put down as a deposit, so they opted for a 100% mortgage, which gave them a budget of 250 grand.
But it was 5 times their combined salary and over half of their monthly income. A gamble by anyone's standards.
For us, it's a very big stretch. It's a huge percentage of our income. I mean, we won't have that much left over.
For 18 months, they'd been renting a very nice one-bed flat in West Kensington. In my experience, when people move to their first home from somewhere like this, it can be a bit of a letdown. I predicted trouble. I'm on my way to meet Amy and Taki, and I think their search is going to be far harder than I or they anticipate. In the area they're looking at, 250 grand does not go a long way, so I hope they're not going to be too fussy. How much do you think this flat tells me about what you're looking for?
I think it tells a lot, actually.
We're looking for, ideally, something that's got a similar kind of feel, so something that's quite airy, nice and light coming in, nothing too boxy. Like, something similar to this, really, where it's an open plan, kind of lounge kitchen kind of thing.
I mean, interestingly, this flat would be about £300,000. With a budget of 250 grand, Amy and Taki want a spacious one-bed flat with a separate sitting room.
They say they're up for a bit of DIY.
And they want to be in a safe and respectable West London location.
So what are they like?
Either staggeringly sensible or fantastically fussy.
OK, well, that's narrowed it down a lot.
I just don't know which.
My pair proved equally confounding. They were living in a 1970s semi near Bournemouth and were desperate to move.
The number one thing is it needs to be bigger than this.
Yeah, we just need more space.
I would have moved yesterday. That's how desperate I am to move.
Their daughter Isabel is now 8 months old and they're thinking of having more kids. Any idea how many more?
Ideally, I'd like 4, which is why we kind of need a 4-bedroom house, really.
4 in total, not 4 more.
No, 4 in total.
And they want space for 2 businesses to be run from home.
The business is running an internet garden tools company, and that all happens from this very small room.
But it's software developer Andy's sideline that's the real spanner in the works. He wants to turn his passion for working on 4x4 vehicles into a full-time business and wants one property with the family home and his workshop.
If the commute is to walk to the end of the drive to the workshop, then that'd be fine for me.
So is this search about family or business?
I would say it's about a family.
You think the search is about family?
I would think so.
I think it's pretty half and half.
Uh-oh, could be us getting stuck soon.
Good morning, you two.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
You wanted a bit of space, didn't you? Something like this would be fine.
Yeah.
I tell you, you're lucky that I'm here and Kirstie isn't. And I'll tell you for why. Because the moment that she would hear 5 cars, she'd go, I'm not having a worry, you get rid of the cars, concentrate on your family. She would applaud you for wanting 4 children and planning for that, when she would hate you for having all the cars. Because it is going to distort the search, because you're trying to constantly balance future family needs with future business needs.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
that's tough.
Yes.
There will be compromises that we're going to end up discussing.
I think I would compromise on the number of children and say 2 would be enough.
I'm not sure. I think that's where we might have a bit of conflict.
You're telling me, if they can't agree on how many kids to have, how are they going to agree on a house? This search is split right down the middle. For the family, they want 4 bedrooms in a period property, and for business, they want a large workshop, space for 5 cars, an office and storage, and all of that for $400,000. They're flexible on area and are happy anywhere an hour and a half southwest of Swindon. But as they're asking for so much, I'm not convinced they'll get everything they want.
I'm a bit lost, to be honest. I think they're a bit lost. They know they want different things, but they haven't really resolved what they're going to do about it. Completely at 6s and 7s.
What, the couple?
Yeah.
Want different things from each other?
And from life. He wants 2 kids, she wants 4. He wants a business. I thought it was just a sort of enthusiastic garage to do a bit.
Oh, no, it's not cars and people who haven't
I've already
had a
warned
future
them
talk.
that you're going to be friends with them.
Both our buyers had high hopes, but not quite the budgets to match. Amy and Taki had £250,000 for their search in London.
And Vicky and Andy had £400,000 to get 4 beds for family and facilities for 4x4s in Wiltshire.
Honestly.
I was almost feeling done for from the outset. 400 grand may seem like a lot of money, but with dreams of 2 businesses and 4 kids, their budget's tight. This place is in Studley, about 4.5 miles from Chippenham. It's got 4 bedrooms and outbuildings, and it's on the market at £395,000. That's right at the top of the budget, but still it comes with compromise. It's a great family home and there's plenty of space for Vicky's business, but Andy would have to find room for his 4x4 workshop somewhere else.
Coming straight through into this sort of family, day room, casual dining, opening up through there to the kitchen.
Oh, wow.
What are your initial thoughts? I know the kitchen's important to you, Vicky.
I'm not sure, but I don't think it's got enough workspace.
As in...
Kind of an actual
as in all of
preparation,
this?
kind of... Yeah.
There's loads of it.
You know how much kit I've got.
Well, they did say this search was about space. We just didn't know that meant kitchen workspace.
For my money, it strikes a balance between business and family.
It's not wowing me lots and lots, I have to say. But I think it does depend on the outbuildings, because, I mean, if the outbuildings are quite good, then perhaps there's... We could take a relook at the house, perhaps.
It's fair enough that Vicky wants to see the space for her business, but the house itself is great. There's plenty of family space downstairs. There are 4 good bedrooms and an ensuite upstairs.
Ooh, ow. That would annoy me.
So what will they think of the office? It would be perfect for Vicky's gardening business.
Oh, watch your head.
Oh, you're right.
When it comes to property searching, Phil always advocates using your head.
I think it'd sort of work if it was just your internet business. But if you're wondering how much reason is left for me...
I don't think it's going to work.
No.
Marks out of 10?
Oh, I think I'm on a 5.
I was about to say 5, actually. It's a 5, yeah.
Where have I fallen short here?
I think for you, it's the outbuildings.
No, don't answer for him.
Oh, sorry.
It has got to be the outbuildings.
Yeah.
It's not quite big enough. We could kind of rejig it, but I don't think it'd still work.
Does it deliver on anything?
For me, the only thing it really delivers on is my business and places to store that.
You don't seem to like the house that much,
No.
so let's move on.
Yes, I think so.
Come on. Stuffed that up, didn't I?
We're back visiting 2 couples who had specific needs in specific locations. Andy and Vicky wanted home and business premises in a Wiltshire village somewhere in between both their parents. My first property did not score well.
Marks out of 10?
I think I'm on a 5.
In London, Taki and Amy were desperate to find their first nest in West Kensington, one of the priciest parts of town. But with only £250,000 to spend, we were facing a huge challenge. So we ventured further west than they would have liked, to Acton.
Been in the area about 5 minutes while we were on our way here.
Yeah, we don't really know, but I think we're quite excited.
Yeah.
It looks quite nice from what we've seen. It's got some nice shops, and there's a school, and there's a church, and it looks okay.
Okay, fantastic. Good start. Let's get in.
I'm liking their reaction. This place is bright and spacious, but more importantly, it's a chunky 20 grand under budget at 230,000.
Straight in. Sitting room. Kitchen. First impressions?
No, I like it.
No,
And I like
yeah.
that we've got a separate kitchen now, which is really nice, which we haven't had. But where would you have your desk? Do you think?
Compared to a lot of other things at the price range, this flat is just, it's about 4 foot bigger everywhere. This is the bedroom.
It's got a nice feel to it.
I mean, for us, our bedroom now, where we rent, is unusually large.
Yeah.
So everything's going to feel a bit smaller.
You can't think about your flat.
Okay.
You can't compare things to your flat. You can't
in any way compare how you live there to how you're going to live somewhere else.
It may seem harsh, but if they compare what they can afford to buy with what they can afford to rent, we're never going to get anywhere.
There's no window, but you don't really notice that because they've kept it quite light and white.
I'm thinking they're not really sold on this place, which is a bit disappointing. It's a great price and someone is going to snap it up, probably in the next 24 hours.
In Wiltshire, how will my next property go down with Andy and Vicky? They want a 4-bedroom family home with room for 2 businesses, one of which is a 4x4 operation that needs a large workshop and parking for 5 cars. The first house performed well as a family home and for Vicky's internet business, but there wasn't space for Andy's 4x4s. Well, there is here. This place is in the rural location of Blunsdon, and its asking price would get them a pound's change from their budget of $400,000. There are some commercial units close by, off-putting for some buyers, but they may prove the perfect location for Andy's business.
Inside, though, we see that when Andy gets what he wants, Vicky doesn't get what she wants. This house has been on the market for 6 months, possibly because there's quite a bit of work to do to create a family space.
Oh, right.
This will be one of the reasons it's not selling. It's got loads of bedrooms upstairs. This is not a nice, big, happy family kitchen.
No, but it does have quite a lot of workspace.
She's
That
keen.
being said,
She's keen on her workspace.
I like a lot of mess, Phil.
It's on at just under the 400,000 mark, and in my opinion, the reason why it's not selling is because of the poor layout of the kitchen. But it is the outside that I want to show you, because that is the other reason that is things that are holding it back. Now, out here, sort of block-sized garden, double garage. I'll tell you what I think is putting a lot of people off this house. Behind that hedge is a commercial unit, and that's therefore affecting the marketability and the value of this house. We've actually approached the owners of them about renting space, so for your business needs, that could work very well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So what is holding back other people potentially is actually a great benefit to you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Excellent.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Space for his business is crucial to Andy liking a property. So while he inspects the workshops, Vicky and I talk family.
I'm conscious here that you've both got expanding businesses. Andy's particularly, as years go by, he's going to need more and more space. So he's very mindful of that. You're very mindful of the fact you'd like 4 children. Where do the 2 tally up, do you think?
I think the four kids really is a priority. I think he's kidding himself, really.
I won't tell him that.
Don't tell him. No. And his business will just have to stay outside for a bit.
Well then, it all comes down to the business side of things. Is Andy happy to have his workshop next door?
What did you make of the workshops?
I'm not sure about the ones next door.
Oh no.
I'm not sensing a great deal of love.
I'm not madly in love with it, but
I think it's odd. It ticks a lot of boxes, but it just doesn't have that last little thing that makes you yes, this is it.
Andy's 4x4s are really blocking this search. He just can't expect to find a perfect family home with that kind of business space attached.
Back in London, I think I'm onto a winner with our next property. It's in Parsons Green, a really smart area next to Fulham, and I didn't think for 1 minute we'd find something for them in this neck of the woods. How do you feel about the area?
No, it's nice. It's definitely sort of a mix of what we're after, like the village kind of feel, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely area. It's got good green spaces, it's got great shops, great restaurants and bars, transport links. You can't really criticise it.
The flat's not in one of the area's prettiest buildings, but nonetheless, I hope they realise just how lucky they are.
That building across the way, 1 beds are going to go for $375,000.
Okay.
So it's something to bear in mind. What this flat lacks in character, it makes up for in investment potential. With a bit of work, this 1 bed could be fantastic. With a balcony and a parking space, a rare treat in London, it's 10 grand over budget at nearly £260,000, but I've heard the vendor is keen to sell.
How is this for space?
Oh, it's really nice big space.
Isn't it?
Yeah. And you could, I mean, it needs work, but you could live in it while you're doing your
Totally, and look at this.
We could do that now. We could knock that down.
Yeah.
I think it would be the right way to go. Yeah. Look at you. You both look really lit up.
No, it's a good space.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't. It's a nice block. It's not like it's some big, scary high-rise.
No.
It's fine.
They love it, but before they get too attached, I need to be upfront about the finances. The price is a bit over your budget, because it's on at 259,950.
Okay.
But it has been under offer 3 times, and those offers have fallen through. Nothing to do with the flat, so there is absolutely nothing to be lost through making an offer, you know, at 249,950. How are you going to afford to do the work?
Yeah.
That's the difficult bit. That's something that you need to consider. But I think that it is worth it.
It really is. They could move in and do the work as and when they could afford it.
Nice big room. Obviously, we'd have to take all that out.
Yeah.
And then it would open it up quite a bit more.
This needs a lot of work, really.
I think this will be the first room we work on.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Definitely.
With the prospect of a 100% mortgage hanging around their necks, it's fantastic that they can build equity into this place.
So what do you think? A maybe? A yes?
I think it's a yeah.
Definitely,
I think we really like it.
Yeah.
We really like it.
Excellent. But so will every other buyer that comes to see it, so there's no time to be wasted.
Well, at least you've got irons in the fire, which is more than I've got. I'm worried of Wiltshire, desperately trying to find somewhere big enough for Vicky and Andy. Any idea how far it is to Trowbridge from here?
In a car, about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Perfect.
2 minutes.
Thanks very much. We've searched all of Wiltshire for a family home and business premises. Andy doesn't seem willing to compromise on having a great big 4x4 business on his own land, and it's really limiting our search. We've looked at everything on the market and a whole lot off the market. Having trawled the whole county, we've even started looking back through properties that they've already seen to see if any have slipped through the net. This is the one that they've seen, with the timber yard next door.
Yeah, but it turns out the nature of the timber yard has changed.
Yeah.
So it's perfect. I mean, that looks absolutely perfect.
It's a big family house with a flaming great timber yard in the garden, for goodness sake, and under budget. Vicky and Andy loved this place, but were scared off when the planning department indicated Andy may not get permission to run his business from here.
We've spoken to the council and they were worried his 4x4 business would mean an increase in traffic. But because it's so specialist, with only a few clients at a time, that's simply not true. And with a search as specific as theirs, this is the only thing we've seen that comes close to delivering what they need.
Just look at my hair.
It's beautiful.
It's all frizzy now.
It's beautiful. They're going to love it.
No, they're not. They're going to kill you, Phil.
Meet Kirstie.
Nice to meet you. We're here in the rain for a reason. He's in charge, not me. Into the house now.
Believe me.
Go.
This is a cracker. The garden's a good size with woods behind it. The master suite's nearly 300 square feet. There's 3 more bedrooms as well as bags of room downstairs.
Just looking at the thing on paper, I was like, well, it's that house. And Phil said, well, they've already seen it. I was like, I don't care. You know, I don't care. Let's sort out this issue, whatever it is, because that house stands out head and shoulders above everything else. Your needs are quite specific. This house is uniquely suited to your needs.
Yeah.
Did that sound a bit aggressive?
No, it's exactly the reason why we came to see the house in the first place.
And has it preyed on your mind since you dismissed it?
Yeah, we never thought we'd find another one like it because it is unique in that respect.
And why didn't you come back and tackle the issues again? What made you so sure that...
Because we got pretty much a no out of the planning office.
Planning permission can be frightening, but with their search, they just can't afford to run at the first sign of trouble.
Planning departments can be much more approachable than you'd think, and if Andy and Vicky are serious, a planning consultant could really help them here.
Do you think he's risk averse?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think he'd like to buy this house knowing that planning is still an issue.
Is this the dream house for you?
Yeah, pretty much.
You are going to be the one that has to drive this through.
Yeah.
What do you reckon to the existing footprint of these buildings? Is it usable?
Yeah, it's a good starting point. I think we could, might have to raise the roof, sort out the doors, but in terms of footprint, I think we could make a start in here, yeah.
Phil has said there's a sort of slight division on the 2 children, 4 children front.
Yes.
And it seems to me that this house is big enough that you could quietly and discreetly introduce numerous kids.
Absolutely.
Really, no one would notice.
Yeah.
You might need those if Kirstie starts up about numbers of children. What, Kirstie? I can't hear you. They're quite good, aren't they? I'm going to keep them. Right, we better find out what they're on about.
Right.
I suspect both of us will be in trouble at some point.
No trouble here, Phil. If they're willing to work on the planning issues, this search could be home free.
I sort of parachuted in, sorted out your problem, and now I shall fly away. I'm like Tinkerbell, really.
Tinkerbell. Where are we at?
Well, subject to planning.
Absolutely.
And a few other things, issues with you, but other than that.
Yeah.
What issues?
The workshop currently is probably big enough to start in, but won't be big enough to continue in.
We've really struggled to find the unit together with the house. And in looking for it, we've restricted the numbers of houses and opportunities to a massive extent.
Yeah.
If you really would consider a house and then renting the unit down the road, then
The world's your oyster.
the world's your oyster.
Right. Yeah.
We really could have chosen a whole bunch of different houses, but we've got one. If you were minded to
Yeah.
go that way, then we could show it to you.
I'd like to see it.
Okay.
Just, yeah, to see what other our options are.
Yeah.
I think it would be good.
Ooh, showing great restraint there, Mr. Spencer. But I think you've got Vicky on side.
But will Andy even go through the front door if there isn't a workshop attached?
This week we're looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack, but twice.
We're back visiting two particular couples. Vicky and Andy's dream of finding a Wiltshire property to house not just a family but two businesses was just the sort of challenge we love. And they weren't alone. Tacky and Amy were risking it all in West London with a 100% mortgage, just as the property market was hitting its peak.
They liked this place in Parsons Green, but we had one more trick up our sleeves.
Our next flat was in Hammersmith, or at least it would be once it was built.
Now, this requires more vision than anything else we've seen so far. And it's not for everyone that I'd wear this getup.
Part of this development is aimed at first-time buyers, key workers and low earners. Successful applicants will buy a percentage of their flat and then pay rent on the rest of it.
At £345,000, if these guys tried to buy this flat outright, they'd be nearly 100 grand over budget.
It's the biggest property we've shown them so far and a great long-term option.
Now, the first thing you'll notice about this one, it's got 2 bedrooms.
Yay!
But it's quite a big old place.
Oh, I really love it. It's great. It's really great.
What you're doing, effectively, is you would be borrowing about £172,000 and paying back the mortgage on that, and then paying rent on the additional money.
Yeah. Their monthly outgoings would be almost exactly the same as a 250 grand mortgage. So there's still some pretty big expenditure going on, but the benefits are more than obvious.
You've got a fantastic big space here, the open plan kitchen that you wanted, and something that, I mean, go to the window.
Oh my gosh, look how far you can see.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's like, oh my gosh, you can see the river.
Yeah,
Oh look, we've got dual aspect. That's so cool. Oh, that's fantastic.
That is a proper river view. That's not a glimpse.
Blimey, it's a while since I've seen this level of excitement.
This would be our room.
Yeah.
Oh look, there's a little closet.
I think it's job done, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can't add value.
Well, they'll be here for the long term.
Look at the view, it's just incredible. And my mum would come and stay with us because she'd have somewhere to sleep. I think even if it's a bit of a gamble, because we don't know whether we'll definitely get it from the council, I think we have to take it because...
No, it's definitely worth the risk. We need to jump in there and just hope for the best.
Yeah, I'm sure Phil and Kirstie will say the same.
They can't do any work, so they just
Do
have
they
to
want to do work? I'm sure you've
They
convinced them.
say they want to do work, but I think they're very inexperienced. There is a little tiny bit of ditziness which comes out and you just think, ooh, ooh.
Okay. Yeah. You look great in a hat, by the way.
Thanks. Do you think it suits me?
Yes.
We love it. It's really good.
No, we really love it. Yeah.
You can't fault it, really, can you?
I mean, I think this is definitely where we want to be. I think Parsons Green is what we would go for. Is like if we didn't get this.
One, yeah.
There's a sort of word of warning. This undoubtedly will be a popular scheme. You might not get this. In waiting for this, you might lose Parsons Green. That's tough.
No. We're going to stay on top of it, Phil. I can stay on top of this situation. No one's losing anything.
Yeah, you can register interest, but unless you're there actually negotiating with a deal on the table, they can always sell it to somebody else.
My weapon.
That's your weapon. That's your very noisy mouth.
It only seems noisy to you, Phil, because you don't listen.
Don't worry, Kirstie, you're impossible to ignore.
For Vicky and Andy, we've put in hundreds of hours and travelled hundreds of miles looking for the perfect family home with business premises.
But they'd get so much more if Andy would consider a home with a business somewhere else.
So I'm about to show him just that, whether he likes it or not. This 4-bedroom house on the other side of Melksham is a little over budget at just under $430,000, but I'm sure there's a deal that could be done. There's nowhere here for Andy's business. Vicky seemed keen to see a great family home, but I just don't know if Andy's going to open his eyes to the idea.
Right. Wow, so what do you think of this?
Oh, wow. Good hallway.
Huge entrance hall, isn't it?
Big old family kitchen. Plenty of room down there.
Wow. That's fantastic. Loads of workspace.
This is the type of space that you can buy for that money without the business premises. It really does open so much more up to you.
Yeah. I think it's definitely a more sensible option. Because then you get what you want and I get what I want.
You get what you want first.
Result.
Let's have a look upstairs.
Wow, Andy's got a smile on his face. This might just work.
It's a good wide staircase.
Yeah.
Sense of space the whole way through this place. Big family bathroom. A really strong family house. All the bedrooms are very generous. This is the master.
This is lovely.
Ensuite with a roll-top bath.
That's fantastic.
It's a great house. It really is. I just wish I'd had more time to do a bit more research on this brief, because it's a brand new search.
It's huge. It's enormous.
You can hear her saying it's huge, it's enormous. It is.
I love the downstairs. I love the big airy rooms.
Yeah. This situation gives you a good family home, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, it is a good family home.
It is a good family home.
Phil, all you needed to do was show Andy what he'd get if he runs the business elsewhere.
It's big up there, isn't it?
It is big.
And it's big out here as well.
Yeah.
We're quite excited that in this budget we can get a family home like this,
I could have told you that days ago. What would you like to do now? We've got a couple of options. We have lined up a planning consultant back in Wootton Bassett, so we could go and meet with them. The other thing that we've lined up is for you to go and have a look at one of the industrial units up the road here, if that was of any interest.
I think the industrial unit up the road would be more useful.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Come on then.
What a transformation. Now Andy's going all out for separate business premises.
This industrial unit's over 1,000 square feet. It's only 5 minutes away, and even with rent and business rates, is still under $8,000 a year.
Well, who would have thought today we begin this search for fields and rural areas of Wiltshire? And where do we end up? So here we are.
Okay.
Fit a few 4x4s in here.
Yes.
Very useful for sort of start-up businesses because they don't operate it on a lease basis. You take a licence with a 2-month notice.
This is the kind of thing, wouldn't it? It would start to work in here, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Got your own ensuite.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Right, well, let's go and have a think about it.
Cool.
How's that for a turnaround? They might go for 2 properties we've shown them. In London, Tacky and Amy were also taken by 2 properties we showed them. Top choice was the shared ownership flat in Hammersmith, but there was a detailed application process which we helped them navigate. These schemes consider many factors before allocating properties, so we couldn't afford to pin all our hopes on this flat. With that in mind, I took them back to the great flat in Parsons Green. It was 10 grand over their 250,000 budget and needed updating, so it was important that they didn't get carried away. Decoration, something that you can do yourselves. The floors are fine, the windows are fine.
We like the floors, definitely.
I think we get a really nice, clean, simple white suite that most people are going to like. Take off all the tiling.
Yeah.
Choose something maybe black and white, because not many people are going to dislike black and white, rather than going with like a fashion, because that could look quite dated.
Top marks for being practical.
Just rip all this out then.
I've been massively impressed by these two right from the start. They'd done their research, they were fully prepared, fully organised, they knew what they wanted, they worked very well together as a team, and that means they've been able to reach clear, confident decisions right the way through. And their best decision of the day is to ask me to put in an offer of 250 grand on this place. But I'm sure they won't be alone, leaving us biting our nails.
The next day I've got news on Hammersmith and Parsons Green, and it's time to tell Tacky and Amy.
Let's start with the bad stuff.
Okay.
Parsons Green. An architect has been to see it who has a 50% deposit.
Oh, okay.
And has made an offer at the asking price.
Right.
At the moment, they're in the process of judging whose offer is most acceptable, and I think we would be kidding ourselves if we thought that it was going to be our offer.
So that one's as good as gone, which brings us back to Hammersmith. Success here depends on them proving that they're needy enough to have it.
Now, we have discovered that in the list of priorities for housing need, you come 5th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, not the world's best piece of news. The decisions will be made next week, and I think you just have to cross your fingers for that.
Alas, no amount of finger crossing could help, and the Hammersmith flat also slipped through their hands. And for Andy and Vicky in Wiltshire, a buy wasn't on the cards either. We transformed their search by showing them the type of family home they could get without business premises attached. It was a whole new house hunt, and they needed more time.
So what are you going to do from here? What's the plan?
Well, I think now we search for the perfect family home that's within budget, and
I think we have to look for the business premises separately, which is going to require some research in the surrounding area, so that makes it a little trickier, but that's what we've got to do.
You haven't found what you're looking for, but at least you now know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Good luck, all the best. I'm sure you'll crack it. I really am.
cheers.
Cheers.
Two years on, we're back to see if our ambitious pair did indeed ever crack it, after our search helped them reprioritise.
We couldn't get everything that we wanted in the one space for the budget that we had, and I think, that our realisation came pretty much after the show that was going to be the case.
Tight economic times also brought things into sharp focus.
Our borrowing power shrank, our budget shrank, so we had to find something that was, partly a compromise, I think, but in a good way.
The hunt for a property to house family and two businesses went out the window, and instead they combed the Wiltshire countryside for the perfect family home and found it, practically just a stone's throw from Stonehenge, in the village of Tilshead, and well under budget at £343,000.
It kind of had everything that I wanted in a house that I never thought we could afford. So we had, nice stone flooring and a wood-burning stove and sort of brick and timber walls, that sort of thing. And that, for me, sold me the house.
I think Vicky fell in love with it before we even got upstairs, and we'd already seen the parking area out there outside, which I'd already counted up. That fits all my 4x4s.
Dating from the 1700s, the house was built as two cottages and was also once a very popular spot as the village tea rooms. It's an idiosyncratic layout, but with 5 bedrooms and 4 reception rooms, it can contain Vicky's garden business. And speaking of garden, there's half an acre of that. There's certainly room to grow, and in fact, Isabel now has a baby sister, Imogen.
We moved in 3 days before we had her, and we pretty much just about had enough time to put her nursery together and our bed. That was pretty much it.
Which brings us neatly to their, shall we say, differences. On our original search, Andy only seemed to have a fleet of 4x4s on the brain, whereas Vicky had her heart set on a brood of 4.
Having decided that we originally really wanted 4 children, I think after the sleepless nights this time round, I think we're pretty much done. And I think we're happy with 2, aren't we?
So there's a compromise from Vicky. Andy?
The plan for the 4x4 business is completely shelved, as in it really is no more. I came to the conclusion that with a growing family in a new house, there was no way it was going to basically make enough money. So the conclusion is basically I'm going to have a tinkering workshop. It's shifting priorities. You know, the girls won't wait to be brought up, but the Land Rovers can sit in their garden until I'm ready.
The location is one of the things Vicky and Andy were in agreement on.
We were trying desperately to be between both sets of parents, so babysitting duties could be split evenly. And we have, with this property, we've managed to do that.
And there's another bonus to this buy.
We've been very lucky in that we've got an outbuilding as well as all this parking for the cars. And we do have reasonable plans for it. It's in a bit of a state at the moment.
Andy's hobby's hogging the space right now, but ultimately Vicky hopes it can be restored and house her growing garden tool business. The focus right now, though, is the children, who, like their parents, have taken to village life.
The village that we've moved into has been fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've been so welcoming. We have a really active community. We've got an amazing school that's supported by everybody, I think, in the village, isn't it? The girls are loving it, and we have horses next door to us, and the girls have got such a brilliant life here, haven't they?
And that's what I call a brilliant result. Like Vicky and Andy in Wiltshire, for Tacky and Amy in northwest London, not getting what they thought they wanted immediately paid dividends in the long run. They didn't buy for another year.
But by putting their search on hold, they managed to get more cash in the bank and the market came to them.
When we saw them again 3 years ago, they'd scored themselves a fantastic 2-bed basement flat with garden within walking distance of Kensington High Street. It cost them $316,000, more than 60 grand over their original budget, but it was their dream location and they couldn't have been more thrilled.
It must have been incredibly exciting picking up the keys and just finally opening the door.
It was so exciting. We went to the Fulham Road, which isn't a very long walk from here, but we literally bounced the whole way down because we were just so excited.
Keys in hand?
Keys in hand, and like, Tacky was kind of like, no one can take these off because of mine. Let's get home and lock the door.
Lock ourselves in, and that's it.
So, 5 years after we first met, are they still locked into the Kensington lifestyle? Three years ago, I visited Amy and Tacky. They were on a big high, having just bought their 2-bed flat in Kensington. But I've heard there's been big changes in their world, so I've come back to see if the perfect pad still lives up to expectations. Since we last met, Tacky and Amy have tied the knot in St Paul's Cathedral, no less. But I've not just come to see the wedding album.
Hello,
Amy. Very nice to see you.
You too.
How are things?
Good, come in.
Thank you. I hear there's another edition.
Yes, they're just through there.
Hello.
Hiya, how you doing?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Not too bad.
Who's this? Hello,
This is
gorgeous
Ava.
Phil.
Goodness me. So all changed again.
Yes.
It has, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the whole reason we wanted this flat in the first place, so it's good, really.
And how's the flat taken to the three of you?
Good. I mean, a friend came round the other day and he said to me, "Oh, so your baby lets you live here as well?"
Yeah.
So I think baby's kind of taken over, but in a lovely way.
Okay. You're probably finding you're spending a bit more time at home now, aren't you?
Yeah, lots of time at home.
For Tacky, that's been a chance to get in touch with his inner DIY guy. He transformed what was once a very popular guest room into Ava's nursery.
Oh, a proper little girl's room.
Yeah.
Yes. Great. You did all the decorating, did you?
Pretty much all of it, yeah. Well, because obviously Amy was pregnant, so I couldn't actually have her doing any of the painting or any lifting.
Yeah.
So it was all down to me.
Terrific.
So, yeah.
It looks lovely. I like all the clothes hanging
Yeah.
up there. It sounds like it's been a very smooth transition, and the flat's coped well.
It has, yeah. I think that's why we bought this place. We were looking for a two-bed with garden outside space so that we can have a family, we can start to have a family here.
And how are you taken to fatherhood?
When we found that Amy was pregnant, I was like, yeah, I'm prepared for this, I'm ready for this. And as soon as she arrived and held her, I knew from the moment, like, this is what we were meant to do. And we were meant to be parents, and I was meant to be a father, and I've enjoyed it ever since.
Ava's arrival means Grandma comes to stay regularly, and guests are even still welcome to the sofa. These two really pack in more than most on all levels. DIY, dad duties and a full-time job don't stop Taki from working on his children's stage script, while Amy fits in writing a novel around nap times. It's pretty impressive stuff.
And does life in Kensington still suit as a young family?
Yes, very much.
Yeah.
Love it. Really love it.
But tell me about the community.
There's a really lovely local church where I go to mums and toddlers, but also because we're in a mixed faith marriage, they've let us run an interfaith group to support other couples in kind of mixed marriages, so that's really great. And when I had the baby, I took her out for the first time when she was about 3 days old, and all the shopkeepers and cafe owners came out to see her.
So you'd got to know them before Ava arrived?
We know everybody, and if we don't know people, our cats know them because they go into everybody's house and make friends with them.
Cool for cats round here then, and it also seems for our new parents.
So the area suits just as well as young mum and dad as it did when you were out in the bars and clubs and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think that's the great thing about London. It's got such flexibility for all the different stages of your life.
Do you have any other plans for the flat?
I mean, I think the good thing about meeting other mums is you get to go and have a nosy round everybody else's flat in the area and see how different people have converted it. So there are kind of different things that we could do.
Sounds like Amy might be here for the long haul, and so might I for that matter.
I'm stuck to the chair.
Oh, it's your jeans.
Do you want me to stand up?
No, come to... That's it.
Clearly it's easy to get hooked on this place. And although the London property bubble means their home has increased in value by approximately 80 grand in 4 years, these two have never been in it for the money, but for the lifestyle. The area has great appeal right now, but with the pull of family in the Midlands, who knows?
Any plans for the future?
Obviously, eventually we probably like a family home.
Yeah.
But I think at the moment we're in two different places about the location for the family home, which is really unusual because we're normally on the same page.
Yeah. We've kind of going to see how things go because Amy's currently on maternity leave, so we just have to find out how we juggle work and life and with Ava.
Looking back and how life has turned out, would you have done anything differently?
I don't know if there's anything I do differently, but there's definitely stuff that I would do again.
Yeah.
So I think I would definitely do intense searching. So I think if we decided, say, to move to a completely new location, I think ideally what I'd want to do is sell up here, so that's done, and you're in a really strong position to buy.
I mean, the flat that you've got is lovely, and it's worked fantastically for you guys as a couple and now as a family. But I guess as Ava starts to walk and run about, then she's going to run out of space.
I know. It's really hard. And it's awful, because a part of me feels like, is it just because the shops are so nice that I don't want to leave them?
Amy and Taki in West London and Vicky and Andy in Wiltshire had what seemed like impossible searches. They both certainly faced very difficult decisions about what aspect was most important. So I'm thrilled to see how well it's turned out for them both. They stuck to their guns and now living in homes that suit them to perfection. And what could be better than that?